Well, hello everyone, and welcome to this production on RaceSpotTV and of course on VCO Esports' Twitch channel. This is the Race for Mental Health 2021. We have 23 hours of racing at Zolder ahead of us here this weekend, all in support of an absolutely fantastic cause. My name is Connery Maddock. I'll be joined by Lorenzo Bonda for the first portion of this race at least, and well, this has become a bit of an annual event here, and well, it's going to be our third annual Race for Mental Health, of course, all organized by the one, the only, and the community-loved Jimmy Broadbent, as they hit $72,000 raised last year for Minds. That is absolutely incredible, but maybe it's something to be treated as a bit of a challenge. Maybe we can beat that this year. I certainly am optimistic about the prospect. We've got 23 hours to do it, Lorenzo, and well, I'm just looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it as well, Connery. Hello, everybody. And, well, the race is all about raising money towards the Mind charity program, which fights mental health, all kinds of mental health, bipolar disorder, depression, BDD, BPD, so anxiety attacks. So everything that is related towards the mind, which is very, very delicate, it's something that should be tackled on every single time, and I do support this cause, and we should be on for a very good race, but I think most importantly, one with a lot of memes.
This is going to be, well, you touched on it just then. This is going to be an endurance race. Well, these are usually endurance races like no other. Let's just say that. Of course, everything's for fun here. Everything's all in it for raising money. Whoever comes first at the end of the day really just does not matter. It's just about the fun that we'll have along the way here in this one. Drivers have been qualifying for about 50 minutes at this point, so it's a very long time for these guys to get themselves their spots on the starting grid. We currently have HPD qualifying going on at the moment. Just give you a little bit of a recap of the exact situation here. Of course, 23 hours of Zolder here, a track that's not really used that much over the course of official racing here on iRacing. It's not really a loved track whatsoever, but we're giving it a little bit of love here and now, here in the 23 hours of Zolder. We have three classes competing as well. We have the HPD, that will be your sort of quote-unquote prototype class here today. We also have the Cadillac CTS-V as well, the sort of the free, very highly powered GTE car on the iRacing service. And then, of course, we have for the quote-unquote slowest class, that will be the old Ford Mustang. So again, a track that we're not used to seeing, and cars that we're not used to seeing, at least anymore in the case of the HPD, as it got surpassed by the new Dallara LMP2.
Unfortunately.
Why unfortunately?
Because I am a keen defender of the HPD being the best LMP2, and I will fight for it. Anybody that says otherwise. And I do have supporters on my cause. But then again, you know, I do understand the need of making things more modern into the aspect of sim racing and racing in general. So even though there are people who like the P217, the P217, I am much more a fan of the HPD because I think it is a more raw car that gives you more pleasure to drive than the P217 does. But then again, I do understand where it should go, and it's a car that do bring me back some nostalgia.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see it back in action. Like you said, we haven't seen this car for a pretty long time here on iRacing. All of the leagues, of course, preferring to use the new closed cockpit LMP2 car that the Dallara is. But we got ourselves just the final couple of minutes here of I was going to say LMP2 qualifying, not really LMP2s anymore, and it's not categorized as that in this race. They're just HPDs. As you can see their qualifying order on the left-hand side, we've already had the other two classes qualify more towards the race start of the season, so they tried to model a little bit of class qualifying here in this one, just to make sure that the traffic issues on qualifying laps aren't too big of an issue. But currently it is Team Toasters at the very front of the order at the moment, in the number 19 HPD. There they are, heading their way through here. I'm going to have to learn all these corners at the moment because I have no idea what goes which way at Zolder. I'll be completely honest here at this one. But there's Team Toasters in their fantastic livery. I wonder if that is a livery full of toasters. I just kind of want to see what these guys have done with their liveries, because there's going to be some very, very fun liveries today, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's gonna be some fun liveries, but the names I think in these in the top two, right, Connery, are names that are recognized by the people. E1 is Chris Lulum from Team Redline, just one driver from Team Redline. The other one is another driver from Team Redline, which is Patty Wolf. But the combination of the drivers, I think it is something interesting, because on Team Toasters you have a little bit of a mix-up between Team Redline drivers with the Alpine Star Geodesic drivers, and then also former RWG drivers in Gordy Much. And then in the butter toasters, I really don't know what the difference would be in butter and not butter.
Why would you have toast that's not buttered? Like, this is...
Yeah, I know.
I know what team I'm rooting for already.
Yeah, if I have to pick up, I've always cheered for the team that has the better name or the better livery, or a name that makes sense at this time of the day. For me, it's morning. Therefore, I haven't eaten my breakfast yet. Therefore, Butter Toasted so far is the better team, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you fucked that out in the comments. There we go. Buttered toast or non-buttered toast. That's going to be the theme at the very top of qualifying at the moment. We've got Heyman Motorsports there in P3 for the moment. We have a team that we're going to be totally unbiased towards. This is the Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF, powered by RaceSpot machine. And apparently, there's going to be a handful of RaceSpotTV commentators that's going to be taking part in that one as well. So, I'll say it flat out. I hope these guys win, you know, because that's our totally unbiased view here at RaceSpotTV. I don't know about you, Lorenzo, but I think everyone pales in comparison to these guys.
No, everybody will have to get up to their level. Of course, we have Louis McGlade and Arjuna Kenkipati as two of the confirmed drivers, and also Zach Sweeney, our newest addition to the broadcast booth, being part of this team as well, apparently. Of course, I will support this team by giving them a drive-through whenever Arjuna or Louis gets into the car.
Wait, that's not how
you... I need to know how much.
That's not how you support the home team, Lorenzo. You can't give our team drive-through penalties whenever...
But I gotta give them the challenge. I gotta give them the challenge. They gotta earn that win.
They've got to earn it. Of course, for those unaware of how the things usually work here on these Race for Mental Health, it's well, it's a case of you can donate a certain amount of money to make certain things happen during the race. So, you know, there's a certain amount where you can donate and get yourself a safety car, I believe. There's a certain amount where you can give other teams penalties by bribing the stewards. The stewards, you know, they like to say they're unbiased and they look at each situation evenly, but I think there's something going to be going on behind the scenes during the course of this one, Lorenzo. That might be just a little bit sketchy.
Sketchy, I think, is the best way to put it, because what happened last year, for those who are not aware, there were some punishments or some black flags given by race control to some of the drivers that either you had to pay them money or bribe the race control. I think it was $5 or €5, if I recall correctly. Or you had to go into the pit lane and do a penalty. What was the penalty? We don't know what it was. Some people sang songs. Some people sang national anthems, recited poems. God knows what the penalty will be. Like I said, there will be memes in this race.
Yeah, I think so too. Here's the Simifa Racing Alpha. Actually coming across the line to improve their starting position in the race. 6th place for Jordan Johnson and co at the moment. Great to see different parts of not only sim racing culture, but internet culture in general taking part here in this one. Fantastic to see these guys out there. Looking further back through the order, I mean, speaking of other internet cultures, there's the Weeb Sovereign Sport Car. So we've got everyone represented here today. Andreas Hauser out there for the moment, and let me see, I haven't even gone through the entire list of team names at the moment. Some of them are absolutely hilarious. These are just the team names in HPDs, by the way. We have 2 other classes that that we have to go through as well. I like how in the HPD class, one of the teams is called Ford Mustang FR500S,
which is Emily Jones' team.
Don't let your dreams be dreams. That's all I'm saying. If you're a HPD and you want to be a Ford Mustang, then who am I to judge at this point? But yeah, it's
it's powered by a Ford.
Tenuous link. That's all I'm saying. But
yeah,
but yeah, Lee Ellis wheeling that car around for the moment. I like how there's just Team Rick. I'm disappointed that there's no Rick Astley on that car to rickroll everyone. I didn't. If there is, I haven't spotted it yet. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be there's any Rick Astley on that, which I think is a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I know. Fortunately, it is named after the first name of each member of the team, because they were last year in the Jetta class here at Connery. Basically, it is a amalgam. I think I said the name right. If not, I've totally butchered it. Of Ryan Burden, Ian Plash, Ryan being the R, Ian Plash the I, Cisco Scaramuza, our former former RaceSpot commentator, being the C, and if I recall correctly, there is a K, but I cannot remember who was the K.
Wow, you just completely snubbed whoever that is. There we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We've got ourselves 45 seconds left of HPD qualifying, by the way. We haven't really talked much, by the way, about it, because, we kind of know that the red line drivers that are involved with the Toasters teams at the very front are always going to be very quick here in this one. Although, it says premature acceleration there in P3, which is a wonderful play on words, as we're starting to see the session tick down now. Who's going to be at the very back of the HPDs here? We've got Mountain Trout Racing Concerns there, the number 42 car. And of course, Jimmy's team not going to be able to qualify here in this one, so they're going to be doing the last to first challenge here in this one. But that is qualifying over and done with here. We have to relatively rapidly go through our starting grid here, because there's about 51 cars to try and get through here in quite quick succession. So we're going to speed our way through that in just a couple of moments. Of course, we do have to wait for the rest of this session to wind down, given that it is open qualifying. So the drivers that are on laps at the moment will get themselves just one more opportunity on this lap to be able to set a fast time and get themselves a little bit further up the starting grid. Somehow, I don't think track position is going to be that much important here, Lorenzo.
No, not at all. Up to the point that Jimmy has started the first lap in 5th gear.
Wait, because I think it's going to happen now.
That is the thing that is going to happen. That was an incentive. If they got to 8,000, I think 8,000 pounds in the donation page, which totally did. I think they've gone past by it. 8K
already.
We've blown by it already.
Wow.
Jimmy had to start the race in 5th gear.
Okay, so that's going to be an interesting one indeed. Jimmy is going to have to start this event in 5th gear. So not the TV show, the actual gear in the gearbox. But yeah, so qualifying session is completely and utterly done. We just got to wait for the rest of it to run itself through at the moment. But we'll get ourselves a feature from some of the other classes as well, because we've been focusing on HPDs because of the HPD qualifying here at the end of the session. But of course, there are 2 other classes. You do have the Cadillacs, and of course, you have the Ford Mustangs as well. So yeah, great stuff indeed. And, we'll get to see ourselves maybe some more fun liveries and maybe some more fun team names as well. I'm seeing Team Cockroaches down there with the very interesting capitalization of their name. There's singing in the pit lane, which I think there'll be a lot of over the course of this one, because sometimes they take penalties where they have to come down here and get themselves stopped in their box, sing a song, and then have to try and exit off of the pit lane. But with that, we'll get ourselves going for the starting grid of the 23 Hours of Zolder, the charity event here in support of mental health, in support of the charity mind. Here's how the grid lines up in HPDs. It's Chris Lullum in P1 with Patrick Wolf in P2. So the two toasters right at the very front of the field to start here. Premature acceleration up into P3 with Heyman Motorsports will start in P4. It is the, half further down the order, the Aurora Artifact Kelami FTF powered by RaceSpot machine in P5. Sorry that text is going to be small all day because usually we limit the amount of characters that can be displayed in team names with the leagues that we work with, but not so here in this one. Drive Dead Racing in P6 here today in HPD. Simfer Racing Alpha in P7 with Karios Competition Poseidon in P8. Weep Sovereign Sports in P9. Jardier in Jardier Community Team in P10. Vice Baby in P11 with Tyson Mayer behind the wheel. Lots of very well-known streamers in addition to Jamie taking part here in this one. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing will start in P12. Taylor Mills Racing starts in 13th with Panda Racing GSR in 14th and just Racing Team in P15 with Sounds Like Kanana Esports in P16. Stowe Motorsports in P17 with Hyperix in P18. And then the bottom, well, we're not even at the bottom end of the HPDs yet. We're still going through a lot of them. Blue Chew America's Platinum in P19. Ford Mustang, as optimistic as they're trying to be there, P20 with Team Rick in P21. Garage 69 in P22 with Crashed Racing starting in 23rd. M Plower Curb Hunters in P24. As Team Shimmers will start 25th in class. Triple S Racing Purple will start 26th with BRT in 27th. Blue Chew America's Black in P28. Grid Talk Racing Team will start 29th. And Real Endurance Team will start in 30th. And then there's a 32-car HPD grid here. We've got Mountain Shout Racing Concerns at P31. And, of course, Doug Henson Racing Red. That is the man himself. Jimmy Broadbent going to be appearing in that car. But Alex Thick was the driver that finished off qualifying there. That's not us done, by the way, because we still have to do yet another class. Here are the Cadillacs then. So they line up like this. Old Turtles Motorsports start in P1 with BS Competition in P2. Coyote Racing in P3 with VRE Motorsports in P4. Melon Mates Motorsports Watermelon in P number 5 here today. And we'll get ourselves the Spud Motorsports starting in 6th place. Then it's a 10-car Cadillac class. We got Di Lancerman in P7 with Zornhauer Racing in P8. HP Concert Mood in P9 with, I cannot read that, in P number 10. Legs for Wheels Only, Fools and Horsepower in P10. Yeah, I did just manage it right there. And then, of course, in our Ford Mustang class, I suppose we can take a look at that one now. There is Matt Malone with Rick Mike Mobile. Team up in P1 with ProCharge Simsports in P2. Color Shock Racing Team in P3 with Fight Racing Motion Motorsports in P4. Singing in the pit lane will be starting in 5th. Hopefully they don't have to do a lot of that here today. With Tim Cockroaches in P number 6. Really Slow Motion Racing in P7 with 2S Esports Team Orange in P8 with Blown Motor Racing in P number 9 in the Ford Mustang class. That took a bit of a while to get through there, Lorenzo, but we did manage it in the end. And of course, we have a full pace lap to be able to get ourselves all sorted out here. So that's going to be beneficial here in this one. But Lorenzo, as we're about halfway through a pace lap here, expectations going into this one. I know I say it basically every single event, but I think it's probably going to be pretty important. We have very low. The bar is almost on the floor.
Yeah, the bar is actually underneath the floor. Is on the underground level. No, but I already expect this to be a good race because there is a pace truck.
Yeah, I like the choice of pacing vehicle for this one. It's the truck rather than just a Porsche or a regular sedan that's totally nondescript that iRacing designed themselves.
We called it a Skoda.
A Skoda, yeah, a Skoda. Yeah, people have drawn parallels, let's just say. But, of course, It's all for a good cause here in the 23 Hours of Zolder. The Race for Mental Health 2021 is about to get itself underway. The Toasters will lead us to the green flag here in just a couple of moments. We are green. 23 hours of racing is underway here at Zolder. We've almost got 3 wide for the race lead already as they head their way down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. Of course, Jimmy in the Doug Henson Racing red car at the very back of the field, of the HPD field, having to start in 5th gear. Here in this one due to the donation goal being reached before the start of the event. I am very surprised that all the HPDs have been able to get through relatively unscathed, as there's been a couple of bits of excursions out into the grass. Here is the Cadillac class now heading their way through down in towards turn number 1. They're led by Old Turtles Motorsports at the moment, with BS Competition side by side with them heading down in towards the braking zones. Great little scrap here in this particular field. Let's have a look down at the Ford Mustang class then. They're heading their way through turn number 1 for the first time here as well. Mike Mobile will lead them through the first sector with ProCharge Sim Sports in P2 and Faint Motion Motorsports in P3. So relatively clean start, although we have had a HPT get itself turned around. And surprise, surprise, it's the team called Crashed Racing that has decided to crash first.
Yeah, totally not surprised that there's another team in the bin. Which team is that is punting around right outside turn number 6, apparently?
Not quite sure, don't really care, as we'll get ourselves the... actually, I'll give Crash Racing credit where credit's due, because they weren't the first car to get themselves in an incident. There was an incident towards the very back of the field there, in through the first chicane, as it was side-to-side contact. That's everyone else up behind. Everyone gets themselves spun back around and going. I do want to have a look back and try and see what happened, at least in that initial incident. I think Team Rick might have been involved in it. I will just have to go back and check this one. We had a bit of a surprising start as far as, well, that's Team Rick on the pit lane already, in fact, there. So let's cycle things back just a little bit more. I think Team Rick actually started from pit lane, which is why they are so far back through the field at the moment, as we will return to the live racing. And guess who's already a lap down, Lorenzo?
Oh, no. Please don't tell me it is that team.
Yeah, it's that team.
It's Jimmy's team.
Yeah, it is that team. So, I think, honestly, to keep everything fair, we probably need a yellow flag and for the wave round to come through for Jimmy, just to get back on the leading lap. Totally unbiased, of course. But he's having to deal with a bunch of HPDs that are trying to work their way through on him and put a lap on him here at the moment. So, it was always going to be up against it on the start of this race, Lorenzo, to start in 5th gear, but I don't think you really expected for it to go this badly.
Yeah, some people expect it to be the Hunger Games, so the odds are in your favor, but totally not for Jimmy, because let's be honest, what are the chances that Jimmy would have been P1 in this race? None. Would he would have got P10? Absolutely not. Would have done well into the start of this race? Absolutely not. So totally not surprised at all to see Jimmy starting in the pit lane in 5th gear and then have to call himself back. Of course, he can get a yellow, but you have to donate.
Yeah, that was the situation there. So there he was waiting patiently on the exit of the pit lane. We didn't quite get that information come through to us. In fact, I was only told that he was going to start in 5th gear, not that he would start from the pit lane, but there we go. We've got ourselves a couple of minutes of racing underway. And, what is there to report? Both the Toasters cars have lost positions here at the very start while we were being distracted by other issues. So it's Premature Motorsports that currently leads from Heyman Motorsports, and then the 2 Toasters cars actually dropping to P3 and 4, whereas they were P1 and P2 just that little bit earlier. So hopefully they haven't burnt out already, and they can go chasing 4 positions a little bit later on in this first stint. But I have seen there's been a couple of incidents happening a little bit further down the field, although they are all avoiding our cameras for the moment, which is probably for the best.
Probably for the best, because one thing that does not miss anything is the RaceSpot replay, which is a good thing, by the way. Yeah. What happened to one of the Toaster cars that, I think, if I recall correctly, Patty cut the corner on the first chicane, leading to turn number 4. I think that is turn number 5. So he cut very wide, lost about 4 positions and then managed to get himself back up. And then Team Lulum's car, which is P3 right now, I think just lost positions on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Team Redline, well, slash Team Toasters machines, certainly bottling it at this stage. That's all I'm saying. As premature acceleration, hopefully this isn't a premature performance for them in that number 32 cars. Hopefully they haven't fired off too early and getting to lead this race in the opening couple of laps. But let's see if they have the stamina to see it all the way through. Come on, Lorenzo, I need you to back me up on my puns.
Can I be honest with you? I didn't listen to your pun.
Yeah, the thing is, this is normal. My co-commentator is not listening to me is very, very normal. So yeah. Almost a bit of an incident there with the Cadillac in front.
All I can say one thing, Connery. I'm gonna make you up on this. Your puns are way better than any of Peter Mackay and Chaz Drakecott's puns.
I was scared that our favourite team in the race, at least from our completely unbiased perspective, was going to take a tow back to the pit lane there. But no, it was just Daniel Kell having awful internet. So he disappeared from the track for a little bit, has reappeared right in amongst the battle on the way down into the chicane here. It's always going to be tricky here with these HPDs trying to lap the slower traffic. I mean, that's probably the most normal comment I've made all broadcasts, and the one that makes the most sense. It's a topic that we touch on even in quote-unquote normal endurance races. But they're able to find their way through relatively okay. I'm surprised about the lack of complete carnage, to be honest, Lorenzo. Like, everyone's been very well behaved. I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, I'm not happy about it as well. We need more carnage. We need some deaths here around the track. Apparently, we did see Race Control issuing already penalties for some of the teams. And then Kell just tried to go on the inside of a Cadillac, and now he's going to lose the position to Kairos Competition, which is our fellow commentator Dane's Baird team. Now into P5 goes Matt Gravison, and back to P6 goes our Den Kell.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Daniel Kell just really has to step up here. He has the RaceSpot name on the line here, and honestly, if he's not able to get back past now, I think we should probably let him go from the team. I think that's probably the most more drastic action that we'll have to take here. Our standards are very high here at RaceSpot, and any poor performance will mean you just get removed. So I hope Daniel Kell, for his own sake, gets back past and up into P5.
Yeah, I do hope that as well. I already promised to Lewis McGlade that I would not issue them any penalties. But can you trust my word?
No, I would never trust Lorenzo. Like, yeah, that's the very easy answer to that one. But,
all right.
Daniel Kell, yeah, well, he's losing time to the Karios car ahead now, so maybe we do have to remove him from the team. But let's have a look back. Oh, big instant! Oh, yikes! Big yikes! And it's Tyson Mayer involved in that one as well. And in the a baby machine, and he'll just about make it to the pit lane there. But let's try and take a replay and see exactly what had happened at that time around. We'll get to see that is an awful camera angle. Thank the Lord we have new camera packs and more modern tracks, let's just say that. But as we see Tyson May, this is going to be happening on the back straight down in towards the final chicane here. Does he get into a bit of a tangle with this Cadillac? Possibly, as we did see them involved in the instant. Oh, he's going for the inside, and yeah.
Absolutely on quirk.
Big oof. Yeah, absolutely.
Big oof. Apparently...
Go on.
I was going to say his stream is going to appreciate that.
I think so. I think so too. We were complaining about the lack of carnage a little bit earlier on, and I think we've sort of willed it into existence here as we'll see these HPDs come through and lap the Ford Mustangs. Do you have much experience with the Ford Mustang, Lorenzo? It's not really usually a very commonly raced car here on our racing.
I don't even have the car.
You don't even... wait, I thought it was a free car. Well, I honestly thought it was a free one.
It wasn't. It's one of the cars that you have to buy, I think, to do a production challenge. I do have the Jetta though, and let's be honest, Jetta is the better car in comparison to the Ford Mustang. Then again, for a race like this, I do remember last year I think they had to cut the Jetta engine, not the engine, but the fuel gauge, I think by a few percentage, because on paper, and we did this also for the race for the flood, they did cut it down because the fuel gauge that goes on the Jetta can go up for 3 hours.
Interesting. Okay, so there we go. That's the situation there. We have just an update on the fundraiser, by the way. We now have £8,729 raised of the raised of the £20,000 goal. So to have that and have almost that's over. Well, towards half of the goal raised so far, and we're not even over 15 minutes into the race just yet. That's pretty good going. If we extrapolate that out, we could probably be into 6 digits.
No, we can be into 6 digits at the end of the day, which
7 digits,
is deeply
8
appreciated.
digits. Come on, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. You wanna donate to this because it is a fantastic cause. I don't know if any of them watch sim racing. I don't even know if any of them even have an interest in esports. But yeah, that's the situation. I know the owner of racing, who is currently also
the owner. You say that, but remember, some people are streaming on Twitch. Twitch is kind of owned by Amazon, and Amazon's owner, Jeff Bezos. So there is a world, like I use some gaming terms right here. There is a world I can totally see where Jeff Bezos would make a donation. Hey, Summit G, I know you're racing and iRacing. If you're watching this broadcast, and I hope you are, please donate.
Well, there we go. Well, we did know the owner, sort of the owner of iRacing, has a majority ownership of the company, was the current Liverpool Football Club owner of John Henry. So, John Henry has a lot of money. So, he could possibly throw a couple of minutes.
Not only Liverpool, but the Boston Red Sox as well.
Yeah. Multiple sports franchises under his name, that's for sure. Oh, that's not a great little spin there for Spud Motorsports. They're looking like ripe potatoes on the end of the chicane there, having to rejoin the circuit. Hopefully, and they have done so in a relatively safe fashion. Still in P5 in class for the moment. They do slot in behind the VRE Motorsports car as a result of that spin either way. So at least they have competitors on track directly ahead of them, but what doesn't help is getting dived down the inside by HPDs, all trying to squeak their way through. There's not a lot of room for maneuver here at this racetrack, so the lapping procedures can be very, very sketchy indeed. But I think the vast majority of the ones that we've seen so far, it has been pretty clean. Of course, there's been major incidents. I mean, we were expecting probably more major incidents than have happened already, but I like that at least some of these teams are taking this at least semi-seriously.
Yeah, and apparently we're gonna get our first penalty. There has been some discussion with race control that Works team might have come to the pit lane.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. There will be many penalties for many teams over the course of this event. I would be very surprised if there was a team out there that didn't get a penalty over the course of this one. So that's the situation there. There's HP Constant Mood down on towards the pit lane with a minute of stop time already. So Victor Felix there, just chilling. Just he'll be able to get out in a good couple of moments' time. Needless to say, Lorenzo, talking about strategy here in this race is useless because it's all going to change, in the next 5 minutes or so, and then change again in the preceding 5 minutes, and change again in another 5 minutes. So there's not really all that much point in talking about it. At some point over the course of these races, of course, they'll have to come down multiple times for fuel and tires, and that's about all you can say as far as strategy is concerned. There's going to be no rhyme or reason whatsoever as far as that's concerned. So that's a fun one. That's one thing I don't have to use my very limited mental capacity to try and work out.
Yeah, I don't have to pull up my calculator and work out the numbers for this race because there are no numbers. That's a good bit, about these kind of races. of course, there are some teams which are kind of like racing a little bit more seriously than usual. I do remember I was talking to a driver a few days ago that one of his teammates on the last year's race were actually basically taking this race a little bit more serious than usual regarding traffic. So there is some competition aspects into this race that make it a little bit more interesting. But then again, all it can happen, like you said, is like Tony Kanaan destroying about 10,000 euros or something like that, and then we get a yellow flag.
Yeah, I think possibly that might be the case there, but just having a look at the comments. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching so far. This has been well, a little bit more of a relaxed affair on track than we're really used to seeing from these races, and well, I bet the in-game chat is also pretty jovial at this point. We unfortunately can't really listen to that at this point because, well, we can't control what goes on over the radio. So if someone decides to drop a swear words or multiple swear words or say something that is completely against anything anyone stands for, then of course, you know, it's our channel in the end, and I don't particularly want to be banned from YouTube. That would be pretty bad for our business.
Yeah, I don't want to go broke before 30 years old. Wait, I am 30. Therefore, I don't want to go broke by 35.
There we go. We do have, well, someone's saying a shout-out to Dan Glebels, as that's... Yeah, I don't know whether that's an actual name or if someone's trying to make a joke. I'm sorry if that is someone's actual name, but someone said to shout out that name, so there we go. I think that's done already. Yeah, I think it is a meme. I haven't worked out what the meme is yet at the moment. I'm not that smart, I'll be completely honest.
Yeah.
But someone's saying any national anthem singing during the broadcast. I'll have to try and see whether we can do that at some point. However, like at least on our stream where we're able to control everything, like the music and stuff like that, I'll have to try and find some like royalty-free versions of the background music for some anthems or whatever. But it possibly might be able to happen.
A cappella.
A cappella's hard though. I'm out of tune anyway. I don't want to be even more out of tune.
No, of course we don't want to get that strike, which it's completely fine, right? But then again, they have to sing it a cappella.
Okay, that's the challenge, I suppose. But the thing is, I don't know too many national anthems, to be honest. So,
I only know the Brazilian, the United States, and the UK one, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I know the German. I know how the German one goes. I know how the Italian ones and the French one goes, but I don't know the words. So that one might be a bit tough. Yeah, that's yeah. Someone's explained the joke to me now in chat. There we go. So
our
yeah, there we go.
This is going to the bin.
It's been in the bin since the start. There, as soon as we started talking about team names, I think it's been in the bin since then. As Lord Brewing Co saying, I donated a tenner. Nice. Yeah, absolutely nice.
Thank you.
Nice. It'll be even nicer if we donated £69. But there we go. We can't have all what we want in life.
Don't give him ideas.
I'm going to give everyone all the ideas that I want. That's
true that. Yeah, go ahead. That's true. The more money, the merrier.
Absolutely. Let's have a little bit of a recap of the race, though, because we haven't really been focusing on that, well, I'll be completely honest. So let's have a sort of recap of what's going on in HPDs. We can pull up all of their standings on the left-hand side. There's the battle for the race lead, by the way. Just a coincidence going on between the Premature Acceleration and Team Toasters. They are relatively close out there on circuit now. So Crystalon and Alex Duringer will be fighting out for that PU number 1. You can see that at the top of the time screen. You've got Team Butter Toasters there in P number 3 with Heyman Motorsports in P4, as we'll get side-by-side for the race lead once again. And Team Toasters get themselves back to the race lead after losing that pretty early on. Due to, I think what you said was a slowdown penalty, right? So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for them. As Heyman Motorsports in P4, Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot in 5th place. I know Daniel Kell still has not been. Well, he was able to regain the position over Karius Competition Poseidon. So I think Daniel Kelly is now back in the team. His position's not at stake as we're seeing these guys go side by side for the race. Once again, it's gone down through the middle of the corner. And premature acceleration. Well, are they going to get any acceleration off the corner? It doesn't seem like, as Team Toasters are able to squeeze their way through. And, well, that's not the third place car. That's currently third in line at the moment. That is a lap down car. Team Butter Toasters are about 3.5 seconds off of this battle at the moment. At some point, I'll go through the rest of the teams that are in the HPDs. Karius Competition Poseidon in 6th place with Jardier, Community Team in P7, just Racing Team in P8 with Alpine Science Geodetic Racing in P number 9, and Samsoy's Canon Motorsports will round out the top 10. The rest of them on the left-hand side of your screen, you probably can read those names. I won't guarantee it, given how small the font is for some of them, because they're going to have to try and squeeze in to a relatively narrow column. But I do trust that everyone can do that. But that's the HPDs. Let's have a look at the Cadillacs then, as we'll pull up their standings on the left-hand side of the screen. So BS Competition, I'm trying to make a pun on the name, but I can't at all. It's a very boring team name because they've actually used their esports team name, and that is not within the spirit of the competition. So I would personally give them a stop-and-go penalty for not using, for basically using their team name, their actual team name, rather than something silly. So that's like, at least my opinion on things. Alternatives Motorsport will be in P2 for the moment with VRE, Motorsports 086. They would wish they're sponsored by VRS. Coyote Racing in P number 4 with Spud Motorsports P5. Melon Mates Motorsports Watermelon in P6 with 3 legs, 4 wheels, Only Fools and Horsepower in P7 with Zornhau Racing in P8 with Die Langsamen in P number 9 in the Cadillac class, and then we have HP Concert Mood in P10 there at the very back of the order. Already 4 laps down. I don't know how you can be that bad, I'm being completely honest. But we'll have a look at the Ford Mustangs then. On the left-hand side, we've got Peru Charge in charge at the moment, as they'll be in P1 in class. Ripmag Mobile in P number 2 with Color Shock Racing Team in P3. Faint Motion Motorsports in P4 with Really Slow Motion Racing in P5. Team Cockroaches in P6 with Singing in the Pit Lane in P7. 2S Esports Team Orange in P8 and Blown Motor Racing in P number 9. And I would find it hilarious if they have blown their motor, because that would be a fantastic turn of events here in this one. There they are on the pit lane. We do have to try and answer the question, is that motor actually blown here? Looks like there's considerable enough damage to the front end of that number 46 car.
Yeah, there is some considerable damage. Looks like the right front is a little bit more bent than usual as well. There's a little bit more portion into the inside part of the tire. And apparently there were crimes committed against the bonnet.
Ah, okay. many crimes indeed, as we'll get to see the well, I'm just going to have a recap of the donations here. Just take a quick look. As we have still, let me refresh the page because I don't know if it updates live or not. It does not update live, so Just Giving need to improve their page here. But I did refresh it, and £9,265 has been raised so far. So we're almost halfway to the fundraising goal already, Lorenzo, for a fantastic cause. You know, supporting people with their mental health, especially given the everything that's been going on for the past year and a half. Let's just say that. So it's great to be able to support people who have maybe had a bit of a tough time over the course of this pandemic, and of course for other reasons as well. We do have to be a little bit candid about this one. Of course, we can joke about the whole memes going on out there on circuit with the team names and deliveries and the penalties and such, but in the end it is for a very lovely but still very serious cause. And it's great to see all this money coming in to help support that. Something that's touched many people, I would have thought, here in this one. But yeah, Lorenzo, it's obviously something that still needs to be within the public consciousness, I suppose.
And just really quickly, I think we have issues with the Blue Chew America's Platinum car. Yeah, you just seen that on screen. Sean Ryan getting, I think, checked up by a CTSV on the exit of turn number 5, 6, and 7. But yeah, the cause is serious as we're looking on the replay. What happened to Sean Ryan into the turn? We're going to see the CTSV just right in front, trying to get out of way too early and getting checked up. Right. One of the things I can say about the HPD, this is not the P217. If you hit it in the front, the splitter does get bent, so it does get damaged instead of the P2117. 217. I need to sort this one out. The P217. If you hit it 300 kilometers per hour in someone's from the front, nothing will happen. But anyway, it is a great cause. You know, it is such a serious cause, and we know that you said it perfectly. I think this past year and a half, we're basically 2021. We're just a few days away from December. Has been some crazy years, to put it mildly, right? And it's good to see that finally, I think we're getting through. We got through the storm, the eye of the hurricane, and we're getting through the worst, and everything is coming back to normal. But there have been several people affected by effects of lockdown, being at home for quite a elongated time, depression and things like that. I do know a few people that have gone through depression, unfortunately, because of the lockdown. You know, being locked in basically a full year without doing anything does affect your mind, and you have to find yourself ways, and it's tricky. So seeing the community getting along together and donating for such a huge cause, which it is promoted, I think, a lot, but it needs more promotion. I don't think there's a lot of information still being given out to people in many areas, and in so many of the different diseases and issues that affect the mind. And I think the job that Mind is doing is something that should be always commended, because it is not an easy task.
Yeah, that is very, very well said there. And of course, you know, it's like I said, it's affected a lot of people. It's a lot of people in my life have been affected by it, even myself as well from time to time as well. So it's simply something that touches everyone's life at some point. I get the feeling, even if you don't suffer it from it yourself, you probably know someone who does. And you know, that's why we're doing this, just to sort of continue to raise awareness and continue to make sure that people are doing okay, given the current set of circumstances. And there are some people who perhaps might not be doing okay, and that's what this money is going towards, to make sure that people can get themselves back on their feet and battle whatever demons they are facing here. But we'll get ourselves, well, it's not really an easy way to transition out of that, unfortunately, but we do have this race still going on. We've got ourselves about half an hour into this one now, and well, Team Toasters are indeed back up into the overall race lead with that premature acceleration in P2 at the moment. They did lose the race lead just a couple of laps ago. That's what we saw on screen, and they've dropped 3 seconds to the race leader already. In terms of Cadillac class, it is Team PS competition that leads the way. Again, I'm still hoping that they get a stop-go penalty at some point for not changing their name. In the Ford Mustang class, we have Pro-Charged Sim Sports at the very front of the field there as well. Everything seems to be going along pretty well at this point. I'm not seeing too many memes. We haven't had a safety car yet. I mean, that is always the sort of it
needs a big donation.
It does need a big donation. Do we actually know what the figure is for a safety car?
If somebody knows what the figure is,
we might have one here. That was a bit awkward, as I think it was it Mike Mobile? No, that wasn't Mike Mobile. It might have been Dai Langsonen also involved in that one. Meanwhile, we have it was Team Shammers, I think, that was involved in that. Sometimes it's quite hard to keep track of things here. I do apologise, but let's have a look at potentially what might have happened there. Here's Team Shammers in the white HPD, trying to follow up behind the black and yellow ahead of them. I think this is the right section of the racetrack for the incident. Oh, it was a big puff of smoke ahead of them, slow cars ahead of them, and they don't slow up enough to be able to squeeze their way through. I think that might have even been a bit of an unrelated incident as well. I think that might have been talking to the chain reaction a little bit further back.
What a sham.
Hey,
I had to make a really bad pun right here. Again, I'm not the best pun maker in RaceSpot. That prize goes to Peter Mackay and you, obviously, Connery.
Me?
Because
wow, you're giving me too much credit.
It's because I cannot give Chaz Draycott the best pun maker award in RaceSpot. Ole Smith would have killed me.
There we go. Chaz, you're awful at puns. There we go, I said it. By the way,
I can make a promise right here. There will be a penalty for BS competition. If it happens, if Alan Terzic gets into the car. If Alan gets in the car of BS competition in the CTSV, I will give a drive-through. Just because it is Alan driving. There, I said it live.
There we go. So spitting flames. Here, you're spitting more fire than a McLaren GT3 machine.
Is the fire in the booth?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, you know, everyone here at RaceSpotTV works behind the scenes in very, it's sometimes very pressure-filled environments, and we have a lot of broadcasts going on this weekend. We are at our absolute limit as far as producers are concerned, so this is why I've been having to try and commentate and produce this event at the same time. And our wonderful co-owner, Hugo Luis, has, while he was doing the BMW event that's going on at the moment, he's whipped us a bit of a graphic. There we go. We've got the money on screen now, everyone. We don't have to go to the website. We can just sit there and keep track of it, shall we say. I might still need to right-click and refresh it every once in a while because I don't think it live updates. But something is better than nothing. Lorenzo, this is
thank you, Hugo, by the way.
Yeah, Hugo's probably listening. He's probably listening to all the broadcasts that are going on at the moment, like some superhuman like he is. So
I was going to say he's kind of like the Brazilian Jesus. All he needs is a little bit of hair and a beard.
Well, okay. I've never seen Hugo with long hair or nor with a beard either. So I'll be very interested to see what the situation is there. He well, it's a bit late now, but he should have contributed to November and just not shaved for the entire month. But we're on the 20th of the month now, so you probably can't get any decent growth in until a couple of weeks' time. That's not an insult, by the way. That's just the reality of things sometimes. Let's have a look at the chat. We've got BS competition in chat. So sorry BS competition. I've been completely talking crap about you over the course of this race because you refuse to change your name to something silly, and you've also have the audacity, the absolute audacity, to lead the Cadillac class at the moment. So I'm very, very disappointed. This is meant to be a meme race, and you're making a mockery of the meme race. So you better sort it out. Otherwise, the stewards will come down on you hard by a good couple of bribes.
Yeah. Like I already said, I got my eyes on you. You already are aware that you guys are going to get a drive-through penalty because Alan will get in the car and I have to pick on my good friend Alan Terzic.
They were so close as well. The least they could do is change their car number to 69, not 89. Like,
true,
that's the least
but I think somebody picked the 69. I think somebody picked already.
No, in their team name. In their team name.
Ah. Oh, I do see what you mean. Yeah, that's true. True. I agree.
If they had contractual obligations to keep the brand in, that's the least they could do. But there we go. Ryan Barnfeld. I mean, just an accomplice in that situation. I'm irrationally angry here today, London. Oh,
unacceptable. Oh.
Spud Motorsports having another spin, and well, Taters are gonna Tate, but I don't think that's quite how you do it on the exit of the chicane there. They do get themselves spun back around. The 1-2-3 machine. Let's see how that happens. I bet it's incredibly boring.
Let's go into the turn. Well, all I can say, the Cadillac is a boat, and it just behaved like a boat.
Well, thing is, do you ever see boats spinning like that?
Well,
Apart
unless
from the
you're
Ever Given stuck in the Suez Canal, but but
That's true.
honestly though, from Shane Dunn, that's just a lack of driver skill right there. I'll just call it now completely.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is a shame to see that he completely aced the corner. It was bitter for him. And meanwhile, did something happen to our friends at, sorry, you said it, I'm going to butcher this. Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpotTV?
No, they're still in P5, and they've got about a 4-second gap.
We got that.
Karios competition as well.
So apparently something happened to the 3-leg, 4 wheels, only fools and horsepower.
Ah. That's what we call a crab. So, honestly, they're struggling for 4 wheels at this point with, with the amount of crabbing going on.
They're on 3 legs.
Yeah, they're limping around.
Well, I am disappointed, though. I am disappointed. Because they are the number 37 car. I drive a number 37.
Oh, that's the concept. It was HPD down there inside. Just wind things back a little bit more. As, well, ACVO has this little bit of a bug sometimes where it changes the focus of the car when you try and go to replay. But there's the 3 legs, only fools and horsepower team, and yeah. I don't know what else you can say about that, really.
Well, the good thing is they got a fast repair. They have, all right, this is one thing we haven't mentioned, and this was kind of like key on the last broadcast. They have 5 total fast repairs to use during this 23-hour race. And there were teams, I know this much, that used all 5 fast repairs within the first 8 hours of the race. I do expect teams to use that within the same time frame, if not less than that.
We need to get Paul Smith in the competition at some point. We need to get him, and this is unrelated to any other. Oh, we have a car.
Oh, not again. The 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3 again.
Yeah.
They're making right spuds of themselves, aren't they? That's I can't even find them on my timing screen at the moment. That's how awful they've been. But there we go. There they are. Still spun on the outside of the corner, looking to try and get themselves.
It's to the left. To the left.
What was this? I was talking about lack of driver skill earlier on. They've just had to take the toe back to pit lane as a result of that.
Okay.
Another car coming down towards the pit lane. That is Racing Team. Timo Andronovsky coming down in. And this is about the point where we'll start to see at least the earlier of the scheduled stops for HPDs, right?
Not only that, I think they were on the lack of getting a penalty as well.
Yeah, not that we get those through quite easily, because iRacing in their infinite wisdom only sees the driver name in the chat whenever someone gets a penalty. So you just have to cross-reference that with some car number. So it's sometimes quite hard to be able to tell. As we have another car around somewhere.
Turn number 2, apparently.
Yeah. Didn't quite see who that was.
Was that the Alpine Star?
I've been real.
Oh, but talking about the Pine Stars, they got now murdered by the Grid Talk Racing team.
Yeah, there's the real endurance team. I don't know if it was them. There's Alpine Stars there. I do apologise as I try to find this situation there. There's Alpine Stars. Do they get drilled? Am I on the right place in terms of the replay here, Lorenzo? Let's see. Moving down the inside at turn number 1. And they have a big slide. Yep, there we go. That was a bit of an overly optimistic move.
Yeah, and the HPDs are not friendly on the braking, I can tell you that much. I'm tired of getting or spinning around in the HPDs trying to make overtakes in turn 1s or a few of those, yeah, those very sensitive braking.
Yeah, that thing.
Plus, I can say the 48 had to go to the pit lane and apologize for making contacts and getting involved into some incidents. Even though there was sarcasm in there.
Okay. Yeah, I would have thought so. Racing drivers, after all. You can see the donation goal at the top right. We are just shy. We are £22 shy of getting to 10,000. So you know what to do. There's a donation link pinned at the very, very top of the chat here. Just throw a handful of pounds and we'll get ourselves over the 50% mark, which is pretty good going given we're nowhere near 50% of the way through the race. So that's going to be very, very beneficial and very important for the people that money supports. BS Competition saying we don't be so hard on us. Well, it's not often that I get to be savage about teams and drivers on broadcast, so I think you're just taking one for the team here, BS Competition, because you put a target on your back, and you know Geodesic Racing are not better than you guys at the moment in terms of their going with their team name rather than something that's a little bit more adventurous. So you know I have to apply some consistency here and ask for a drive-through penalty for Arpon says Geodesic Racing as well. However, BS Competition has been so good in a lot of events that we've produced over the course of the last while. Thanks for proving my points there, Ryan Barnfield.
Oh, Jimmy, I see Jimmy just killed someone, apparently.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it was like more of a mind kill than kill itself.
There is Jimmy Broadbent, Doug Henson Racing Red. You're going to have to force me to do the replay here, aren't you, Lorenzo?
Yep, yeah, I'm sorry, but we have to pick this one up on Jimmy because that was fully on Jimmy. Let's look at the replay. Just coming out of turn number... Yeah, that was a little bit sketchy. Just out of turn number 8, heading to the hairpin of turn number 9, and there you go. Mind killing someone into the hairpin.
A mind killer?
Yeah. It's kind of like Professor Xavier or Jean Grey trying to move objects and immediately sending them to the bin.
So what you're saying is that you think Jimmy Broadbent has psychic powers?
Yeah, maybe. I might be making a comic book reference, and it might be true.
We might have to ask him about it.
I've been reading about psionics. I've been reading about psionics in the world, and they do exist, and there have been proof.
Okay. 45 minutes in. Close to 45 minutes in. This race is going by relatively quickly. We've still got, you know, the lion's share of 22 hours plus left to go here in this one, so we can't be too optimistic too yet. Yeah. Yeah, we're very thankful that everyone's able to join us for this one. Trenton Pinkett saying, "What's the class structure for this race? Is it really important, Lorenzo?" Like that's the thing, you know. Yes, there are 3 classes here. However,
yeah.
the memes permeate all of them. So we do have HPDs here, which are the LMP2 / prototype / whatever. We have the Cadillac CTS VR, which is our sort of very quick GT class. It is probably what I'm going to categorize it as. And we got the Ford Mustang as the quote-unquote slower class here as well. So yeah, there's no rhyme or reason to the classes. You don't really have to think too much into it. So we certainly don't think too much into it.
Yeah,
and
I can make a better analogy. I think we got the best car in the top of the class. We got the car for boat enthusiasts in the middle class. Those who like sailing. And those who are into driver school, like into the driving school, who are 16 and over, like you wanna learn how to drive, the Mustang is your choice.
Yeah, that's your assessment at least. As we're seeing some drivers tease with the grass in terms of the track limits here, and of course there are. Let's take a look now, because I didn't really pay much attention to the session settings over the course of this one. So yeah, we do have fast repairs enabled. Of course, there's only 5 of them, like you already described a little bit earlier on, Lorenzo. We do have, of course, an incident limit. So your limit as far as getting your first drive-through penalty for incident point infringement is 250, which is a pretty lofty goal, all things considered. But after you get that 250 incidents, you'll then get a penalty every single 50 incidents. So that they do rack up from there. So you do have to be careful. I heavily doubt that anyone's got themselves a instant point limit related problem, at least right now. But that will become a thing maybe in the future hours of the race towards the end, where all these sorts of situations continue to add up. The 4Xs get collected, the 1Xs, and then problems might happen a little bit later.
Yeah. By the way, real big update, just really quick. It is yet to be updated here on our tracker, but I can definitely provide you. We already passed our 10,000 pound mark.
There we go. It's updated. It's 10,033 pounds. Fantastic stuff. 50% of the goal has been reached already here in this one. Thank you very much, everyone, for contributing to the cause. It's all that money being put towards the Mind charity, helping people with their mental health. Of course, this is the 2021 Race for Mental Health. We've had, well, this is our third one, and well, we raised over 70 grand in the second one, so that's sort of the baseline to be looking at towards the end of this event. 10,000 with still 22 hours and a bit left remaining in the race is certainly nothing to be sniffed at. So thank you very much, everyone, for who has contributed to this so far. Everything's a bit too calm.
Yeah, it's way too calm. I don't like that. I like chaos. I've been always a driver that prefers chaos and pandemonium other than racing, as we look into Kasper Kolojicek. And like I was telling, it's Kolojicek, if I recall correctly. Kasper already corrected me so many times throughout these years because I've known Kasper for quite a while now. Oh!
Tyson May is in the gravel again.
Yeah. Get your racing sorted out, please. Or put Slav in the car.
That might have to be the solution. We'll get ourselves the replay of that situation. Was it an unforced error, or was it a fight with another car? Let's just see that. Or was it an issue with lap traffic? That's another one that we have to consider here, as I didn't quite see it, at least in the live pictures. As quick, come on, mate. That is very deep on the brakes. There was nowhere he was going to go apart from in the back of the car ahead. It's a slam dunk penalty for me. Let's see it passing by.
I agree. I do think this is bullying.
Yeah.
Therefore, there has been contact. He made contact with the other car. He pushed him off the road. Therefore, I do think that the court needs to be punished right here. And I do believe we're starting to get our first pit stops, program pit stops for the HPDs, because I'm seeing Lewis McGlade into the car. And God help whoever's in the track right now.
Jardy has also decided to head his way in as well, as we do see the Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot machine also in the pit lane, as well as there they are. And Lewis McGlade is indeed in that car. So let's see if he's as good at racing as he is at commentating, as he heads his way off of the pit lane right now. I'm not going to be mean to Lewis here. He is a very fantastic commentator, but I'm just very questioning whether his racing prowess is actually up to par here in this situation. He does have an A license, and he does have 3,000 I rating, so certainly like double my I rating on the road, so shouldn't be too shabby.
No, it shouldn't be too shabby. He's not a bad driver per se. He's his specialist. He's kind of like a touring car endurance specialist, even though he's not helping the cause going over that wide in the bump. But from what I know from Lewis, and I raced with Lewis several years ago, he's a guy that usually picks up the pace during the laps, as the laps go on. I just hope that he doesn't throw the team's race in the bin.
Yeah, There we go. Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree with that one. They are our
And he threw
oh!
it in the bin.
You just cursed him, Lorenzo.
I did not apologize. Love you, Lulu.
Lulu. I didn't know you guys had pet names. Oh, that's a bit of an awkward camera.
Is that some people call?
That's also a bit of an awkward camera angle. What's going on with these cameras at the moment? I do not know. I do apologize. But yeah, I mean that's ignoring the fact. Lulu.
Yeah, that's how some people call them.
All right. Okay. I won't question that. There's Garage69 out there. Certainly a name that I'm not questioning either. They have really nice livery as well. I will say that. I like the use of the spec maps. I think the sort of the splashes look the reflective in that one. So fantastic stuff from those guys as they deal with a little bit of Ford Mustang traffic heading their way through the first couple of corners. But you are absolutely right, though. We have had our first sort of set of stops for HPDs. Of course, they're going to be serious stop now, but they are going to be the class that comes down in more often than the other two classes, as their fuel tank is a little bit more limited than the other two. So that's the situation that those guys are in at the moment. Are we seeing Jimmy come in? I wonder. Let's have a look. Yes, he is. So Doug Henson racing red in. And do we know if Jimmy's going to do another stint here, or he's going to hand the car over off to someone else? We'll just have to wait and see. He has the pit stall at the very back of the pit lane, which is a little awkward as well, as you do have to swing that car in and try and get it aligned. Looks like Jimmy's staying in that car, though, so he's in for at least another stint.
Yeah, and also he has to say thank you, iRacing gods, that this track is not Alton Park. Because if this was Alton Park, it would have been a dead certainty he would have missed the pit stall. Because it is just, like, this is the one fun thing if you're in these really long, I don't know, but I don't mean long as in timing things. It's more like the gridding. So if it is a long grid, the last car, the last pit stall, or one of the last pit stalls at Alton Park, apologies, is just as you enter into the pit lane. You have to enter into the pit lane and already tuck it into the right hand side, otherwise you miss it completely and you have to do another lap.
It's one of the tricky things about that particular pit lane, and well, we're solidly in this race right now. That's all I can say. We're coming up to around about an hour done. Everyone has, well, at least in the HPD class, come down in for their first stops. We've seen a good chunk of, although I was going to say a good chunk of the Cadillacs come down in. It looks like a few of them have. I'm not sure whether they're like for stop and go penalties or drive-through penalties or anything at this point, because you know, this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier on, that talking about strategy is pretty useless at this point, because the data just kind of gets all confused about stop-go penalties and singing penalties and drive-throughs and things like that, so it's not really worth talking about it. But I can say, though, that the HPDs, at least, which is by far the biggest class here today, have all come down in for at least one stop, whether that's scheduled or not differs from team to team. But yeah, that's the situation that we're dealing with right now. Tesairo Luga in our chat said a hi to Wes for me. Well, hi Wes, how are you doing? There we go. There's a shout out. We are doing shout outs, although there have been drivers and teams decide to troll us with the shout outs, as has happened already over the course of this event, with some creatively what's the word? Absurd names. Let's just say that. But as long as it's a real name, we certainly don't mind giving it a shout out on this particular broadcast. We are at £10,202 at the moment, 51% of our goal of £20,000 for charity. Everything's going very, very well. Of course, we are, well, I guess sort of not. Oh, is that? Well, I was going to say, is that Ford Mustang going wide? But no, it is the Ford Mustang team that's in a HPD. Being wheeled around the circuit by Emily Jones at the moment. Very, very fast racer she is, of course. It's crazy how quick she is, but currently in P23 at the moment, so not doing terribly well. But certainly has the capability to get herself a little bit further up the field. Although, with slides like that through the final sector, maybe not.
And she's not helping her cause right here. Unfortunately, Emery, which is her Twitch account name, Emery, not being able to catch up to the field. She's a lap down, though. She is, I think, one of the cars that are in the tail end of being one lap down to the leaders. It's going to be an interesting one how they catch up to the leaders right here. But, of course, this is a fun race. And the good portion of the Trans-Tasman Racing are part of it here because it is her and Lee Ellis off the team as well. Good to see them being part of the team and just having fun around the track, even though they have 0.3 chances of winning this race.
That's honestly a pretty high chance. A higher chance than African, that's for certain. But yeah,
it's higher than Jimmy's.
I was gonna say, was that a little bit of trouble there through the final sector? There was. So let's get a replay of that one. Might have involved BRT. Oliver Fernal behind the wheel of that number 31 HPD at the moment. Did he cause it, or was it someone? Oh, he did cause it. A little bit of a tap of the grass on the right-hand side, and he gets spat out into the gravel. So there we go. Doesn't collect anyone else in it, I don't think. Just slows up a couple of cars that were trying to come through at the very same time. I hate this bug with ATVO, by the way, as it decides to give us an onboard with a Jeep, with a Cadillac instead of the car that I was actually looking for. Although that's a good view, because there was an instant going on simultaneously to the instant that we were actually trying to see in this one. So that is what that is. But yeah, let's return back to the live pictures. And give ourselves this race continuing on going. Over 10 grand already. Thank you very much, everyone. Well, someone says, well, Lorenzo, I think you might agree with this one. But Carlos
Hi, Raph.
Says, yeah, Raph, hello.
You don't know who this is?
I know who this is, Lorenzo. I know who this is.
Oh, okay.
And all I'll say is, I was going to tell him to do something to Hugo, but I don't know if that's going to be appropriate.
No, he would. If you tell him, he probably would have done it.
Yeah. Just give him a pat on the head and tell him a good job well done, at least so far this weekend, because he has a lot on his plate. There we go. That's all I'm going to say. But hi, Raph. Of course, Raph works in the same place as our producer, Hugo Luis, sort of does his broadcasts from, and they share an office space, so that's fantastic stuff. But there we go. There's a battle for P21 in class, though. That is BRT versus Triple S Racing Purple, I believe it is, and they've caught a whole bunch of traffic, Oh, 3 wide! Jesus! This is a 3 wide! Oh my word, I don't know how they've been able to make that one work there. Down into the chicane, someone's completely aborted the chicane. One of the GT machines a little bit further back in this pack, but what was that?
For me, it's impressive. This is impressive for 3 things. First one, is drivers going 3 wide into the back straight of sorts, with a Cadillac in the middle, battling for position of sorts. There wasn't any battling. And most importantly, how do you manage to go 2 wide into the chicane where normally it doesn't fit 2 cars?
Well, apparently it fits 2 HPDs. That's all I'm saying. Is Triple S Racing Purple able to come out on top in that particular battle? But let's return to the live pictures then, as suddenly we get a bit of daylight out there. It is apparently 10 minutes past 3 in the afternoon here at Zolder. But the lights are already getting low. That's just what happens in Europe. Unfortunately, when it comes to the winter time, especially in the more northern latitudes, you do have very limited light as far as the winter time is concerned. And of course, if you're up in Finland, up in the far northern parts of Finland and Sweden and Norway, you get absolutely no light. The sun just does not rise until summer, basically. Well, until spring, basically. But that's the unfortunate situation here. There's Lorenzo. You know, it's always a bit depressing when you sort of get towards 4 or 5 in the evening here, at least in the UK, and it's already dark. and so you just get.
Yeah, I do know. I know that feeling. I do know that feeling when I visited London in 2018. It was funny because I was in Camden Town 4:30 in the afternoon. It was already dark.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. As we've got Wheel to Wheel for P22, Triple S Racing Purple, and Drive Dead Racing trying to battle it out for a very minor position here as Drive Dead Racing get the good run out of the final corner. I'm actually commentating this properly, how about that? But Triple S Racing will have to defend here down in towards turn number 1. They're going to be holding the inside, but Drive Dead Racing swing it around there. So they have the momentum, they have the line, at least coming into the next turn, and they do complete the pass. But they've got a little bit of traffic ahead, which they have to slam on the anchors for. And Triple S also had to as well. They almost ran into the back of that one as they dive down the inside of VS competition. That is your race leading Cadillac at the moment, causing all sorts of problems.
And apparently race control missed the...
We have a spinner. Don't quite see who that is, unfortunately. It was Blue Chip Americans. Platinum. Sean Ryan, number 9. How many Sean Ryans are there on iRacing? But let's have a look at what happened to the Sean Ryan, 9th of his name. Diving down the inside is the... I didn't quite see who that one was. Diving down the inside there.
Was that Drive Dead who
was Drive Dead? Yeah, DDR. It was Drive Dead. They just completely dive bombed them into the chicane. They're certainly not going to be happy about that one. But get back going they have. And, well, P24 at the moment is that Lucio America's car.
Yeah.
2 laps down.
Now I have a question. To you, Mr. Connery Maddock, which now I want your opinion on this. There have been talks here on the server that F1 spoilers equals a penalty. Do you agree with this?
Ooh. Depends how severe the penalty is.
Well, qualifying just ended.
Yeah, and I don't know the results just yet, so I'm just gonna have a look at this. Sorry, take it away, Lorenzo, while I distract myself from my phone.
Oh, sure, absolutely. We still have about 24 hours and 57 minutes here to go. We're just past the 10,000 mark. Well, you have to keep donating. Of course, you can donate for shenanigans around the track. We're at the 11,272 euros. The race doesn't matter over here. All that matters is the memes. And, of course, something else. There have been talks about a drum solo at 15K. Yeah, drum solo at 15K. So let's get towards that incentive right now. And there have been talks, and I want your guys in the chat's opinion. If you spoil F1 results, does that mean you get a penalty? I would say it's qualifying. It's Qatar. I would say probably not.
Yeah, I'll probably say I'm looking at it now, and yeah, you're probably on that one. I don't know if it will surprise anyone, but I mean, there's a few drivers that are in positions that might surprise people. So yeah, we'll just have to toss that one aside for now. Of course, we won't be having Formula 1 spoilers here, or at least on this particular broadcast. But you're not under any risk. Well, you are under a lot of risk if you watch any of the driver streams, because someone might accidentally drop it in the driver chat, which wouldn't be great. But let's have a look then at the chat. Jimmy just crashed into someone again. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go and find that one then. Should be simple.
You know what the best part is? Race Control missed it.
Race Control missed it. Well, we missed it, to be fair as well. So I can't really talk crap about Race Control of them missing an incident when we haven't really been paying that much attention either. But let's have a look and see if I can find the session event for it. I don't think so.
Oh.
Because sometimes the ATVO session event does not give you everything.
And because it doesn't say who's
It does say who's
who,
crashed, but it says usually only one person that's part of that incident that crashed. So
yeah.
So I'm just very going to try and find this one. I'm seeing incidents with Simufer and a couple of other cars, but I'm not seeing Doug Henson Racing Red have an instance. So unfortunately, unless we want to spend like a good 10 minutes trying to find replays, I don't think we're going to be able to find that one.
And by the way, I've been reading some donations.
Someone donate £10 and I'll try and find the replay of that. There we go. Make it worth the time.
Yeah, because our time is money.
Yeah, time is money. Yeah, you're absolutely
time is
right.
Money.
Time is indeed money. And well, the amount of money that we've raised so far. Let's reload the page. 11,350. Nice round number.
Oh,
56%.
by the way, thank you for Ash Vendelay, who unless his name is a meme, and I completely got bamboozled by it. Thank you for donating $500.
Oh,
I've been reading here through the donations. There have been some good ones. People have requested that Matt Malone should grow a mustache or a beard
in 24 hours. That's a struggle for most people.
that is even a struggle for Harry Potter. I do remember, like, from reading the books, he cut his hair immediately on the next day. It grew all back up. So if that's a challenge even for Harry Potter, imagine for the other people.
Chat's opinion, Bonda, Lorenzo, you are an idiot apparently.
Maury, shut up. I just have to say, because this is an eternal meme.
The thing is, I agree with the meme. Oh, someone's in the wall. We've got our own.
Is that Matt Malone? Matt Malone is in the bin.
Possibly.
We'll hit him.
Trying to find the car number, I'll be completely honest.
It's the number 38. 38 got hit in the back by Timo Andonovski in the 48.
Number 38 hit by the 48. Well, there's the 48, so let's try and get ourselves a replay of them. We'll watch this one run through. Oh, there's been a murder.
There has been I do believe, according to my investigation, some intention of murder right here, Connery.
Yeah, that's not great, is it?
Yeah, that is not great. Even up to the point that Timo had to go into the pit stop. They had to go to the pit stop and serve a penalty and apologize for aggressive moves.
Yeah, so here's the. I wonder if we do actually. Oh, my God, we do have cameras for the Ford. Fantastic. But let's have a look then. Matt Malone's rear camera, and well, HBD certainly invading the personal space behind that car, and spits that number 38 car out into the gravel, and does seem to be quite a bit of damage. Able to keep control of it though. Booyah on the side of that car, but yeah, that's not something that you really want to be too happy about that. As they'll have to
unfortunately. But the car does look like to be in a position to be run. So it isn't fully toasted, but won't get the fastest lap times in a car that I think only goes about 116 kilometers per hour.
I'm pretty sure my car can go faster.
No, I'm just kidding. I had to make a joke with the slow car.
I was gonna say, like, I own a very lovely but still very old 2001 Ford Focus, and it's the saloon version as well, which is actually rarer.
Oh, you got.
Yeah.
All right, you got the good one then.
I got the good version. Yeah, everyone usually goes to like the estate version and or the hatchback, my partner was able to find the saloon version a couple of years ago with quite low mileage too. So we've had that for a couple of years. And
don't get me wrong, the hatchback is good because I think of the ZTEC engine.
Oh yeah, we have ZTEC power once we get up to
ZTEC power. Yeah, it is solid. But other than that, I think we got even more murder at the back straight leading to the final chicane. Jordan Johnson just killed someone, and it was quick.
Yeah, it's quick. Careful with the rejoin. Just about. Just about. It's not the prettiest rejoin you can see, but there we go. As we'll get to see the replay then. What's happened to Quick here? Did he get completely, like you said, murdered by someone, or is it partially his own fault as well? Let's have a look then as they head their way through the little bit of an SS section. Optimistic on the, trying to get 3 wide with the traffic. Not quite going to work out.
Yeah, it does look like to be the Mustang. Looks like to be Matt Malone's car right in front. Apparently, let's take a look on the replay from Quick's perspective. There is the CTSV from the 086, and then there's Matt Malone's car. I want to say possible beef between Matt Malone and Quick.
Beef. Beef.
All in caps.
Sorry, the way you just said that was just really tickled me. You just said beef, and I'm like, yes. we do all love a bit of beef, but yeah, that's for Bice Baby. They've fallen down to P20 at the moment, so the race is still going okay. It's just they've got themselves in a good couple of incidents as we see Team Shammers down towards the pit lane. Jake Ward behind the wheel of that 118 car. Only driver on pit lane for HPDs at the moment. As continue on with this race. Team Toasters are leading, by the way. They're doing very well. I think this is the point where we probably need a safety car to make sure they don't run away too much, because they're nigh on 20 seconds ahead of premature acceleration. So I think something needs to be done.
I did request. Well, I don't know if Chris Lulum is actually streaming, because he usually streams from time to time. But I did request to Patty Wolf's stream, which is from the sister team, that if the number 19 doesn't slow down in time, I probably would have to throw a drive-through penalty for them.
There we go. Shots have indeed been fired. Having a look at our chats. Hey, DW Media says, hey, part of the number 25 car, and some from my own mental health issues that mind are helping me with great. Yeah, absolutely. Great to see you being able to take part here in this one, as we won't get that on screen. Excuse me. I do apologize for that one. A little bit of an error on my part, but yeah, DW Media, part of the number 25 car, as yeah, it's great to see people racing that have benefited from the charity that we're currently raising money for as well. So it's great stuff, and I hope DW Media that you're able to at least get into a bit of a better place with their help, and hopefully the future is looking up a little bit for you. So that's you know, in the end, that's you know what we're doing to help. You know, just trying to support this charity that's also supporting people that are in a little bit of a rough spot at the moment, and trying to get back on their feet and have something to live for, basically. Well, having a look at this, we're seeing well, Team Toasters just get a little bit held up there in front of a good couple of Cadillacs. They're able to squeeze their way through in that situation. So it's great to see that they've been able to at least not lose too much time behind the Cadillacs, but at the end of the day, they have so much time back to premature acceleration that it doesn't really matter all that much whether they get held up or not, because it's time that they just can afford to lose. By the way, that commenter from DW Racing, there's their car, singing in the pit lane, number 25 machine. Pierre Kalari behind the wheel of that 25 car at the moment. I do approve of the colour scheme. I do like my pastel colours.
Yeah, I do approve the mix-up between cyan and the pink. It makes a really good mix-up, and then the blue that from the Mind Foundation is highlights that. Even though there's a little bit of a dive down on the inside of the caddy, I thought that would have been a disaster right there. Oh, nice hold though. If I recall correctly, the driver of the 25, that is the DW Media, David Whitehouse. If you want to pop up to have a conversation, I think we're all up for it, right?
Yeah, I think we are as well. We do need a little bit of help in the commentary booth, I will be honest here. As we'll speak of the devil, perhaps. We'll get to that in a little bit. But As we're 21 hours and 45 minutes left before the end there. And it's been a fantastic event so far, all things considered. It's been pretty calm. I'm very surprised about the lack of memes at the moment. I know there's been, you know, situations been going on in the driver chat, which unfortunately we're not able to listen to at the moment. So because we can't control it basically, and we don't want to get our channel banned. But But yeah, I just want to see a safety car at this point. I think that's what we've been missing.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, I just went into Gordy Mud's stream and I just issued them a warning. Race control says slow down to 5-second gap or drive-through.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Extended the gap for the moment, as we're seeing Simufer and Drive Dead Racing have themselves a little bit of a wheel-to-wheel battle here, and well, Simufer out ahead, bit of smoke ahead of them. Someone's gone round. That's Blue Chew America's Black that we're out into the gravel there, and continuing to struggle with the gravel in the background as Simufer can keep their position in 16th place ahead of Drive Dead Racing. See the number 6 car improving positions at this stage in the event. And of course, if you're from one of these teams, if you're from Simufer, if you're from really any of the teams up and down the field, if you want to have a come in and have a chat to us, you know where to go. It's ts.RaceSpot.tv. Scroll down to the commentary booth that has 23H Zolder, and just sit in the waiting room. That's all we can say. It would help us out a lot if you put your team name and your car number in. Otherwise, we don't know who you are, and you know, we won't get you in for an interview because we can't confirm your identity. But so just make sure you put your car number and maybe even your team name in, and we'll be able to get you in. As Drive Dead Racing, well, they're maybe using a bit of a lapped car to their advantage here, and well, that lap car has, or rather, the leading lap car has pushed Simufer off of the track. And Drive Dead Racing have been able to nip back underneath. They go 3 wide with the Mustang right in the middle through the next couple of turns, but now Simufer racing from behind.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a hard racing between Jordan Johnson and Owen Carroll right there, going to the first chicane. There's one CTSV standing right in front of that's the Old Turtles Motorsport. That's P2 in the CTSV, but good battling, you know. Sometimes we do like to see some battles around the track, even though there have been some carnage that race control apparently is not being able to keep this all tied up together.
Yeah, shout out to race control, because you know they do have a very tough job, but then again, I don't really have that much sympathy for them because they are taking bribes. So you know, there's a couple of ways to look at it.
Charity.
I know, but yeah.
You would have been that guy that takes the bribe and would punish them anyway.
Yeah, I'm just that kind of person. But we're running on board with Simufer at the moment. We're just starting to lose touch of Drive Dead Racing here. So unfortunately for them, maybe sliding a bit further back through the order is the situation for them, as they are now 2 seconds.
Oh, pandemonium on turn number 1. I can see 2 CTSVs and Matt Malone involved in this.
You'll give me more detail than that, Lorenzo. But you're racing out into the gravel, though, at least. Let's wind things back and have a look.
Connery, we need to go back and take a look on the BS competition team. They are taking the lap in reverse, and I'm not even joking.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit as we see the incidents coming through first turn there. Coyote Racing involved with a couple of the other of the Mustang and the Cadillac, other Cadillac there as well. As it wasn't. Not sure if it was, but anyway, let's go back to the live pictures because get it on screen. There is BS competition. Your race leader in Cadillacs going backwards. They have to do a backwards lap here, Lorenzo, and they, well, will probably lose the race lead as a result, because there is Old Turtles Motorsport. They passed them for the race lead in the Cadillacs, and you can see that Ryan Barneveld is just a attempting to try and negotiate the circuit here. It's going to be very, very tough indeed. Swings it through.
That was clean.
Very, very well held line through there. That's especially impressive in reverse. But now continuing the reverse all the way down the back straight there, flashing the lights, just getting a little bit of moral support from the HPDs that are bearing down on him, and he's just forgot to turn for the chicane. I think that's a little bit awkward. Oh, Jesus.
Which CTSV went cruising into the entry of the pit lane?
I didn't quite see it. I'll be completely honest. I saw it enough to try and react to it. It might have been, was it Coyote Racing or Melon? We'll have a look.
That's the Melon, mate. It's Motorsport Watermelon.
So there's the
mini
Melon.
M's.
Melon makes Motorsports Watermelon, yes. Lots of M's in that one. But were they the ones that blew through the pit lane here while BS Competition were trying to... No, they weren't. And there's Coyote Racing in. I'm struggling to try and find this one, I'll be completely honest. Let's go 20 seconds back from that. There they are. There's BS Competition reversing down the pit lane as...
That's Coyote, it looks like. Yeah, that was Coyote Racing.
So that's going to be another penalty there for BS Competition for obstructing the pit lane. So
I completely agree.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, ignoring the fact they had to do a reverse lap, you still got to obey all the other regulations. So yeah, tough as far as I'm concerned. Current fundraising is at £11,730. So that's 58% of our goal raised at the moment. Thank you very much, everyone who has been able to contribute to that one. It certainly does mean a lot. Let's just have a catch up with the comments. Lionheart Racing Series says, hello everyone. Hello to you. It's one of the leagues that we broadcast here on RaceSpotTV. Someone stopped there on the left-hand side of the screen. I didn't quite see who that was. It's Zornhau Racing. Zornhau Racing have had a situation coming up to the final chicane. Let's see what caused this situation. They've been stuck there for a good 30 seconds at least. So there is... Let's try and get a closer shot. There is Zornhau Racing. Do they get loud from behind? Yes, they do.
Ow.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's an ouch. That's an oof.
It is a very big oof. We should now judge Stewart's decisions on how big of an oof the incident was. If it's a pretty big oof, then more major penalty, and a small oof is just a warning. But let's have a look at the comments once again. Well, before I was rudely disrupted by things going on out there on circuit, and I might be distracted again with these guys coming side by side. This is for P number 19 in class in the HPDs between BRT and Doug Henson Racing Red. Of course, that is the Jimmy B car that's currently out there and continuing to circulate with Jimmy Broadbent behind the wheel of it, and well, he's got himself past BRT, so that's a great pass there. Of course, he's a real-life racing driver now, and he's a real-life race winner as well. So well, there we go. Do you think this race is going to be a bit harder though?
No.
Wow, that was a very matter-of-fact answer.
Well, if he wins this, he himself has to donate all of his earnings in brick card towards this.
In before, that's like £1. I don't know what the prize money is for brick car. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, back to comments because I keep getting interrupted. Someone says, "Go 25," says Callum McIntyre. That's the one of the cars out there singing in pit lane. There we go. In the Mustang class. DWB says, "Yeah, happy to do that. Just need to know where to join you." Yeah, I already said ts.racesport.tv on TeamSpeak.
Links on the chat.
Yeah, there's Crash Racing here. Can I donate €5 for a donation for apology from RaceSpot for saying we're expected to crash? That happened literally an hour ago. I think the grudge has worn off at this point, Zach. You can't get me now. Make it €10 and I might consider it. Maury Moles are saying they aren't listening DT then, drive through them.
Yeah, I'm going. I have to donate to give a penalty for Lulum right here. You weren't listening to me.
Normal. You weren't listening to me at the early parts of the podcast, so I guess we're even. Broadcasting tech VSCO, that happened already. They did the reverse lap. Hello guys, says Damien Games. Well, hello Damien. And Chris Niger saying Ragunathan moments. I think there's been a couple of Ragunathan moments out there today.
Oh yeah,
I will say that. Ooh, cameras, come back to us. There's Jadier racing team. Jadier, he's getting himself out of trouble at this moment. There's Jadier. So I do like the livery of that car as well. Fantastic. Yeah. So there are some creative liveries out there today. There's been collages of the drivers' faces, Jimmy's face, and there's also been this one. I think it's spaghetti and meatball themed. I kind of want to say that. I can't.
Yeah, it is spaghetti and meatballs.
Yeah, because I will say, because my preview on my production software is pretty small. I can't usually see like small details, and I like to see they've got their faces in and amongst the spaghetti and meatballs as well. That's fantastic right there. That's great. I
BS competition got black flag.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
Yes.
No.
I'm just gonna go into the Daniel Ryan. Yes. Daniel Bryan. I don't know why I butchered his name. I'm the wrestling fan and I butchered that name. And yes, times by 25. And I really don't want to go that further. In the meanwhile, I gotta give the punishment to Chris Lulum. And Bart Sigma, we are doing fine.
Yeah. Fine's probably the word. I think we're going to be probably losing our sanity at some point if we haven't lost it already. I'll be completely honest. So we're doing okay for the moment, but whether or not we'll be doing okay in a couple of hours' time still remains to be seen. So thank you for your thank you for the question. Thank you for your concern. Driver 61. Hey. There we go. Great to see Driver 61 in the chat. Go team Driver 61, 25 car lads. Yeah, car 25 lads. Yeah, fantastic stuff. It's great to see you watching the stream at the moment. It's been a bit of a meme stream, of course. Since it's a fun broadcast. We're trying to make it fun here in the commentary booth as well. So we haven't really been focusing really too much on the racing and the battles that have been going on out there on circuit. But it's great to see you here. Your team attempting to do pretty well. Gaming Gamer, what a name. Gaming Gamer says, can we get your predictions on where the Color Shock Racing team is going to finish in the Ford Mustang class? Well, you have a 1 in 9 chance of getting it right because there's only 9 positions in the Mustang class. So Color Shock Racing team. So Color Shock, they're currently there and they are in P3. So podium finish right now for Color Shock Racing team, as the colours are not too much of a shock. I do appreciate the purple on the very front end of the car, but I think they could have probably been more creative with their livery given the name. But where do you think they're going to finish, Lorenzo?
Ahead of Matt Malone's team, which is P2.
P2? Okay.
I'm just saying, it is going to be ahead of Matt Malone's team in P2.
Oh,
yeah, I nearly jinxed them right there. Yeah, I nearly jinxed them right there.
Yeah.
But I did not say which place it will be. I just said it will be ahead of them. Make it easier.
So, Lorenzo, you've completely ignored what the question was in regards to say what.
All right. I'll say P2 then. Fine.
P2. Okay, P2. So ahead of, well, what you originally said was ahead of Matt Malone's team, which is the number 38 Rip Mike Mobile team. So yeah, that's the situation there. Steadily going through comments. Sorry being really stupid, DW Media. Can't find the comms box. You're not in the server at the moment, so I can't drag you to where you need to be. F1 Fanatic says green. Well, you're about an hour and a half a bit late for that. We already had the green flag that amount of time ago, so thanks for the contribution anyway. Gaming Gamer says Driver 61, why not car number 61? probably was taken, to be honest. I'm just having a look up and down the order. You can probably check this more easily than I can, Lorenzo, if 61's already been taken.
Absolutely, has not been taken.
Oh, yeah, Cost has, well, missed opportunity from driver 61 then, so not good.
That's true.
Let's see, TeamSpeak, DW Media, yeah, TeamSpeak. Go M-Plower says Skids in mid-2000s sort of teenager writing. Please stop being second to last. Well, we'll see. We'll see for Team M-Plower. There they are. Just coming across the start-finish line there in the number 187. They are 3 seconds behind the Real Endurance team, so there is a chance that they won't finish. They won't be in second to last at some point in the course of this race. They still have competitors that are relatively close to them, a little bit further down the road. Lord Brinko says, I was just reminiscing about the beautiful herb garden I had when I was growing up. Good times. It's too early in the day for puns like that. Justin Ryan says, if we donate, do we get to decide who gets a penalty? Yeah, that's kind of the rule. Yeah. Gaming Gamer says, okay, we'll keep that in mind. Haha, see what I did there. I don't get paid for this. I don't actually get paid for this as a charity event, but yeah. Sammy Viljanen says, what is this amazing old Turtles Motorsport, which leads their own class? Yes. They mostly lead the class because PS Competition had to do a backwards lap. So that's why the number 10's leading the Cadillacs right now, rather than PS Competition. PS Competition fell down to 6th place as a result of the backwards lap. Los Bronco says, not to brag, but I made 6 figures last year. I was also named the worst employee at the toy factory.
Oof.
I'll just let that one sink in.
Yeah, just let it sink in.
Well, I'll do the night. Skid says, well, I'll do the night shift since I'm the team owner of M-Plower. Well, you have to talk to BMW about using their naming rights for M Motorsports. But Lords Brewing Co. says, hey Lorenzo, could you give me please a shout out?
Stop! Yeah. I'm not gonna do that. I know. I'm gonna stop you right there, Connor.
I saw it. I wasn't gonna say it. You didn't need to shout stop at me. But yeah.
I'm sorry.
Initials HB watching in Germany. And was it Hiv? And then I don't get gamer speak, unfortunately. Whoever commented last. So you, well, I think it's time for a few laps before my turn. It's good to get a bit of practice, I suppose. No cease and desist yet from BMW. Great, thanks. Yeah, I mean, there's aren't the team PS competitions in some way involved with BMW related things? I think they might be. I sometimes can't. Yeah, they are. So you'll have to talk to BS Competition about that. And I know Team Redline also has some associations with BMW as an esports program as well. Old Turtles Motorsport almost had themselves a big incident there coming down the straight down towards the first chicane. Door-to-door contact with another car, but they keep themselves going in the race lead of the Cadillac class. Continuing on well at this stage. Lord Sprinker says, nearly got you. Nah, I saw it. I wasn't going to run head first into it. Let's just say that. Craig says, as the color shock driver and the maker of the livery, being told that livery isn't shocking makes me sad. Yeah. I don't know what else I could say, to be honest. I like the only thing shocking about it is the purple, and I'm a fan of purple. Purple's my favorite color. So, you know, I have nothing against the purple, but on the front end of the car. But the rest of the car is pretty boring. You could have done what? You could have done the purple in addition to neon green and and some other ridiculous color like hot pink and things like that. And you could have just splattered the color all over the car. But you didn't, and that's a missed opportunity. So that's unfortunate. Quick Kings didn't get. Well, Brent going saying not to brag, but I defeated our local chess champion. Frankly, my high school karate lessons paid off. Yeah, we do very much appreciate puns here on RaceSpotTV. we don't get to normally do a lot of them during broadcast because we're meant to be super serious commentators, but this is not a serious race. It's serious in terms of the cause, but not a serious racing and memes going on. So yeah. I've run through all the comments now. Now you get the chance to speak, Lorenzo. Sorry for stealing the mic for about 10 minutes.
No, it's all right. It's okay. I was just reading through the donations right here. Apparently, a 20 Canadian dollar donation for penalty to premature acceleration HPD class. People donating 10 euros, 10 pounds for sign joining the 23-hour race. Great to see a supporting race, supporting a good cause. People donating $10 for giving to Ole Vroom Vroom Jimmer. You are doing a good work. Even people calling the Chambers the GOAT team. Love the cause. I did put up $20 to see the Team 19 do a lap in reverse for ignoring RaceSpot commentators' advice.
Okay.
Chain doing $100. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Who else?
So, sorry, like I'm Lorenzo. Like, 'cause I know Color Shock have now mentioned they have a QR code on the back of the car. I wonder if I can get this. I would have to quote unquote break your immersion to do this, but
go ahead, please.
I'll have to use the dreaded, the absolutely terrible face cam. So I am very sorry about what I'm doing right here. But we do have to zoom in. I don't know if you're able to see that QR code. The words.
Is that Lawrence Stroh in the back? What the?
But I take no responsibility for what that QR code will link you to. That's all I'm saying. I don't even know what it links to.
I'm picking up my phone.
So you're gonna get that, Lawrence? I don't know if you can see through the production feed. You might have to get it from the YouTube. But,
I'm getting to the production feed.
Does it actually register? I'll production feed.
Hold up.
So.
It's not well focused through the production feed. I'm gonna have to get into the race.
Because it's chase cam, it's quite hard to.
Yeah, it's iRacing.
There we go. There we go. Down like that, and we will get ourselves. Maybe. Oh, it's not really in focus on the delivery either. So let me try manual focus and try and bring that in. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it did. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
It worked. There we go. I have no idea what that links people to. I take no responsibility.
It's a YouTube video link. I'm gonna have to put it on mute.
I take no responsibility for what that links people to. I don't even know what it links people to.
Oh, it goes to the traditional Rick Astley, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down.
Lovely.
Video.
Spoiled it for everyone now. No one's gonna scan the QR code, so.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You've removed the point of the QR code now. Hashtag blame Lorenzo.
Yeah. Just gonna pause the video over here so I can actually turn the volume back on, and you guys have to listen to Rick Astley in the broadcast. I think you guys did a little bit.
Let's not do that. I only heard it in the extreme background, so I think we're fine. We're not going to get a copyright strike. But yeah, yeah, our first Rickroll of the broadcast, I suppose. But having a look and catching up with the comments, stop Rickrolling in 2021. Lord Go again saying, I didn't want to believe that my dad was stealing from his job as a highway maintenance, but when I got home all the signs were there. Skid saying, well, commentators, if you like our BMW Livy, you aren't ready for our Clara e-tron Quattro M-Plow R2017. I want to see it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I want to see it. Go and take a look at the livery for car 25. I think that's singing singing in the bent front end at the moment, but that's singing in the pit lane. Yeah, we already had a little bit of a look at your livery a little bit earlier on, and yeah, I appreciate the pastel colours, and it's great to see everyone sort of being a little more creative with their liveries here in this one. Fantastic stuff. Lorenzo got rickrolled, there we go. No one's saying that's a massive bro moment. Rickrolled for charity.
You know the best part, Connor, is you're trying to close in the camera in the chase cam, and I'm with the cell phone nearly glued to my monitor right here.
Ooh.
And instead of focusing in the QR camera, it focuses immediately into Lawrence Stroll's face.
I mean, you've got facial recognition on your phone probably, so.
Yeah, that's true.
So that does make sense. 21 hours and 20 of this to go, by the way. We're only broadcasting, we do have to tell everyone, we're only broadcasting here on RaceSpotTV the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours. So unfortunately, as our wonderful cameras decide to play up again, unfortunately, we won't be able to, well, we don't have the capacity actually to broadcast the middle portions of the race because we're so busy with everything here at RaceSpot with our regular series that we're kind of short-staffed. So it does mean that we are only broadcasting, at least on this channel, the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours. So we'll miss the middle 12 hours of the race. But I think if we had to go on for 24 hours, Lorenzo, I think we'd probably I don't know. we probably wouldn't want to do it anymore. Let's just say it.
Well, given the fact that I did go, I think my record was 18 hours of broadcast source, I think 12 hours of commentary, the Daytona 24. I've been feeling like going for a 24-hour broadcast someday.
I know people who drive 24-hour races on their own. It's probably easier to commentate, but not on your voice, probably. As we see Carrier's competition, Poseidon coming down in as our wonderful Dane in the chat, and of course also iRacing commentator as well. Mentioning that this car is meant to be inspired by a highlighter.
Yeah.
I see the resemblance.
Lewis McGlade coming out of the pit lane, though.
Who?
Lewis.
Who?
Lulu?
There we go. So Lulu has come off the pit lane in the Aurora Artifacts Climate FTF powered by RaceSpot machine. We do have to see the full team name.
I'm surprised it fit in.
Huh?
I'm surprised it fit in into the what is the name of the thing, like in the bottom?
It's the lower thirds, the driver info lower third. That's what we call it.
I'm surprised it did fit everything in. It is readable.
We can just not look at it as well. That's also an option.
Oh, that's even better. I'm just kidding.
This car is just Lulu now.
The Lulu McGlade Mobile.
Lulu McGlade Mobile. There we go. That should be a thing. I could, if I was so inclined. Hang on. That. There we go, Lulu.
Support that.
There we go.
And for again, we have still Arjuna to get into the car.
We have Lulu. So that's going to be in my optional text of the driver info for a long time. I'm going to find like it in a couple of weeks' time. I'm wondering why is that there. But yeah, Lulu 9th place at the moment, and 4 seconds behind Hyperix, who I don't know whether this is a play on words as to the brand. Oh, that was close. But yeah, HyperX. It's a very, very close to HyperX, which is a gaming peripheral maker, and of course, I think they make memory as well. So they got to be careful about the copyright infringement case. That is very, very close.
Yeah, that's very, very close. Also, they are one of the sponsors of the Lionheart Racing Series.
Yeah, they are. Well,
is
the HyperX. I don't know if HyperX.
I don't think it is HyperX. It might be analogy. It might be like analogy to HyperX, but I think also it might be Hyprix because of hybrid bricks.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, possibly.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Less said about that, the better. But it's 15, well, 21 hours, 15 minutes left to go, everyone. It's a very, very long haul, this one. Especially with us commentating. I'm surprised we haven't lost all of our viewers yet.
Thank you for everybody who's been sticking with me. Oh.
Second place overall. Premature acceleration. Making big moments.
Was that my all at stone? Yeah, it was.
There they are. We'll get to see what's happened to them. Looks like solo car incident. So doesn't look like anyone around them. Oh, car just got nervous.
I can definitely tell you, Connery, that was some premature acceleration off the sand into the tarmac. Yeah, in the gravel.
I was waiting for a better punt. Oh.
Well, I couldn't hold myself of saying the punt.
No.
If you have a better one, of course, then say it.
The reason why I was laughing there was the fact that after they had this spin, watch them try to rejoin.
Oh, we got a national anthem impression coming up.
Oh, I mean, do we?
Yeah, Race Control is saying that someone has to make it a national anthem impression, apparently.
Well, we can't listen to it. There we go. It's probably for the best, to save our ears.
Yeah. And it's still to retain our viewership.
Yeah, and to retain our viewership, yeah, for sure. Let's have a look then.
And I'm still waiting for the penalty of seeing Team Toaster doing a lap in reverse.
Team what?
Team Toasters, the leaders. I did put up a penalty for them. They have to do a lap in reverse.
They haven't done that at the moment, I don't think. They're almost a minute ahead of Premature now because Premature had that spin.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to reach out and talk to Race Control. Do I have a Discord for this?
Well, let's see. Is one of the two is like Oscar or something. So, Oscar, come on. Get on top of it. Aren't the bribes not enough? We don't want to see Team Toasters leading this race anymore. They've had too many lead laps under their belt. It needs to change.
I agree 100% with this statement.
Especially now they're a minute ahead. They're in danger of putting a lap on the entire field, which simply cannot let that happen. Like that's all I'm saying. We can't have a leader get a lap on the rest of the field with 21 hours left to go in the race.
And answering Maury, I did pay for a lap in reverse. I did pay $20 for a lap in reverse.
Right, there we go. Maybe it was £20 and you just didn't see it.
I did pay $1 extra to try to donate towards the Just Kiwi Foundation.
I know the Brazilian real hasn't got a great conversion rate to pounds, but
yeah, £1 is 7 Brazilian real.
And how much Brazilian real gets you a loaf of bread?
Oh, a loaf.
Yeah. Well, there's situations happening.
Which car is that? The leader?
Of which class?
HPDs.
No, Team Toasters. Team Toasters is still a minute ahead.
Okay, because I did see a car without a bonnet in the HPDs.
Interesting. I'll try and find. No, it's the Team Butter Toasters. It's the second team for the quote-unquote Team Redline guys. As they do not have a front end. And they dive onto the pit lane.
In the car.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Well, it was Patty Wolf driving the car, therefore it is not impressive.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, and not me. But, yeah. Lorenzo, anyway, you avoided my question. How much for a loaf of bread in Brazil?
Oh, man. In Brazilian real. Man. I would say maybe one bread is right about 1 Brazilian real.
Wow. Because, loaves of bread in the UK right now are like £1. So that's like whatever a pound is in Brazilian real. So,
if you want to grab like 12 bread, like a dozen bread, like a
wait, are you talking about one slice? Or are you talking about
No, the full bread. The full bread.
I don't know how we got onto this topic, by the way. But yeah.
You're making me hungry. It's 1 p.m. here in Brazil.
Okay, there we go. Anyway, I'm just going to remove myself from that topic and just go and say, go and recap some of the comments. There's the highlighter car. Yeah, we saw that on pit lane.
Still have an interview to do though.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Oh, there's Carnage in the background.
I was not looking at my. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a bit of a situation there back in the in the Mustang class. There's the Rip Muck Mobile. So that's Matt Malone, and that's had a few issues.
Yeah.
Let's see what caused the issues. Oh no! Singing in the pit lane. Well, they'll have to do that, I think, a few times. Oh, they get hip checked by the HPT trying to squeeze its way through. But yeah, I think that might be a penalty for.
Yeah. Or singing in the rain. I agree.
And they might have to sing on pit lane for that as well. So
I agree.
So what goes around comes around.
You know what's the funnier part though is seeing all these HPDs trying to go around like it is the opening of a mall of a store on a Black Friday. Everybody's just trying to elbow each other out, just trying to get it. Who's gonna go out? Who's gonna come in first into the corner?
Porsche Sports says, "Oh dear." Yeah. Certainly a big oh dear. Anyway, we can go have a talk to someone.
White House.
We'll have a little bit of a chat. Let's see how this goes. But hello, DW Media. Please say your real name because we've seen you in the YouTube chat and we want to talk to you now.
Hi, yeah. Sorry, I had my mic turned off. Yeah, I'm here.
And just for those who aren't aware, who are you, Vincent?
I'm more a broadcast commentator. I'm David Whitehouse. I'm in the Singing in Pit Lane team that you've just seen have its own little incident, and I broadcast in commentaries on things like Apex Racing TV and also for the Club 100 karting series.
You had to get that one in there. There we go. All is fair, don't worry. But yeah, how's the event been going for you guys at the moment? Because it seemed like it didn't go too well in the last 20 seconds. Yeah,
that's the first sort of incident. Well, we had one earlier which I actually missed because I had to go and sort something out. But we've had one of our fast repairs used now, so we're just trying to be careful with it and get through at least the first driver without using too many of them. And at the moment, Curve's doing a good job of keeping quiet, I think.
As he gets dived on by two HPTs going through the first sector. But yeah, it does seem to... well, that Mustang doesn't seem to be as it rolled off the factory floor, especially on the front right. Is that causing you problems?
Not as far as I know at the moment. Curve hasn't said anything back, but it might have contributed to that spin, or half spin he had, and the contact with Matt. But, you know, these things happen. It's 22 hours to go. 21 hours, sorry, now. So, yeah, plenty of time left.
Are you expecting to attract a penalty for that and have to actually do what your team name is?
We will leave that down to Curve to do the singing. He's the one driving.
Oh, so that's the rule. It's only the driver that's in the car that has to leave the singing.
I don't think it's really been discussed, but yeah, we'll go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, well, at least we continue to hope that you have the best of luck here in this one. Still P4, which is good in all things considered, especially with the bits and contact here and there. And where's the mark that you're trying to chase at the moment? Is it a podium finish, hopefully, at the end of the race?
Well, to be honest, we've just entered because it's a great race to support and be involved in. But yeah, we would like a podium. We qualified, I think it was fifth or sixth in class. Started P47, we're now P43, and we're ahead of a few of the Cadillacs. So always good news with that. But, you know, we've got to stay under the radar. These penalties might come flying our way.
Good, and well, hopefully you won't hurt too much by them. There's really slow motion racing is about 32 seconds behind. There's Color Shock about 40 or so seconds behind. So maybe you got a little bit of room to do a penalty, but yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky for you guys if you do attract the wrath of the stewards. But Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go and get on with our own thing?
Yeah, I mean, the Charity Mind is such a great charity. I've had sort of an anxiety and OCD issue for 4 years now, and it's got to a really bad stage recently. So bad that I've had to, go onto tablets and things like that. But they always say it gets worse to get better. So, for example, I have compulsions to check things. I don't really have the washing my hands, sort of Hollywood OCD as people call it, but I have a compulsion to check things, check the car's okay, things like that. So those compulsions have to be challenged to be able to stop this OCD. So that is where the difficulty comes in, and that's a step I'm on at the moment of going, no, I don't need to check that, ignore you, you're just a thought and things like that. And that's just one side of mental illness, and Mind have been absolutely brilliant with it, and the NHS as well. And to the point, my work, it's took a while for my work to really take it onto it, but we're finally getting somewhere with it. And don't be afraid to talk about it. If you've got an issue, go to your doctor, however small it is, go to a doctor and talk about it, because they will tell you whether you've got some kind of issue that you need help for, and you will get there. It just takes time.
Yeah, absolutely, and talking about this really does help, and it gets it out there as well, especially in terms of even in particular male mental health, where it's not talked about as much. Still, even with all the awareness that's with the awareness campaigns and things like that have been going on very recently, there's still a little bit of a stigma to try and break in that sense. So it's it's great to do this, because sim racing is a very like real life motorsports is a very male dominated sport. So hopefully that will change at some point, but it's just the fact of the situation that we're in right now. So being able to bring these broadcasts, do these donation drives is very much beneficial to everyone who takes part here, and I'm very thankful that you're getting the help you need for your stuff there. And well, of course, at least my relationship with mental health has been interesting as well. In some cases, I do have. I was very young with an anxiety disorder, so that's something that I do have to work through sometimes, which is the worst thing to have as a commentator, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it does reach its peak like 2 minutes before live, and then once I get into it, I'm generally okay. But yeah, that does affect things like motivation and things like that. I spend more time worrying about things rather than actually doing the things, and doing the things actually solves the issue. So it's kind of like a catch-22 situation. But yeah, it's something that certainly affected my life, and of course probably many people who are watching. So thank you very much for coming and talking to us.
I mean, that's just a very quick thing, that everybody has this anxiety, and their mind controls it. Because you always have the thought, oh, did I lock that door, or did I do that? You go back and check it, it's fine, you don't need to worry about it. Whereas my mind doesn't take that on, and other people's have that problem as well. So it's just shutting that door, shall we say, and people will get there. Just give people time and the support they need.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly agree, and again, thank you very much for talking to us, and of course we will still continue to touch on these topics throughout the broadcast, because it is incredibly important to talk about it. We can enjoy the amount of jokes and the fun that we're having right now, but in the end there is a serious conversation that needs to be had at the end of the day, and the reason why we're even doing this. So yeah, thank you very much for doing us. I'll let you get back to your team, but thanks for sharing your story.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
There we go. David there from one of the drivers in the course, over the course, they'll be joining us over the course of this race for that 25 singing in the pit lane car. It's great to get these sorts of stories out there, Lorenzo, because it's great that we're able to raise currently over 12 grand for Mind, the mental health charity, but it's also there's also something to be said about sort of letting people tell others what they're dealing with, and hopefully can break the stigma a little bit.
It does. There is a thing of supporting each other for no matter what, so I guess I think, like you said, you do suffer from your past. Sometimes I do have sometimes some anxiety attacks. It does happen, I think, from people. So it is a serious thing. It's something that should not be joked, and it does affect seriously the performance of the individuals. And tackling these things, bringing awareness, and making sure the right information is passed on to people so they are aware of what the issues are, the effects that it can have on not only the individual that is suffering from those things, but the people around them as well can suffer of. It's really important to bring it up. So that's why this I always say I don't think it is undervalued, but I think it should be more brought up into the light, because we're seeing more and often, especially with this lockdown that we had on 2020, partially into 2021, now that we're getting the vaccines and everything, it has affected or has brought up the new issues to people that never had that before. People that never suffered it or something like that has now have to face this kind of issues that unfortunately are becoming more frequent because of the times that we're living nowadays.
Yeah, scary times for many reasons. It's probably fair to say, but we've all got each other to help out and look out for each other, which is very, very beneficial. Looking at the chats, we've got some puns from Lord's Brewing Co., which I don't know if I can say at this point, but it says, in all seriousness, I suffer with anxiety quite a bit. I can go weeks without sleeping properly and wake up every few hours, stricken with fear. But I had support and I'm a lot better. Yeah, and that's certainly that's certainly part of it in that situation. And you know, the support structures that are required in this one are so important. And it's great having those people around you to help, and obviously, you know, that's what Mind helps out with. In case you don't have anyone around to help you, at least you have a number to call and someone to talk to at the end of the day, which is sometimes, you know, at least in the short term, what people need. But you know, they also help in the long term with the support as well. There we go. I've just been told by our wonderful co-owner of RaceSpot to change the tower gaps to class gaps, because I accidentally had them on the gap to the race leader this entire time, so I do apologise for that one. It was a little bit of a rush setting up, because I had to drive back from dropping off my partner at the airport, so that's the reason, and that's the excuse I'll use for that one. But yeah, fantastic stuff. At least so far, we're under 21 hours left to go, by the way. So
yep.
we're getting through this one. We've got a decent chunk under our belts already. We've got ourselves 2 hours completed. We'll be on for another 4, believe it or not. So we're going to stick this one out for the long haul. But thankfully, having everyone in the chat interact with us, having the drivers come in, certainly makes the time fly. That's for certain. DW Media, who we just spoke to, says thanks. It's tough. We have to deal with problems. Yeah, and that's hopefully what we've accomplished in a small part over the past 15-20 minutes or so. There we go. And of course, like I said, we'll touch on the topics a little bit later on. There's almost major problems at the very back there. I didn't quite see who got themselves into those major problems, but it was almost a horrible situation regardless. I'm trying to find these on the cameras. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. But yeah, there are going to be very, very many close calls out there today, Lorenzo. So let's just say that. We've already had about 500 of them. We've still got...
And we're going to have 500 more.
Yeah, we've still got 21 hours worth to go, so...
Yeah, we still have a lot of time to break down more carnage around the track. Well, the good thing is... everybody's catching the spirit, you know, you know, this is a race for charity and a fun race. Of course, if this was like a special event, like the 10 hours of Suzuka that we normally cover, T Le Mans, something like that, there would have been a good amount of teams that probably would have DNF'd by now, but I think every single car is still running in here, regardless of being 30 laps behind the leader or 4 laps behind your opponent. As we're looking to the Team Cockroaches in 9th place, for example, is a good example. They're the last place.
They're last place overall. Yeah, they're still sticking it out there, still going. You do have to appreciate it. I do like the livery, very much reminiscent of toy cars. Let's say that. I can't say it is that brand name, but there we go. Team Cockroach is out there continuing on, despite being on the leader at least, 31 laps down on the overall race leader. They are quick maths in my head. It's really strong. 27 laps down on the 10 laps down on the class leader. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong number. That's why I can't. It's okay. I can subtract 21 from 31. Don't worry. But I was just looking at the wrong number. But yeah, 10 laps behind their class leader at the moment. But still continuing on, which is commendable.
Everybody continuing on. We have 52 cars are in the field, so all 52 still going, and so far, and I'm gonna bring this up again, my penalty, and I want to talk to it. If Oscar Hardwick is watching this, I did put up $20 for possible punishment of making sure that the Team Toasters drive in reverse, which hasn't happened. Anyway, only one car in the lead lap.
Yeah. Well, soon. Anyway, because there is Team Toasters. There is premature acceleration. If Team Toasters get past premature acceleration here, that will be the entire field 1 lap down or more compared to the race leader. If there was time for a safety car, Lorenzo, now would be it.
If anybody who has deep pockets, please donate now so we can end this suffering.
What they should do is, if Team Toasters gets past here, they should throw the yellow flag. So get the safety car out there, then give everyone a wave around, apart from Team Toasters, to make sure that laps are gained back and they're not able to walk away with this one so easily.
Make sure they start off in 5th gear, like Jimmy.
Yeah, how well did that go, Lorenzo?
Very well. They're in last place. They were last place in the class, but now trying to find them. They're 16th.
Yeah, and Alex Stake there behind the wheel, so taking over from had taken over about 17 laps ago from Jimmy Broadbent. So I wonder what Jimmy's doing now. I haven't been able to open his stream for this entire time, so I wonder if he's just chilling with the chat or something. I don't know what memes are going on
Most
right
likely.
now.
Most likely there will be some memes, or he's talking to Joe or Coin, which is Pavilas Musunas, is just how his nickname is for those who kind of know Pavilas in the racing community. But yeah, started all the way down last place. Had to start in the pit stall at the exit of the pit lane, and grabbing positions, which is good for them. Let's be honest. Will they win though? Nope.
I like how you just flat out said no. There's no possibility whatsoever. Oh, what has happened to... Oh, they're on the pit lane. I thought premature acceleration had themselves a problem there, but no, they're on the pit lane. So they don't get the embarrassment of being lapped on circuit, so they'll dive down on towards the pit lane instead to get lapped on while they're on the pit lane, which is an option, I suppose, as they come down in 4. I think this is a scheduled stop. They've got about 22 laps on their stint here, so this looks pretty scheduled to me, and I don't think I see any penalties coming through from them at the moment. So yeah, that's the situation there for Premature Motorsports. Premature Acceleration, excuse me. I'll get that name right. But yeah, things are bubbling along quite nicely, aren't they, Lorenzo? It's been a controlled affair so far in this, and not too many problems at the moment. But I think the race control has been a little lax as far as throwing the ridiculous situations out there.
Yeah, I do agree 100%. I think we need a more strict race control. Of course, we have to remember, I think only Oscar Hardwick is in the race control right now. Oh, that's far off.
Triple S. No, not Triple S. Ritzel.
That's enough.
Yeah. Back into things though. Let's get the replay. Ooh, was a Cadillac spun ahead of them. Then into the braking zone for their heavy. Ooh. Yeah, that's too optimistic. Way too optimistic. And then the rejoin. Oh.
Oh. Was that the Samsung Canon car?
I think so. Gotta do better than that with the rejoins. You know me, Lorenzo. I call out horrible rejoins when they happen, and that was probably one of the worst ones. No regard to the traffic that's trying to come through. I know this is meant to be a joke broadcast, but the rejoins still need to be clean, everyone.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it is a fun race or not, people. We're gonna call you out on your rejoins. By the way, can I call someone out for being slow on track in comparison to competition?
Go on, it's a free for all.
Yeah, Lulu, pick up the pace.
He's been in the car for a while now, so maybe in the next, well, he's got about a handful of laps in his stint left, so he'll have to take the trip downwards towards the pit lane. Maybe we'll get a driver in, maybe not. Who knows? But P8 at the moment, which is definitely not an improvement based off of where he started the stint. So things need to be looking up very soon for Lulu. Otherwise, well, we'll fire him. To be completely honest, if the performance is not good enough. So gotta pick up the pace. 11 seconds adrift with Kairos.
And William Chadwick is catching.
Yeah, but that's not what you want to hear. There is Team Butter Toasters, P9. So they've been sort of yo-yoing up and down the field today. William Chadwick behind the wheel of the 666 car. I do love how it says, "I can't believe it's not butter" on the side. I do appreciate the pink wheels too.
Oh, wait. Is Florian racing this race?
You'll have to try to explain.
Now, Mala, I'm looking at our YouTube chat. Now, the people at Mala put up something very interesting. We've set our alarm when alarm on when the VCO boss, which is Florian Hasper, enters the race tomorrow.
Oh. That has the potential to go well, or more likely, absolutely terribly. So
I think more of the latter.
Yeah.
Not because of the driving skills. I cannot talk about Florian driving skills. I refuse. Never seen Florian drive in the first place. And I'd rather retain my good relationship with VCO intact.
Me neither, but I can already tell it's going to be terrible. So.
Oh!
Yeah, we do have not spun around. Oh, it's blown motor racing. Hopefully I haven't blown the motor again. Nope, they're able to get themselves back going at least. Albeit slowly.
And a toasted left front, looks like it.
That's the back end incident. Let's cycle it back just that little bit further. That is not the car that I want to look at this point. That's the car that I want to look at this point. And we're seeing them head their way through. Oh, do they get... Oh, they do get better contact with the HPD that was trying to squeeze through, and unfortunate contacts with the barriers. Mick Backer behind the wheel, having to wait for traffic to get its way through.
Oh. Also, we had another issue with another CTSV, apparently.
That is very vague. It is one of 10 cars, so you're going to need to explain which one it is.
It's a 3 legs, 4 wheels, only fools in horsepower, getting a very sketchy rejoin at the last chicane, right in front of the battle between Lewis and William Chadwick.
Here it is, off the circuit, spinning around, and... Oh! Driving backwards still, and having to swing it around in the gravel to get pointed back in the right direction. Let's see what the rejoin, the actual rejoin off the circuit was like. Looks fine to me, but yeah, it was that initial sort of going backwards down the circuit, or rather, well, traveling forwards, but doing the circuit in reverse situation, which it is not ideal.
But the good part is, so far, no Austin Power situations.
Yeah, I'm surprised. There's some bits of the track which are quite narrow.
Yeah. But other than that, everybody is kind of like keeping it clean or something like that. We haven't seen. I've heard some singing, but it's more like banter instead of a proper punishment into the pit lane.
Ah, okay. I like how Maury Moll says they're just ignoring Bonder's penalty. It's ooh, that's why once again is the car that we just well, it was 3 4 wheels under 1,000 horsepower again, also going on, so they're struggling in that Cadillac right now, and to add insult to injury, they have a bunch of HPDs that really want to squeeze their way by. That was pretty close. It was pretty close. It was another 20. Another 20. That was it. Sorry, being a terrible director right here, just losing track of cars left, right, and center.
That was a Panda Racing GSR and the BRT. Wait, I'm just trying to. Now I'm curious. I honestly thought it would have been it, and I'm curious. Let's look on the replay. That 3 wide going to the chicane, to the last chicane. There is some contact.
A little bit.
But this is, I think, is more sketchy, and for me, even more sketchy than that. I'm curious. Is the number 22 driving a Hatsune Miku-esque livery in the car?
Let's see.
Yeah, it is. It is a Hatsune Miku livery. I just saw the famous Good Smile logo on the side of the car, on the side pod. There you go.
There we go. So everyone representing, I suppose, as Panda Racing GSR head their way through the final chicane. Careful with the oversteer, though.
Radio Macho.
Wait, I missed something.
Oh, instead of saying Good Smile Racing, you're going to see right on side pod Radio Macho, which is another streamer. Really nice stream, by the way. He is legally blind, by the way. Legally blind, and not long ago, I think he was featured by iRacing when he won his first ever race in the Mazdas. But he's a big enthusiast. Is John Baccio, if I recall correctly. He's a big enthusiast of. It's not very old racing, like antique racing of sorts, like 80s, 90s racing. Really nice guy to watch the stream.
You have reached 70% of the goal, so £14,173 has been raised for Minds, the mental health charity.
Nice.
Very much everyone for contributing so far to be 70% of the way through, and we're only a handful of hours into the race. Really good going, if you ask me. I think we're going to blow completely through this goal on this occasion. By the way, it's a bit of an occasion as far as iRacing endurance races are concerned, because the headlights are now showing on the track, so that's how you know that's, I guess, the night shaders have been enabled, I suppose, or rather that now more obvious. I remember, who was it that predicted that? I think it was David Haynes in one of the 24-hour series races, esports, that sort of predicted when the headlights were going to turn on, and he was correct. Ooh,
oh,
and as Alpine starts racing slow as well. This might cause a situation with a couple of the Cadillacs coming in behind, squeezing through on the inside, and well, is he out of fuel?
Looks like
he is.
Yeah, the engine is off.
Well, that's a first, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm
Some people
seeing,
call it the Ferrari strats.
I'm seeing that they tried to do 36, 37 laps in the stint, which is a bit of a stretch. Down towards the pit lane they come. They're keeping up good speed though, all things considered. So clutch in probably, and just trying to roll it all the way through.
Yeah. Well, I think he has so little in the fuel left that he has to stay in the third gear of sorts to try to minimize the damage of wasting too much fuel. There he goes, into the pit lane.
Well, there we go. That's a bit of an embarrassing way to come down on towards the pit lane, but away nonetheless. As we're continuing to have fun here in RaceSpotTV commentary booth, and I was worrying and not living in the house much. That's unfortunate there. DW Media, hopefully things are able to get a little bit better for you in the future. Of course, we had that very nice discussion earlier, and it was a pleasure speaking to you.
No, but just really quickly, if you're racing this race, you want to participate, just yes.RaceSpot.tv and have a chat with us. We don't bite. I think I don't. Don't know about Connery, though. Debatable.
I was trying to think of something to say, and my brain just didn't engage. I was up early this morning, and I'm still not fully awake. But let's have a look at what happened to Drive Dead Racing, because they had a bit of an off-track excursion just a couple of moments ago. Let's see what happened. Fighting side by side with the fellow HPD on the inside, and
Oh. And then self-inflicted damage for DDR.
yeah. Let's return back to the live racing then, shall we? Because DDR got themselves involved in, well, it's not really battle because they're all laps apart from each other, but a grouping of HPDs nonetheless. Killer Extreme says, who had a driver run out of gas coming into pit lane on their bingo cards? Well, you guys have bingo cards?
Yeah, now I'm curious. Did we have bingo cards? Well, we've been trying to work on a RaceSpot bingo card for years, and we still haven't got that out.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to do one for each sort of commentator or commentary pair, though, because we all have our own mannerisms. Ooh, Drive Dead. Oh, across the grass, right on inside. Oh, my word. Sorry, I don't know what those noises were that came out of my mouth then, but either way, Drive Dead Racing getting themselves out of trouble by the skin of their teeth. Oh, have to hop down towards pit lane. No, they don't. They continue on out
Does
there.
he even know he doesn't have a wing?
Well, we'll see, and it might be ending tears when he comes through the high-speed corner of turn number 1 here in a bit. So we'll see. Again, that car still seems relatively stable. Sometimes the damage can be sort of client side rather than server side, so let's have a look at them as they head their way through. Car still seems okay, maybe if a little bit slow, but I don't know whether that's just by default or because of the damage. But DDR continuing on despite not having, or rather losing, their rear wing. But here comes BRT down the inside at the first chicane, committing on the brakes down into there, and the pass is done pretty easily. And well, that's a lead lap car that's trying to come through. Here comes BRT. Sorry, I was just getting myself a little bit confused there, as the fight isn't done just yet. BRT still on the back, but I think I get the feeling this will be a little bit easier than when Drive Dead would have had a rear wing. Let's just say that. But Josh Benson going for the overtake now, and precision complete over Drive Dead Racing. So yeah, that rear wing is well, the lack of rear wing is certainly hurting them.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, they're not dead in the race just yet, but of course, in comparison to the other teams, they're not going to have that top speed advantage in the car, because the wing in the back of the car is very important, not just for the drag itself, but also for you to get that stability on the turns. If it is blind side, of course. They still have a bent wing in the back, and we're watching something otherwise though. But they're losing a lot of time, like more than a second and a half already, 2 quarters.
So anyway, continuing on with this one. It is the Henson Racing Reds coming down towards pit lane. That is the car from where the only Jimmy Corban is participating in today. They're coming off the pit lane. Now it's taken to be bringing that car out for another stint. As we get to see the lovely, very red sunset here at Zolder. Again, a track that doesn't get a lot of love, and probably for good reason. But
yeah,
it's been tradition here at this one to do an endurance race at a track that doesn't usually get these sorts of endurance races.
Well, it did fare some endurance race or something of the nature. I think a few years back in the 24-hour series, but because it is a track that is so tight, and I mean tight as it doesn't have a lot of track to go with. I think it has even less, right about 4 kilometers. I was going to say even less because it is just on the verge of 4 kilometers. There isn't a lot of space for you to do multi-class racing. It's not the best as well, right? So I think the things that we more see in Zolder nowadays are like F3 races or F3-esque races. Or the GT World Championship whenever they come into Zolder from time to time.
There we go. I do have a bit of an update on Team Rick, by the way.
Okay.
P1, at least it says on the side there. P26. So I'm not sure entirely if that's an accurate decision here in this situation or not. Maybe we'll have to try to do that. Maybe. But anyway, Team Rick, either way, Rick update, Ian is all alone. This is from Francisco Scaramuza, so that's one of the people who worked on the broadcast for iRacing, saying he's part of Team Rick. Says Rick update, Ian is all alone until Keenan and I finish with the Red Bull event that's going on with iRacing right now. So like 5 hours, Ian's going to still be in that car, and Keenan is staying at the compound to drive through the night, so... Yeah, it seems like only 3 drivers for Team Rick to take them through the entire 24 hours, which is a pretty tough thing to do. Just to spread amongst 3. Of course, it is always possible. 2 is when you start to get into the danger zone of severe fatigue. Of course, there are drivers that do the entire 23, 24 hours of racing as well. So, yeah, going to be a hard job for Team Rick to...
issues for Panda Racing. Oh my! Sorry, I was sorry for the noises.
Stop reacting to things I can't see.
I know. It's just that I was going to give you Panda Racing, and it got even worse.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That's gone very wrong. There, coming down the back straight. That's yeah. That's There's still yet more chaos. More chaos is happening. I'm trying to see. Oh my God! More. This is.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Oh, Lewis.
I can't even commentate. Like this is how much confusion and chaos is going on the back straight right now. Careful with the rejoins, folks.
What?
I'm not sure what that was.
I cannot describe what happened in the last 45 seconds.
I think Karios came onto it quite late, so let's ride on board with them and see what happens, because they see everything going on. Oh, they slam on the anchors and yeah.
Jesus. We have to start this with the Panda Racing though, because everything kicked off with them. Like literally everything.
There they are.
It's not even. I'm not talking.
I'm going
even
30
there.
seconds back, and they're still. And I'm going another 20 seconds back, and they're still. So this is it. It's not even the start of it.
Oh.
Right. Let's go back about 10 seconds, and let's see. I wonder if. Chopper begin for this. There's a car stranded in the middle of the circuit. 2 HPDs tried to avoid it. There's Panda Racing in the wall there. And then look at this.
That's why and that's the moment I said, "Oh my God, Connery." Was to see the Mustang flipped off. And then everything just broke off right afterwards.
I'm just letting it run through. Like, they take the tow back to pit lane there. But yeah, there's Karios coming in. This instant lasted a good 2 minutes. Like, like what? Oh my words.
Yeah, even it was so bad that the number 30 had to go immediately into the pit lane. Actually, sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in a very different version while apologizing to people about him trying to rejoin the track and while going reverse.
There we go. Oh, have Crash Racing crashed? Oh no, they're on the pit lane, so I don't know. There we go. There they are. I still need that €10 donation for me to apologize for calling you out earlier in the podcast. So yeah, get on that. Otherwise, I'm not apologizing.
Who? I would have to donate? Or are you talking about Dane having to donate?
I'm talking about Crash Racing having to donate for the apology.
Fair. I do support this donation.
20.5 hours left to go, Lorenzo. Have you got anything on after this?
Anything on? Okay.
Yeah.
This is good. I've heard about the drum solo at 15K. Was oh, we're not close. We're not close.
Oh, 15.
15.
Oh, we are close.
We are close to the 15K,
15,
which is gonna be good. If we get to 20K before the end of the broadcast, I might turn into singing something. I did sing on the last one, so I would resort into singing if we're gonna reach the 20K by the end of the broadcast.
I wonder if I can auto-tune you. That might be possible, actually. As long as it doesn't break my production software, I might be able to do that. So watch this space, I think. It will require us doing something I haven't done before in VMix. So it might have to wait for a bit. But yeah, that might happen.
Yeah, but they have to get to 20K in less than an hour and a half.
It's possible.
Well, no, wait. 2 hours and a half. I don't know why I said hour and a half. It has to be 2 hours and a half. It's doable.
It kind of is, yeah.
20K people are seeing it on the broadcast.
Skid saying, no, my poor mute teammate was involved in that big incident. I think most of the field was in some way involved in that incident, I'll be completely honest. Yeah, more cars
Who
coming down on
hasn't been
towards...
involved?
Yeah, exactly. Pit is relatively busy at the moment, so we're seeing Aurora Artifacts, Calamity, FTF, powered by RaceSpot, with Lulu behind the wheel, coming down on towards the lane to get a scheduled stop. I wonder if they're going to go for the driver change, and who exactly we'll see behind the wheel next? Or is Lewis just going to go for another stint here in totally the best car in the field? No, there's going to be a driver change. It's Daniel Kell getting back into the car. That's the driver that started off the race with these guys. Apparently Lorenzo is dead. Oh, wait, I didn't see your be right back there, Lorenzo, so I might have thrown you under the bus.
What was the issue?
I accidentally thought you were going to say something and you went, yeah, so.
No, I do apologize. I did not had something to say. Apparently, they're gonna be singing for a full lap.
Who?
The whole grid.
Singing what?
Hold up.
What are they
They
singing?
have an incentive.
Oh, it's an incentive. You need to tell me more details, Lorenzo, otherwise we're not going to get
I'm trying to. It's because apparently they're gonna be doing something at 15K. Maybe
where are
yellow
we at
flag.
right now? Oh, that would be our first of the day. I remember like the first one happened inside like the first 10 minutes last year, didn't it? But we've got a handful of hours now before we got ourselves the yellow flag. We're at 14,782 right now. So it's not too far a push to try and get up to that 15K and get that safety car.
Yeah, apparently they are trying to get to 15K as soon as possible so they can get the safety car. There would be some wave around.
Someone says, can you show us Triple S Racing? Let me find them.
376.
Triple S Racing Purple, there they are.
Oh,
Sorry.
talk about time.
You asked for us to show him. Like we got a comment saying, "Can you show us Triple S Racing?" And that's what happens when we're asked to show cars. They just have an incident whenever we show them.
No,
I take no responsibility for that.
I was gonna say that this is not commentator's curse.
It's cursed to the viewer.
Yeah, I never see viewership's curse.
The chat's curse.
Yeah, chat.
That's
You know, this is kind of like the breach of rule number 1 of sim racing or racing in general. Don't ever hate your teammate. You kind of hate your teammate with words.
If someone donates, let me think. Do you think 10 euros is enough or 10 pounds to
It has to be
donate?
10 pounds.
10 pounds for a RaceSpotTV fan immersion.
10 pounds.
Do you agree with that one? 10 pounds.
I agree. 10 pounds.
So if you're a team in the race, or if you're a driver in the race and you donate 10 pounds, you will get a RaceSpotTV fan immersion, which for those that are unaware, we go on board with them for a couple of laps and then we'll shut up. Meanwhile, Triple S Racing gone off again. So see, it's a curse for the TV cams, but I do say to everyone, at least in terms of RaceSpotTV fan immersion, that is not a curse. So you're not paying to ruin your race. Yeah, I will have to put that out. You're not paying to ruin your race. So as long as you pay £10, you'll donate £10 to the link that's in the top of the chat. We'll get you. And if you're a team or driver in this race, and you say what team and driver you are, then we'll get RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with you for a handful of laps.
Yeah. And I'm watching. Oh, we're past the 15K, by the way.
Oh,
just passed.
Great timing. Great timing. There we go. Let's get that refreshed. And we are indeed past 15,000 now. 75% of the total 20K. It's great that everyone's chipping in their whatever they have to be able to help us out here in the Racing for Mental Health 2021, supported, of course, and organised by Jamie Broadbent. And we'll get ourselves quickly towards that 20K goal. I think it's probably going to happen in this segment of the broadcast, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But and again, if we get to 20K by the end of our segment of the broadcast, I will sing a song. I don't know which song it will be, but I will sing something. Just for the sake of hashtag content.
I can't say I'm looking forward to it.
Well, last time by me, Daniel Harris saying something, I think was Radio Gaga by Queen. It wasn't half as bad as I thought it would be.
Okay. We will see. I'll have to try and work on this overtune, actually. I don't know how this is going to work, but it might end up working. I have no idea, but we will see. It might not. It probably won't. I'm trying.
Does even TeamSpeak have an auto tune?
No. However, I can do fill a certain plugin that might work on Venus.
All right, fair point.
Possibly. Actually, it might be a bit more complicated than I'm thinking it is. So, yeah, maybe not. Sorry to keep everyone's hopes up. Skid saying I got hit by both my teammates in the test race for last race. Yes. Don't hit your teammate. Simple rule in racing. It's the one person that you do not want to hit. As Doug Henson Racing Red have come down onto the pit lane. So that's again the Jimmy B car. I wonder if Alex Dick's going to be getting out there for another lap, or is going to hand the reins over to another driver. Maybe Jimmy gets himself back inside of that car. That's potentially what everyone over on that stream wants to see. But no, Alex Dick will take to the wheel once again. Doug Henson Racing.
I'm just here looking for possible donations so we can have our Finn immersion. Nobody's wanting to donate.
Heresy.
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 Well, the good thing is, Tom Baldwin donated £750.
Amazing.
Thank you
Was there
so
any
much.
comment with it?
Someone called Bert Mylander will sponsor the wave round for whoever will appease the chat and sing WAP, which Bruno Carnero already did it, believe it or not.
Yeah, that's one of the ones we probably can't go with. But yeah, well, fantastic, great stuff. 79% in terms of the goal now. That's launched us up a little bit. Closing on 16k. Of this event.
Actually, to be very honest, we are kind of like breaking 2 hours. Well, it's 4 hours in, of course. We are nearly 4 hours in. 3 hours in. 4 hours in, well, depending on the point of view. And we're nearly at 20k. I think that is a record pace.
Yeah, I think so too. It's at, I don't know, I can't remember exactly what figure we were at this time last year, but it's certainly motoring along quite nicely at this stage, I think.
Whoa, let's go.
We got it. Safety car is out, everyone. Is it bad that I was first clued into that by my mouse flashing because it's connected to the iRacing API? I've got LEDs on my mouse that tell me when the session's changed. So yeah, yellow flag. So safety car is out. And it means that Team Toasters actually do not keep themselves inside, do not lap the field because they came down on towards the pit lane. Heyman Motorsport stayed out there. Thing is, the situation is for Heyman now. Pit lane's closed for this first lap and they're about on the edge of their stint.
Well, Bruno's going to be appreciative of this.
Yeah, but can he make it back?
Hands on the wheel, by the way. You need gloves, not a hands on the wheel.
Safety car, everyone. Everyone slows up. I wonder what shenanigans are going to happen under the safety car, though.
I'm trying to remember if there were any shenanigans last year.
Doesn't mean we can't do any this year.
That's true.
I remember these cautions being quite long as well because the pace car is so slow at road courses. So it's going to be about probably 3 to 4 laps into the safety car before we get ourselves back to the green flag. But yeah, that was the first safety car of this race, and Team Toasters are having major issues with their connection here, though. That's your overall race leader. So hopefully Luke Bennett's internet does hold on.
Oh, and here's the reason why I think we got our safety car. All About the Gyro donated £500 Say, yep, mountain truck racing concerns would like to enjoy the safety car in order to enjoy some tea and coffee. We as fish get tired easily from trying to swim upstream.
Look at everyone. People are stacked up behind the pace truck. Not the pace car, or the safety car, the pace truck. You have to be American about it, Lorenzo.
And apparently only the 21 and the 40 and the mountain concern. I'm just trying to find the team name right here. What number are they? The number 42 will get the wave around.
Wait, is that Lucky Dog enabled?
Well, there is the pay for Lucky Dog.
Ah, okay. This might have swapped our ask for donations for a fan immersion.
Well, I'm not seeing any fan immersions over here, but we could say that we could go into fan immersion during this yellow flag.
There's nothing to be immersed about under safety car, Lorenzo.
We immerse into the safety car.
Do we do fan immersion on board
Benny
with
the
Benny,
pace
the pace
car.
car driver? That's what we do here, everyone. We go
We get
on board with Benny, the pace car driver. I wonder if the pace track actually has cameras we can use. Right,
well, Hugo loved to go into the inside part of the safety car for some shenanigans.
let's not do that one. Let's do. Oh, that's not good.
Oh!
That was a bit of an issue. Oh, someone's off. Someone's off ahead. It's totally a Ford Mustang, but it's a HPD. I think we've got our Austin Powers moment, Lorenzo.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh!
Oh no!
Oh! Playing with fire. I think they wanted to get back to the rear end of the train where all the Mustangs are, to be with their people. Yeah.
He wants to blend in.
Yeah. It's like they won't notice me sort of situation. Hide behind all those Mustangs, but yeah, just working their way through the HPD field now. Back up to Cadillacs and things like that. But yeah, that was a bit embarrassing there for the quote-unquote Ford Mustang team. Oh no, there's been a bit of contact there under the safety car. Yeah, there's you were saying that there wasn't going to be shenanigans under the safety car here, Lorenzo. I think there is.
Yeah, shenanigans guaranteed. I did not expect this to be so.
This is an interesting
I don't want to say bad.
pace car cam.
But oh, there you go, proper cam.
Lights are off, so we won't be able to get our fan immersion on board with the safety car because once it comes down in next lap, it will be well, it will be under racing conditions, and I doubt anyone wants to just sit on a stationary car in pit lane. But pace car lights are out, means 1 to go.
Yeah. Trying to find the Heyman Motorsports team. Well, it's still trying to.
They're in second, but they're
find its
25 seconds back off of Team Toasters, who are obviously leading the train. So the way things work here, at least in this with the rules that they have set them right now, the lapped cars all maintain their position. So they're not filed towards the back or anything. So that means that Heyman Motorsports just has to continue sitting. Although they are sort of making ground at the moment. I wonder if they're just passing all the cars in the train just to get roughly towards the very front.
Yeah, but this restart should be very interesting now that we're gonna have 2 cars battling for the lead.
We will. We actually will, as Heyman Motorsports continuing to try and work their way through this one. There they are, passing all the traffic. Okay, so the lap cars apparently don't maintain their position here in this one. So they're continuing to try and make good progress. They're flashing the lights to try and get everyone out of the way here. But if they're caught out of position when that green flag drops, that's going to be a big issue as they continue to try and pass these cars here, looking down the inside of the Cadillac. No doubt everyone's getting the signal from iRacing to let the number 21 car by. And up to the front of the field they go. So now they can fight, potentially, wheel to wheel with Team Toasters at the very front. And in fact, they're race leaders. But wait, how did that work?
Well,
Wait, what?
I think donations made him the leader. Because the wave around includes getting... Well, here's the thing. If you have the wave around, it is expected for you to be in the field. Just 1 second. I'm nearly sneezing. But on paper, they would have been behind the Team Toaster, but I don't think they care.
Well, there we go. New race leader under the safety car. Heyman Motorsports will lead us to the green here as we head our way through the final chicane. At the end of the safety car period, we're going to go back to green flag racing here in just a couple of moments. Team Toasters marginally ahead as they'll try to anticipate the green here. As we'll go double file a little bit. Now we're back underway here for the 23 Hours of Zolder in support of Minds, the mental health charity. Down in towards turn number 1 they go as it's a big amount of confusion. Coming out of the final corner, someone's around already. Coming out of the final corner, not ideal. Karios has also had an issue there in one of the HPDs. Can't quite get a good view. They found the one angle on our TV cams which doesn't show anything. So we will have to wind our way back a little bit. Why is my replay broken? I do not know. Interesting. ACVO gives us new bugs every single day, but we're back under racing conditions here. And, well, a little bit of confusion towards the very back of the field, all things considered.
Everything looks to be just fine, and Bruno Carnero now in an interesting battle against Patty, I was going to say Patty, but Luke Bennett, another one of the newest additions into the Red Line team. Debuted at Petit Le Mans. We have an HPD spun around, though. And they're going to side by side.
Side by side for the race lead down in towards the chicane then. Heyman Motorsports able to keep themselves ahead at this stage, but Team Toasters looking for the line off the corner, gets some good speed. Coming out of the final corner, able to draw alongside, coming across the start-finish line down towards turn number 1, swinging out very wide is Team Toasters trying to gain the momentum through that first turn. They don't get squeezed out. The track, well, the racecraft a little bit better here than in F1 in recent times, let's just say that. But Heyman Motorsports keep themselves ahead for now, but they got Team Toasters down the inside. Through the next right-hander, Toasters getting themselves on runner's speed. They almost make contact before the next right-hander arrives, and there we go. There's the track limits for Heyman Motorsports. They got squeezed out. They felt like they, well, they had a Hamilton-Verstappen situation.
Well, what would happen if Bruno Carnero reported the team and then the Oscar Hardwick FIA-esque like race control would say let them fight?
Yeah, and then the stewards come through and say in the text chat, no investigation needed. And then that will come full circle with regards to that.
And they can say that it had lack of cameras. And they can attest that they're going to say no for review because they had no cameras to look properly.
Which is a special kind of funny in sim racing because you have infinite camera angles.
Yeah, no.
You have infinite camera angles. There's not a camera angle which you can't get. So yeah, that's not an excuse that really works in sim racing. And maybe in some sims where they have more limited camera options, but yeah, not so here on iRacing. Coming up to 20 hours to go, by the way. We're here for another about a handful of hours. That's all I'm saying. Another 3 hours. I don't think I can take 3 more hours off myself, Lorenzo.
I do feel you, man. I feel your pain.
Glad someone else does. I've got no sympathy for anyone else so far in this one, so thank you very much for that.
Making no prisoners.
Anyway, since we're in a little bit of a lull, let's go on Right, I was thinking, as far because we haven't had anyone donate for the RaceSpotTV fan version just yet. So I'm just going to do it anyway, and I'm going to leave you the final decision, Lorenzo. Either we go on board with the stars of the show, shall we say? There they are, Doug Henson Racing Red, or we go for, I don't know, let's go Simfer, because I think furries are pretty cool, and I think they should give them an onboard. As they try to prove their point by going in the middle 3 wide. See? They have a lot of excitement.
Go with Simfer.
Let's go then. Right, well, we'll be back in just a couple of moments, folks. But in the meantime, let's go RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with the number 6 HPD of Simfer Racing Alpha. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the 23 Hours of Zolder. This is the Race for Mental Health here in conjunction with, of course, Jimmy Broadbent, racing for a very, very good cause here. We'll just get ourselves a little bit of a refresh of the donation amount so far. We are up to 83% of our £20,000 goal. We are at 16,768 right now. My name is Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Lorenzo Bongo for the rest of this portion of the race. Of course, we're doing the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours of the broadcast here. Unfortunately, you'll have to go to the individual streamers' channels to see what happens in the middle portions of the race. We're on board there with a very good handful of laps with the Simulator Racing Alpha machine as they try to work their way through the field. They got themselves in a couple of situations as well, which weren't exactly ideal. There was a good few dive bombs going on there throughout those laps, but then again, HPDs, so you can't come to the territory, Lorenzo. Was probably very more concerned about eating his pizza rather than talking to me.
No, I already ate my pizza. It's been quite a while. I was just trying to amuse myself over here. But like I said, HPD is the best car. I wanted to drive the HPD. It's been quite a while. It's been quite a long while. I haven't driven a single lap and see how finicky it is and how different it is.
All Turtles Motorsport just got punted from the race lead in Cadillacs.
Oh, more
they got
drama.
Completely punted. Didn't see whether it was from the fellow Cadillac or not. That was in second place of VRE Motorsports. Let's see. Here's Old Turtles going for the move down the inside on the lap traffic. Oh, it was a HPD that was just a little bit too fast into the corner and tagged the back end of the Old Turtles Motorsports car, but it causes Old Turtles to lose the lead in the Cadillac class.
That's unfortunate. That kill. Then again, I want to say a little bit of a risk higher than the reward of sorts going into the corner like that. You know, that corner is so tricky, especially for multi-class racing going under braking, that unfortunately the HPD made contact and spun the Old Turtles around, and he lost the lead in the process, even though the gap isn't that huge. I mean, because VRE is only 3.2 seconds ahead, and they're losing time because of traffic.
Yeah, indeed they are. So, interesting situation going on out there. So, okay, I'm just having a look at the chat. I like how you tried to engage in the chat, asking, saying, "Okay, chat, ask us anything," and literally the only answer was, "Where's Jimmy?" Which is comedy in and of itself, I think, here in this one. If that is a serious question, and someone is asking where is Jimmy, then there he is. Well, there's his car. Of course, he's not in the car right now, but number 8, Doug Henson Racing red car. It says P32. I get the feeling I might need to restart his video here because it seems to be a bit broken and not wanting to show the actual positions of some of these cars at the moment. So yeah, that's a little bit awkward. But yeah, at least right now we're seeing. Let's see if that works. Yeah, Heyman works at P3. That works. That works. That works. That works. Yeah. I think it's just a bug with that particular car that's not showing the right position.
Well, unfortunate. Sorry, Connery, I wasn't paying full attention because somebody's giving an amazing rendition of the Gore God Save the Queen in the pit lane for the premature acceleration.
Which is, I'll be honest, like the UK national anthem, I don't think is anywhere near the best. It's way too short, and it's just a bit naff. I think I'm going to get my citizenship revoked. That's
but yeah, it's not a bad anthem, but it's a good anthem. But I think it's, like you said, it's way too short for an anthem.
Compare it to what the French, the Germans, the Italians have.
Or Brazil, even Brazilian.
Even Brazil has a pretty good. just doesn't compare.
Yeah, it doesn't compare.
Russia.
It's like,
Russia has an amazing.
but anything in Russia is kind of like amazing, except for the driving of the Russian.
That is a very loaded statement to make. Lorenzo saying everything in Russia is amazing. No,
Well,
there are a lot of things in
vodka's
Russia that are
amazing.
not amazing. But there we go.
Vodka's amazing.
I mean, there's a
Bears
lot of
are
places.
amazing.
There's a lot of things in other countries that are also not amazing. I don't really say that any country
No, of
is.
course. I'm just saying. I'm saying we're the joking. But bears are amazing. Vodka are amazing. Bears driving cars and motorbikes are amazing. And the rest are all in the bin.
I'll just leave you to it, Lorenzo.
True.
If you want to get involved with the bear, well, it's your life. I think in that case. But under 20 hours left to go now. We're getting to that stage in the event where, well, we're almost in the pitch blackness right now. Still some light in the sky here at Zolder, but that will soon fade away, and we can get the well, soon the only thing that you'll see out there are actually the headlights on all of the cars, and basically nothing else, which is an absolute joy to broadcast, let me tell you that, because you can't really tell by liveries who is who at some point. But it's just a situation that we will indeed have to deal with. How's the pizza? Which pizza did you get, Lorenzo? I'm going to regret starting this discussion.
Oh, it's not the one that you think I got it, though, which is the best pizza around. I'm not going to start the discussion either to make sure you don't go fully crazy, because I think we lost our minds already.
I think so too, yeah.
I did get a 4 cheese pizza from Domino's, and I'm trying
Not
to find
sponsored,
the
by the
way. Yeah,
Not
fully
sponsored,
not
by the way.
sponsored, by the way. This broadcast is not sponsored by Domino's at all. Wait,
Other good pizza places are available, as we would have to say in UK broadcasting speak.
Yeah, I do believe there should be some good pizza parlors in the UK, right? Even though it's funny, in the UK, I think I've only ate at Five Guys. I think in terms of
Other
fast
fast food chains are available.
Yeah, better fruit fan chains are available, of course.
Now we're gonna get
But,
sued.
It's just because I think it was the closest one to get to. What is the train station that is closer to King's Cross?
I don't live in London, so I don't know.
Oh, damn. So, I do remember, like, I ate a 4 cheese pizza, and we say Napolitan pizza, but it's like it's cheese, tomato, trying to find over here the green stuff that goes on the topping. It is not garlic. It's garlic stuff, green.
Oh, it's really good.
Yeah, it is good. And it's a good taste, but it's not the margarita pizza, which has green leaves in the top of it. I'm gonna look into its English name. You carry on.
Sometimes the language barrier can be a problem. Well, I am seeing in a sort of waiting for interview room, I'm seeing Zach Neven from Crash Racing. However, he doesn't have his audio device connected, so I won't risk dragging him into the booth here just yet. But yeah, I won't continue on with the pizza talk, because it's been a topic that's done to death, at least here on iRacing Endurance Races.
With me specifically.
With you specifically, not calling you out directly, but yes, you specifically. So we will unfortunately have to stray away from that particular topic, although it might still try and crop up at some point. I'm guessing probably it's going to crop up at some point, yeah.
Maybe not on this broadcast, but in a future broadcast it might, just because there will be banter between me and another commentator.
I don't think that other commentator is going to join us for this one, so I think you should.
Oh, he's not, unfortunately.
But yeah, although while we're on this topic, if you are a driver or team in this race, feel free to hop onto our TeamSpeak, ts.racespot.tv, and then you can have a little bit of a chat to us. As long as you put your name, your iRacing name, your team name, and your car number in your username, so we can tell you who you are, then you might be able to say a couple of words on broadcasts. There we go.
Yep,
You got the link. Yay, you got your link.
Is there still sunlight? Yeah, there's dim sunlight
bit.
on the. Like, if there's a good thing, I'm trying to remember what. It's unfortunate that we're not going to be able to cover this. I think would be on the third portion of the broadcast. Right after, I think would be hour 12 to 18. The sunrise in Zolder. It's really, really, really beautiful. Because if I recall correctly, the sunset, you can see the sun setting right by turn number 1 and right by turn 2 and 3. You get the sun glare in your face. The sun, when it sets, if I recall correctly, you get the glare coming into turn number 5 and 6. So it gives a good dynamic on how it shines around the track, and it basically illuminates everything. Despite Zolder being in the middle of a forest of sorts.
It is, and well, excuse me. You know what I'm looking forward to, Lorenzo?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rain.
Oh man, we can talk about rain how much we want. I would like to see. You know what would be a really cool feature if it happens regarding rain on iRacing? For the 24 hours of never rain, right?
Yeah.
Or those races where you have multiple weather systems within the same track, but in different portions. For example, here in Interlagos, I think Interlagos is a really good example. So I'm gonna grab rain. Let's just say on the main straight of Interlagos, you have rain. But in the back of Interlagos, like nearly the Chumsão, or some people call it Juncao corner, there is no rain. It is so different that we have these weather systems. And Nürburgring, you have 350 weather systems because that is nearly the same amount of corners in the track.
Yeah, the thing is, I doubt iRacing will implement like hail, like we had a couple of years ago with the snow and the hail and everything. So yeah, just the rain, but like, it would definitely change the complexion of endurance races. Not necessarily like this, because this is a bit of a meme race, but you know, the endurance racing leagues in particular, because you know, in those leagues we're seeing the same strategies day in, day out at pretty much every single circuit. You know, it's but if you do throw in that random element, then we might see some surprises. It's just another thing that the teams and drivers will have to be good at in those events. So yeah, that would certainly be a very helpful addition to the sim, hopefully coming relatively soon. Of course, they did announce they'll have an internal build working by the end of this year, and well, we're coming up on the end of the year now, so hopefully that is actually the case for the guys over at iRacing. And then hopefully, they said that maybe into 2022. But it depends on how quickly along that feature that feature gets developed, at least. But certainly don't take my word for anything. You know, I'm just sort of conjecturing at this point. But yeah, it would be a very helpful addition, because sometimes the races can be a little bit stale. I think I'm fine in saying that, and I think you've probably experienced it as well, Lorenzo, where, especially in the middle portions of races, you know, in those endurance races, sometimes it can just be like, well, we're just kind of waiting for the last few hours now, because there's not really all that much going on. But you know, if you have those sorts of weather systems moving in and out, then the intrigue in terms of the strategy in the race stays there just for a little bit longer.
Yeah, normally I actually do cover the middle portion of the races. For example, I think of all 24 hours, I've basically covered
let's just say would be hours 6 to 12. So it's where normally the race kind of dies down a little bit, and you're basically, I like to say it's more like a podcast of sorts of racing than anything else, because there isn't much going on. It's just like drivers marking each other in terms of strategies and trying to hit the field numbers, anything like that. But having rain or the expectation of rain. Ow.
That's not good. That was... Who was that? Didn't quite see who it was. Oh, it was Lucio America's Platinum. They've been involved in a couple of incidents already today.
Yeah.
Seemingly like there's not going to be an end to the incidents for Lucio America's Platinum. But we'll get ourselves the replay now. Spun it on the inside for the chicane. That's an instant that we've sort of seen be pretty common in HPDs, like the entry oversteer, just swapping the ends of the cars. Yeah. It's, it has been a thing on these cars for quite a while, but sometimes it does take a skilled hand to deal with these cars on the edge of a diffusion.
Yeah, because the greatest. I think the greatest difficulty I ever had with the HPD, and I used to drive the HPD quite often, was even P7 in Global one season. The season before he got retired. The trickiest thing about the HPD is the fact that there was a certain threshold in terms of braking. Let's just say with the P217. You can go full 100% as the brake peak. You cannot go on the HPD as the brake peak of being 100%. It's nearly impossible, because if you did, it would either lock the brakes and you would lose the rear end. So you would have either to go into a medium to low brake pressure of sorts, so you can meet the highest threshold of braking and be consistent in it. And even then, it would still lock the rears at some points, and you would lose it with so much ease, especially at some tracks like this where you need that momentum to try to carry the speed as fast as you can into the corner. So I do feel the pain of some of these drivers locking up the rears of the cars, because the HPD is just that tricky on the braking. It's unfortunate.
Running on board with Matt Malone on. Has Matt been in the car since the start?
Yeah.
I'm very curious. I think so.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, last year he did full 24.
Oh no, Scott Banks. Scott Banks has had a couple of stints in that car, so he's not all on his own. It's just that every time I've looked at the car, it's been him in the car, so I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if he was trying to do the whole 24 hours on his own or not, but not so here in this series, in this situation. Continuing to wheel that 34 car around. It's a bit of a struggle with these Mustangs sometimes, isn't it, Lorenzo? Because they're a bit of a tank. You know, you try to turn it into a corner, and you're waiting about 15 years to try and get through it.
Yeah, it's weird, right? We're normally talking about it does behave like a tank of sorts, right? Where normally we see the CTSV being treated more like a tank car than the Mustang, but I think because of its rawness of the FR 500, it being more of a grassroots car than the CTSV, you get that feeling that it is tricky for you to play around with.
It really, really is. Of course, we do have to remind everyone, if you are a team Flash driver in this race, then feel free to join the TeamSpeak, ts.RaceSpot.tv, for a little bit of a discussion with us. Maybe you can tell us how your race has gone, how the singing's been on pit lane, if you've been participating, and everything like that. So it'd be fantastic to hear from you if so. Lorenzo, can you go down to the interview room and check Zach's microphone for me, please, and I'll fill for you from here.
Well, we'll do.
There we go. So Lorenzo's going to check and see if our next interviewee is all ready to go. Is going to be from the Crashed Racing number 40 car, Zach Newman. We're just making sure that he is all set up, because downloaded TeamSpeak especially for joining us here on the broadcast. So hopefully we can get him in at some point, and that's what Lorenzo is checking at the moment. Just checking to make sure everything is absolutely fine and dandy in that. But yeah, this race continues to wind its way through here. The sort of well, it's not a terrible track by any means, but certainly not a very popular one here at Zolder. We've got 23 hours of racing here at this circuit. We've got about, well, coming up towards 19 and a half left to go here. We've been live for almost 4 hours at this point, so things are coming along very, very nicely in this one. We're very thankful that you're able to join us. I'm going to try and refresh the goal page and see what we are up to. We're up to 87%, so that's 17,560 so far raised for Mind, the mental health charity. So thank you very much, everyone, for contributing what you can to the cause, because it's an amazing cause. Lorenzo, is he okay?
He's A-okay. And he got news, actually. You're going to like this one.
We'll get to it in a bit. Anyway, it's about time that we bring Zach Niven into the commentary booth, and from Crash Racing, number 40. Of course, they're still wanting me to apologise for what I said a little bit earlier on, but I don't think they've done it the correct amount just yet. So there's Crash Racing out there on circuit, and Zach, you're with us. Your teammate of Jonathan Lund is behind the wheel at the moment in 16th place in class. How's it been?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. It's been fun. Obviously the team name, we don't want to crash. It's just a sort of team name that our sort of team owner Callum has always kept on. But we had that sort of spin on the first lap, which was a bit of a shame. But no, we've managed to get up. Don't know where we are currently. We are P16.
Oh, P50
hopefully
now.
Going to go. Oh, yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a bit unexpected. Yeah, Panda Racing came down onto the pit lane. I think you guys are coming towards the end of your stint now, right? Because I'm seeing you 35 laps in the stint.
Yeah, kind of had a moment earlier. Small miscommunication. The iRacing voice chat can get pretty hectic, and it was on fuel. So I was like, got 4 laps left, 4 laps, and that was interpreted as 1 lap while someone was trying to sing a song on the voice chat. So slight sort of decrease in one of the stint lengths, but yeah, Jonathan should be coming in soon. I can't remember if this is a driver swap or not. We've got our magic spreadsheet that should hopefully tell us the answers. No, for most of us, for actually 3 of us, this is our first sort of main endurance event. Actually, I can see it on my stream. He's coming in now,
yeah,
but
I can see that.
Everyone's been so great. I'm getting hard carried along here. There was an amazing first stint from Emily Callum, who decided to just go all out, and we managed to pull all of our positions back from quali. Quali was a situation as well, but that's Callum getting in the car now. Hopefully we can get through the night a bit. It gets dark quick here. Flashing the lights as well, a small rave anytime you want to overtake a Cadillac. So to be honest, I just want to make it to the end. I think I'm in the car in about an hour and a half's time. I just want to get in the car and just try not to crash, because we've had a really good time so far, and we've been having great time in the voice chat as well. But it's just great to race for a good cause and sort of have time together as a team, because sometimes everyone gets really busy sometimes. So speaking of really busy, we've managed to actually do our crew chief correctly, which is a surprise to me. It was this like coming onto like the last straight, I forgot to put the fuel in, and we were like, oh, this might cause an issue. We're not going to be doing a quali run here, but no, it's been really good so far.
Yeah, I mean, there was a car parked on the outside of one of the corners you just went through there with Callum Hambley behind the wheel of that number 40 car now. But yeah, you guys seem to have gone along well. There's another car off to the left-hand side there, so it seems like people are having problems keeping themselves on the grey stuff out there at the moment. So, I mean, that's been a theme throughout the race, so it's nothing new in this event. But, I mean, you have personal experience with that.
I do not wish to personally comment on any cars that may have been reversing onto the track. We have a protest channel in our main Discord for the event, and looking at that, it's been pretty full on. I really feel for Oscar. Oh, am I just a jinx or something coming on here? Because every car we seem to have passed is, but at least it's just not us spinning. I'm really glad that we've sort of kept our incidents down to a minimum, and it's only really been off tracks we've been collecting.
Yeah, I mean, the only case that we've given anyone was I think it was Triple S Racing, where someone in our chat said, "Oh, you should look at Triple S Racing," and like within 10 seconds of us switching the cameras, they had a bit of a moment. So it's like it does sometimes happen like that. Thankfully, the fan immersion, the onboard so far have been mostly trouble free. But yeah, you guys are about, let's see, I mean, of course, most people are sort of in the middle of a pit stop cycle right now. Still yet more HPDs to come down in on this particular stint. But who are your main rivals in this one? Because you got Panda Racing a little bit further down the road. I think they had their stop just 2 laps ago. Of course, Drive Dead Racing are 2.5 seconds in front of you. They have yet to pit, though, at this stage. So is it sort of still around that P17, 18 area that you're expecting to be at the moment?
I wouldn't say rival as such, like not like any comment on anybody's driving, because we're here for a fun time, not a fast time. But it would be great to beat Panda, because we all sort of met on Jimmy Broadbent's Discord server, and Panda Racing is built of a majority of Jimmy's mods on the server. Really good to sort of try and beat them, just to show them that actually us on the Discord can actually do well.
Yeah, it was pretty good to see as Drive Dead Racing did come down on towards the pit lane, so you re-inherit P number 18 at this stage. Is there anything you want to say before we let you go at this stage? There's still a long race to go, 19.5 hours left to run, and you are feeling optimistic?
I mean, like, we're all sort of having fun. I would never say that sort of I'd have any doubts. Like, everyone's had a really great time so far on the stream, and hopefully as long as we don't punt anyone, we should be keeping the good books. It's a great cause. I've watched the last 2 years mind events and go, oh, I really want to take part. So I finally found the sort of time to volunteer myself to a team. So I'm just happy to be here. It's a great event run by some great guys and for a great cause. I think that's all you can say about the event.
Yeah, we're certainly very happy to be broadcasting it as well. We're happy to have you in for a chat as well. So thank you very much, Zach, for coming and talk to us from Crash Racing number 40. Hopefully you're able to climb a little bit further up the order. But in the end, like you said, the finishing position really doesn't matter. It's all about the journey there and raising some good money. But thank you very much.
Not a problem, Will. Have a good race, guys.
You too, thank you very much. So that was Zach Niven from Crash Racing number 40 there, Lorenzo. It just sort of hits the nail on the head with what he was talking about there, with the fact that this isn't really a race that everyone's trying to win at this point. It's a race that, you know, where the participation is the primary thing. And, you know, raising the money is also one of the other primary things in this one as well. We're up to 89% in terms of the fundraising goal. £17,897 raised so far at this stage of the event. We are 11%. Oh, safety car. Safety car is out.
I don't know if he actually mentioned this during the interview. If he did, I do not remember.
No, he didn't.
But he did mention it to me. There was a safety car to be thrown out. It was banked by someone. I think it was during the other safety car procedure that it kind of started this. So this is going to be interesting for many reasons. Bring the field around again.
Yep, it does. So there is the pace truck, as the Americans would say it. And everyone's just going to all stack up together behind it. And, well, we had a little bit of a chaotic restart last time, Lorenzo. I think there's going to be another chaotic restart in for this time as well. We're on board with the race leader sitting up behind that pace truck of Heyman Motorsports, Bruno Carneiro, in the number 21 HPD at the very front of the train right now. So there's still only 2 cars in the leading lap. There is this Heyman Motorsports and, of course, Team Toasters. But, well, more safety cars, maybe more opportunity for drivers to unlap themselves with the lucky dog, shall we say, as we do want to have a little bit more of a competitive battle for the race lead. I'm certain that's not too controversial to ask for.
Yeah, of course. All we want to see is a little bit of drama between the leaders, and it would be making the things more interesting. I just want to share. I think Bruno might have to come to the pit lane soon because I think he's on his tail end of his stint. Meanwhile, Raf in the Linden, the Alpine Stars geodesic driver, is on his second lap going into his car. So what might do is also might bring P3 and P4 around, because it's not only those top 2 guys which are on the lead lap. 3rd and 4th now are also on the lead lap as well.
So that's the current state of play as far as this race is concerned, and in fact we can maybe get ourselves a little bit of a rundown here of the current standings in each class, because we haven't done that for a while at this point. So let's remove the tower, get ourselves just the HPDs, as well, it'll be kind of ruined for the moment because Heyman Motorsports come down towards the pit lane because they have to get pit stop service done, and well, the timing works out okay, maybe. Not sure about this one, Lorenzo. Again, we don't usually get safety car periods inside of endurance races here on iRacing, so it's kind of hard to tell sometimes when something's going to work out, because the pit lane rules and under the safety car are a little bit different for all iRacing races. For example, the pit lane is closed for a first lap of a safety car, which just means you can't get the more efficient and shorter stop, than, or at least comparatively speaking, compared to live running. So Heyman Motorsports down and in, and a good few cars down and in as well.
A good handful of cars are in as well. I think Toasters will take the lead on this one. Back in the HPDs, just looking if Team Butter Toasters are going to take the lead. No, they're in the pit lane. There will be a driver swap. William Chadwick out of the car. Tom Burns into it. But I think there will be not a lead lap, but a sort of thing like strategy battle between Weeb Sovereign Sport, as Andreas Hausa will be in the car, and Bruno Carneiro might be about 20 seconds back once he comes out of the pit lane.
I think he might be. So everyone is continuing to cycle their way through under the safety car, which you know, sometimes a bit of a sketchy time, because we've seen, at least in the first safety car period, a lot of drivers get themselves involved in silly little incidents, just running into the back of each other under the safety car, which is not the thing that you'd want to be doing. But looks like everyone just that little bit calmer here, at least in this one. Second safety car of the day, remember. We'll probably get a few many more by the time this race is done, depending on how the donations turn out. Let's have a little bit of a refresh of that donations page then. We've got ourselves over 18 grand, so 18,089. We are 90% of the way there, everyone. 90%, just that extra 10%, and we'll get it to our £20,000 goal. Just less than £2,000 before we get to that mark. And
yeah,
well, I did suggest, Lorenzo, that we'd get to the goal in the first portion of this broadcast, and well, it might be safely within the first portion, as long as it's over the next 2 hours or so.
Yeah, because we have right about an hour and 20-something minutes remaining in this part of our broadcast. And like I said, if we get towards 20K, I will say something in this broadcast, much to Connery Maddox's dismay, a little bit. But it is all for charity, so let's try to get towards that 20K. Keep donating, people, even if it is to send other teams to the bin or something like that. But it's all for the great cause of supporting the Mind Foundation.
It really is. Those are the standings on the left-hand side for the HBDs. Team Toasters lead from Heyman Motorsports, from Weeb Sovereign Sport with Team Putter Toasters in P4. Aurora Artifacts Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot, the best team on the grid. Will currently be in 5th place for the restart. And you can see the rest of the names a little bit further down. Then we can pull that down, and then we can show you the Cadillac class, or the state of the Cadillac class. There's VRE Motorsports that currently lead that one from Old Turtles Motorsport. Then you have BS Competition, Dial Angsaman, Melon Mates, Zornhow Racing, and Spud Motorsports. At least cars still running. Coyote Racing and Three Legs, Four Wheels, and HP Concert Mood. Overall, very much towards the very back of the field. Having a look at the Mustangs now then. The Mustangs look like this. It is ProCharge Sim Sports that have led since the early stages at this point. Rip Mike Mobile in P2, that's the Matt Malone team, maintaining their P2 for now. They've been in P2 for pretty much the start of the event. Really Slow Motion Racing in P3 with Singing in the pit lane in P4. Faint Motion Motorsports P5 with Blown Motor Racing P6. 2 SE Sports Team Orange in 7th place with Color Shock, and Team Cockroaches rounding out the 9-car Ford Mustangs. The current running order, shall we say. Lights are off on the pace car though, Lorenzo. We're going to go racing at the end of this lap.
Yeah, I'm going to go racing at the end of the lap. I'm just trying to look at possible cars that are taking the wave around. Seeing the 3 lights, 4 wheels, only fools in horsepower. And some other cars. Rory McDuff. Oh, Rory driving for the racing team. In the number 48 with Timo Andonovsky. Oh, it's just Timote. I forgot it. It is Timote. He's basically... I can talk about that later about this team because I kind of know who's actually that team.
Pace car down on towards the pit lane then as they'll wind themselves through those final couple of corners. It'll be side by side for the race lead between Heyman Motorsports and Team Toasters, heading their way to the start finish line in just a couple of moments time, waiting for that go signal. We're back green flag racing here in the 23 hours of Zolder. The 2021 race for mental health, wheel to wheel between Heyman Motorsports and Team Toasters on the way down in towards turn number 1. And it looks like Heyman Motorsports have been able to hold on to that race leading position, coming off of the start, gaining a couple of tenths of a second already, heading their way through the turns 1 and indeed turns 2. Through the first sector they come. A little bit of squabbling in, right behind your race leaders at the moment as they'll swing their way through on this first lap. Toasters teasing a little bit with the grass there, and already they start to come upon lap traffic that they'll have to try and get through on. Through the chicane they come. Everyone's pretty clean. No! Team Toasters have spun through the chicane and they're pointing in the wrong direction. They've got to be careful with the rejoin here with the entire field trying to come through on them. That's a lot of lost time for Team Toasters as they're stuck in the gravel trying to get those wheels spun. There they go. They get going. Careful with the rejoin. They've been able to get it done, but they've lost 20 seconds to Heyman.
Yeah, fully toasted the Rav Vendelin going into the chicane. Unfortunate to see though, but it's cold tires, it's a restart, so a lot of time for Rav Vendelin to try to get back on Bruno Carnera.
Let's take a look at the replay from Team Toasters as well. That's the back end of the replay. Let's wind it back another 20 seconds to see exactly what happened there to Team Toasters, as it was, well, this is a pretty tricky chicane at the best of times. Nailing on a restart is also a pretty a tough thing to do as well, lest you get freight trained by everyone behind coming off the corner. But took too much out of the second. Apex spun back around, gets blinded by all those headlights trying to run themselves through that chicane, and of course struggles to get back onto circuit in a safe fashion.
And I do want to say also maybe the back marker on the outside might have an effect into this because it might have taken off the option line of Raf van der Linden coming into the corner and screw the Team Toaster driver up. Try to get the best line out of the corner, still being effectively fast against Bruno Carneiro and the Heyman Motorsport driver, who has nothing to do with it, just now with the nearly 20-second gap towards P2 right now.
Alpha 6 in HPDs. This is the Jardier community team versus Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing. Battle for 6 in class between the 35 and the 155. Of course, there's been a whoa, no, Jardier's off. Jardier, the community team's off. Of course, it's not Jardier driving it, but Jardier regardless, and back onto the circuit they come as it's Abdelkir Al-Amri driving that car at the moment, and maybe cold tire syndrome continuing to be in effect here after the restart. Let's have a look at exactly what happened here to Al-Amri. And it's the typical HPD thing, isn't it, Lorenzo? Loose on entry.
Yeah, loose on entry, nothing that Al-Budkeir Al-Amri could do over there. Another Twitch streamer that also streaming on Twitch, trying to get a lot of viewers to try to donate towards the charity, but unfortunately got back-footed by the braking right there.
Yeah, more cars on pit lane. We've got Hybrix down and in. We also have Drive Dead Racing coming down into the pit lane this time around as well to get their stops underway. So it was kind of a little bit of an awkward safety car with all things considered, because again, it was on the edge of a pit stop window for the HPDs in particular. So there have been some gainers out of that one, there have been some losers. But overall, racing has still been pretty good, as we'll see Team Butter Toasters. They've got a bit of own class lap traffic to get out of the way before they get themselves up onto the back of Weebit Sovereign Sports, which, again, sometimes I can't believe I'm saying some of these names on broadcast, but for the Team Butter Toasters, P4, looking for P3, but P3 is about 2 seconds further down the road.
I'm just curious, why wouldn't you believe of some of the names you're saying? Of course, I like the Weeb Sovereign Sport, then maybe I can go with that, even though I am a little bit, I'm not going to go into the terms, but I do associate myself somewhat with the term, but I'm not going to go exploring that way too deep. But Tom Burns looks like he has the better pace in comparison to Andreas Hauser right here, but Andreas put up a feisty defense, not allowing the 666 car to come closer.
Lorenzo, I don't judge what internet subculture you involve yourself in. I mean, I made a hint towards furries earlier on, so there we go.
Okay.
But 19 hours, 50 minutes left of this one to go, and we've had what's happened to Jardier's community team, because I'm not seeing them out there on circuit right now.
Hey.
Oh, they're back. Maybe back. Oh, this is some connection issues here for Al-Amri, I think.
Just trying
They're
to
there.
take a look over here.
They're still there out on circuit, but they dropped out for a bit. That's the last thing you need in endurance races, connection issues. Sometimes it's a reality of sim racing, though. So it's something that sometimes everyone just kind of has to deal with, because, you know, what's the other option? You know, go and try and march on over to your ISP and tell them how bad the connection is. I know some people, you know, do phone them theirs up and tell them that, but at this point, it's just the reality of internet racing.
Like me?
Like you, Lorenzo, yeah, like you. And like me sometimes, but the thing is, I rely on the internet for my work, so... Whoa! That's a little bit sketchy down into there. Between the two HPDs, couldn't quite tell the one behind the one who was, but sometimes these moves on the braking zones have been a little too close for comfort, Lorenzo. And we've seen instance result come out. We've seen instance as a result of those late braking moves.
Yeah, just to let you know, the car behind the one in the number 78 is the Crash Racing from Callum Hambley in the car. But yeah, I agree. You know, some of these
braking, so especially through those low corners. I think the majority of the corners are really slow. Maybe only turn 1 and 2, maybe turn 9 are going to turn 9 are the really fast ones. But other than that, it's a sketchy track of sorts. It does provide lots of attrition because it is a very tight track to race. Unlike the bigger sister in Belgium of Zolder's track, which is Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, it is very different. In some instances, it's kind of like a street circuit, but without the very incredibly close walls. You know, that's kind of the vibe that it gives off. But in the end, it's just a slightly tenuous link rather than an actual category it can fit into. But I hope everyone's enjoying this one. We have had some activity in the chat, especially we're coming around the safety car. Some people relatively excited about the prospects of the safety car. We've had 2 already over the course of this one. It took a while to get our first one though. It seemed like no one wanted to really donate to try and get the first one, so we did have to wait a while. Kenson Racing Red's in the pit lane, by the way, and it's Joe Ciampa coming into the car now, so still no Jamie Broadbent appearing just yet for the number 8 car. Jimmy kind of started the race for those guys and is now relying on his teammates to carry him, try and get him through at least the opening portions of this race. It kind of feels weird to say that, Lorenzo. We're still in the opening portions of this race because we are, even though we've had, we're coming up to around 4 hours done at this point.
Yeah, it's weird to think that there's still about 19 hours remaining of racing here. So, and it kind of flew by a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We barely noticed. We are 4 hours in, or 5 hours in of sorts. So it's gonna be an interesting final hour to cover. Wait. No, I'm going crazy. I apologize. Gonna be still 2 more hours to cover, but as
Are
I
you getting
I'm
optimistic
thinking,
because you thought it was a 24-hour race?
yeah. See, I was gonna say that I thought it was a 24-hour race at one point, but my mind has already gone into certain realms of irrealities that is already thinking 24, 24, 24, 24, 42. So it's going to be an interesting one to cover, but very good racing so far as we have a car coming back on track.
Yeah, we do. It seems like we have a car having off basically every single lap. It's just luck of the draw whether our cameras pick it up or not. Let's have a reload of the donations paid. 18,341 donated so far to make up 91% of the £20,000 goal. So we are motoring along towards that 20k. Of course, to be able to do it before this portion of the broadcast is done would be absolutely fantastic. But even if we don't, we still probably will surpass it during the time that we are offline. Of course, if you're unfamiliar, we do these first 6 hours and the last 6 hours of these races here in the Race for Mental Health 2021. It's been all right, Lorenzo, isn't it? It's been all right.
It's been all right. It's kind of like that for me. It's fine so far. It is fine. We haven't had any major drama lately, aside from that major crash that involved pretty much 99% of the grid, right?
Yeah, that's probably the low light.
And that's the low light of the whole race. The incident turn number 3. Actually turn number 4, apologies. And after that, everything kind of calmed down a little bit, and we nearly had issues with the tree lights 4 wheels.
We did. So yeah, that's the. So sometimes these races can be very tricky, and for many reasons. Even if we're taking things a little bit less seriously in this one, the standard endurance racing facts and talking points still apply in these ones. So we talk about getting stuck in traffic and it being detrimental to your race. Talk about that traffic management and the sorts of overall strategies between like the double stints and the triple stints, but I doubt there's that much interest in this one as we see a car going around and just about getting back going. Was that Team Cockroaches? Yes, it was. A bit of trouble. See what happens to Team Cockroaches, Lorenzo. Issue coming into the chicane here. Oh, tagged around by the HBD. Bit of action at a distance, I will give them that, but either way the result is the same. Out into the gravel.
Heading to the gravel, and let's see how they return into the track, because from what I looked was very clean. Not too major drama. No major drama. Everything just A-okay for the Mustang right there, despite the scare.
That's the way you want to do it. That's for certain. The stage. We might as well go for a little bit of a RaceSpotTV fan immersion here in just a couple of moments. We're getting towards the top of the hour, which is the places we would usually do it in the iRacing special events. Go on, Lorenzo.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so we're gonna do it. I mean, we threatened the option of 2 in the last one, so we might as well go for the other one this time. So we're going to go on board with the Doug Henson Racing Red car of currently Joe Ciampa behind the wheel of the car. I'm not sure why it's still showing that he's in P32 at the moment. I'm hopefully gonna try and sort that. It might have to require us to restart VTVO, so we'll have to see here in this one. But for Doug Henson Racing Red at the moment, they're going to continue to try and work their way through out there at the moment. And well, P15 at the moment. Don't rely on what you see in the lower left. And we'll be back in just a couple of moments here. We'll just ride on board with the HPD for a bit. Bye-bye. hello everyone, and welcome back to the 23 hours of Zolder for the 2021 Race for Mental Health. My name is Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Lorenzo Bonda for the first 6 hours of this broadcast, and just like that, we've got about 2 hours of broadcasting left to go, Lorenzo. It's been a bit of a long one. Especially with a two-man booth, it sometimes gets pretty tough indeed, but I think we've soldiered along relatively well. Let's get a little bit of an update with regards to the current total. We are at 18,350, 380, excuse me, there at the very top right-hand side of your screen. 91% of our fundraising goal has been. So, oh no, Doug Henson Racing Red, that is the Jimmy Broadbent car having a spin out of the final corner. Has been a bit of an incident behind them as well, which is not ideal. I think it was Blown Motor Racing that was also involved in that one as well, and now it's going to be stacking up everyone behind here, coming down on towards the back straight here at Zolder, as you'll get to see a replay of exactly what may have happened in that situation. So we got Blown Motor Racing here in one of the Ford Mustangs that might have been an instigator in this one. We'll just have to wait and see, because they were certainly involved in it somehow. Whether or not they started off still remains to be seen. Yes, they did start it off. They run into the back of a Cadillac ahead of them, and it causes a whole bunch of, well, not so much scattering behind, but a lot of slowing.
It caused a little bit of confusion. You can see the BS competition car just threading the needle, and the Doug Henson car probably one of the first cars to catch the aftermath of that incident. And the Blown Motor Racing still with the not blown motor, despite the struggles.
Yeah, I wonder if they did blow it, at least in the opening portion of the race, because we saw them on pit lane with some quite heavy front end damage. Well, a good few hours ago. But of course, each of these teams get themselves 5 fast repairs here in this event, so you have yourself 5 opportunities to be able to come down on towards the pit lane and get yourself basically a brand new car. And I don't say that in a game show sense where you have your brand new car, but it's a brand new car. And well, we have a HPD in the gravel there, which is a bit unfortunate. I think that's the Ford Mustang team that found themselves in the gravel there, as Kurt Steinberg struggling to keep hold of that number 05 car. But yeah, Lorenzo, 5 fast repairs to use for these guys. I wonder how many fast repairs each team has used so far, because I get the feeling for some of them they might be running low already.
Yeah, I do get that feeling as well. You know, they are battered and bruised, and so many incidents that probably had on track. Some of them definitely probably are on 2 fast repairs remaining, maybe 1 fast repair remaining. Like I said, I think at this portion on the broadcast this time around, not this portion, but I think on hour 6 to 8 there were guys with 1 remaining, or neither 1 remaining, just 0 left in terms of fast repairs.
Yeah, so you do have to keep careful. You do have to try and conserve these fast repairs over the course of the race, because you never know what might happen in the future. And you know, we've already had what is about 4 hours of organized chaos at the moment. We might even have 19 hours of continued the situations happening before we get the checkered flag in this race. So you do want to keep those fast repairs in hand and make sure that you're able to get to the end of the race in one piece and not have to retire from the event in the very dying moments. That's definitely not going to be a plan that any of these teams will want to go with for the rest of this one. But I hope everyone is doing well. We certainly are in the commentary booth. It's been a very, very long stint. We started about 4.5 hours ago, and we're still continuing on all the way up into the 6 hours gone mark, and then we'll be sort of shutting down for the night, and then we'll be back with the final 6 hours of the race. So once we see that clock in the top left hit 17 hours to go, that's when we'll be heading out, and then we'll be back with you for the end of the race. But I think both of us are probably going to try and get a well-deserved sleep, Lorenzo. Although I do have to be up early tomorrow, and so do you.
Yeah, I do have to be up tomorrow to commentate the 24-hour series, the 6 hours of Spa, 6 hours of Spa, 6 hours of Sebring, because the 24-hour series, the one powered by Hankook in real life, is actually doing its 24-hour Sebring iteration, I think, as we speak. So we're gonna have our virtual version of this race in the sim tomorrow. As a commentator with David Haynes, our good fella commentator from Australia, David Haynes, and I'm wondering, what are you going to do?
Well, I'm commentating the final 6 hours of this. So.
Oh yeah, true. I forget.
Yeah.
I forget.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 12 hours of commentary on this race. Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know if my voice is gonna survive by the end of tomorrow, to be honest. But yeah, either way. And even then, tomorrow evening, I'm gonna have to pick up my partner from the airport. So it's yeah. It's going to be a very, very long day tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get a nap by the end of the race, after the end of the race, before I have to go on that long drive. But that'll probably be the sensible decision to make sure that no one's in any danger. But yeah, very, very busy weekend for us here at RaceSpotTV. We have many events going on at the moment. Of course, like you said, we have 24-hour series at some point this weekend as well. We have the various BMW Sim Live events going on as well. To be concerned about, so those have been happening now. We've got, I think we've got Ivor as well, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah,
it's
GT series.
Yeah, the Ivor GT series. We've got Winter Derby as well, one of the iRacing special events. So yeah, it's a lot for us here at RaceSpot to be doing this weekend. But we like to think we can do it all, so doing it all we are. And well, things are going rather well at the moment. Two commentator crew for this race, though, is not exactly ideal. We usually like to have 3 for endurance races, but we will just try and work through it the best way possible that we can.
Yep. If you want to join us, like again, if you are racing this race, you want to join us. Just ts.respot.tv, and you can join us anytime.
Absolutely, certainly won't complain. Kills a little bit of time as well, so it'd be great to have people in and talking to us at this stage. It was, well, we're certainly very much struggling for things to talk about at this point. It's the typical sort of middle of an endurance race sort of things going on at the moment. Everyone just sort of settled into their rhythm. Again, you can't rely too much on trying to read anything really into the strategy, because there might be a safety car randomly thrown at some point because someone's paid a good amount of money to do that. So can't really read too much into it. There's the updated donation amount, by the way. We're up to 92% of our goal. Is £18,589 that has been given to the Mines charity by the sim racing community so far in this one. It's been a bit of a wild ride so far, but we've still got a long way to go.
Yeah, we got a long way to go. Actually, I do have something that I probably want to ask you, since you, we commentate stuff, and you have ties with Porsche. You commentated the Porsche Sports Super Cup, and I think you do commentate the Contenders Series. And I commentate the Brazilian Carrera Cup in the Sprint Challenge here. And Porsche came not too long ago, because the LA Auto Show is happening this week, and they launched the new Club Sport. Have you watched the new trailer, or the trailer regarding the Club Sport?
I will be honest, I haven't seen it.
So basically, this is insane, and this is one thing. I was talking to a friend of mine that is Jeff Giassi's race engineer. Jeff Giassi, who races the Porsche Sports Super Cup for Team Redline, and is also a Carrera Cup driver himself. Basically, what happened is they grabbed the GT3 Cup
old one, the 991, right? That engine, and they managed to put up in the GT4 car.
Interesting. Okay.
Not only that, they said they made some tweaks with the electronics, the ABS, the traction control, some aerodynamical shifts to try to make the car more agile through the corners. But the biggest one for me, which I thought it was very, very interesting, is the fact they're using an updated version of the old GT3 Cup car into the car, and is apparently to be a little bit lighter, but still retain the same speed and horsepower. A little bit of the same speed and horsepower that the GT3 Cup had. For me, that is a really interesting aspect for a car that I think in the previous iteration, in the CS, it was 718 came in the Club Sport MR. It was the MR. The MR had 480 horsepower, if I recall correctly. If Peter Makayo was over here, he would have corrected me in a heartbeat, because he's a Porsche nerd.
A Porsche, by the way.
Porsche nerd. It's because I don't go the full length of saying Porsche nerd. It would become a little bit weird. You got my.
I mean, I have to correct everyone on that, because went to Porsche Leipzig in the 2017 and 2018, I can't remember which one, but they drilled it into us that it is Porsche, not Porsche.
Yeah, I know it's Porsche. It's just that whenever I say Porsche nerd, it's weird whenever I say the sh, and then I transition into the nerd.
Yeah.
Those language barrier things. But in being the nerd, it makes it a little bit interesting. And we have a murder on the second chicane that we should cover.
Alpod says Zik involved in this one. There's another HPD, I think Doug Henson Racing Red, that might have been involved in this one. Let's take a look at it. Quite far back, so we'll have to let this one run through. But either way, the 155 is involved. Potentially the Jimmy Broadbent car as well. We'll get to see exactly what happens. And it's the chicane they come, and it was not the Doug Henson Racing Red car. It was someone else, one of the other HPDs. We'll cycle things back just a little bit further, just to make sure perhaps we can get ourselves the view from the Alpine Star GT racing car with that HPTM behind, and they got basically pinged into someone else, didn't they?
Yeah, it looks like it. A little bit of a rebound of sorts, and trying to see who was that actually got rebounded. But unfortunately, to see Michael Kohalic getting a little bit of an issue, and going from P5 all the way down to P7, and then requiring a driver swap, it looks like, because Graham Sanders, or Graham Free, as it is said on Twitch, is now in the car.
So driver changes in effect for a handful of teams at this stage. We've got 18 hours, 47 minutes left to run of the 23 hours of Zolder for 2021 Race for Mental Health. My name's Mario Maddock. I'm joined by Lorenzo Bonta, or this one as, you. I was thinking about just being nasty and just saying, well, I'm joined by some guy for this one, but no, I am too nice to say something like that, but yeah, a couple of incidents happening here and there. Of course, there is, the whole sort of concept of the silly hour in endurance racing. Usually it comes around about close to the dawn hours in the real world side of things. Yep. But I guess every single hour of this one has been a bit silly.
Well, because this is a meme race of sorts, right? Everybody's just racing for fun, buying penalties for other people, things like that. So the dynamic of the race is a little bit different. And recently, and I think I covered way too many portions of these races where everything calmed down and it becomes silly hours. With you and even other RaceSpot commentators, that the feel that I get whenever I commentate these long endurance races, you know, we know the transition where it starts to become silly hours, even if it is a serious race, right? That we can kind of like relax a little bit, just kick back and maybe, like I said, transition from the sprint-esque mode that we see in Porsche and other races into something more like of a podcast to try to, you know, just banter, because I think, I'm trying to remember who said it best. Endurance racing, if I recall correctly, is 80% banter, 20% commentary, because you cannot get over full 100% commentary. Well, you can when Kairos is around.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you need a certain kind of personality to be able to sort of get over that particular hurdle. But of course, we are not only live here on RaceSpotTV, we're also live on the BCO Esports Twitch channel as well. So a couple of places to watch us here in this one. Hope everyone is still continuing to enjoy what is left of the coverage. I think we've kind of run out of steam a little bit, at least here in the commentary world. So, but we're just winding down the clock here at this stage. Sim racing, it's you know, a big part of pretty much all of our lives, and it's always great to see the community pull together in races like this for a common goal, a common cause, to raise money for Minds, the mental health charity. Of course, it's an issue that's touched pretty much every single human being on this earth, but yet it is still an awful situation for many people, and all that we can do to try and help those people that need the better, as far as I'm concerned. So, current goal of £20,000 would be doing some very good work with the Minds, but of course, you know, we can very much break that record here in this one. 92%, with still 18 and 3/4 hours left to go. It is very, very good going. So we're looking to break that record relatively, or break that goal relatively soon. Whether or not we'll break the record of over 70 grand that was set last year, well, that still remains to be seen. But if we can get close to it, or even get over it, that would be absolutely fantastic indeed. So there we go. That's the sort of the reasoning why we're doing what we're doing at the moment. Thank you very much to Jimmy Broadbent for hosting this race, and of course he's been a massive advocate of just being aware and of your mental health and dealing with some of the problems that arise as a result of it as well. Of course, he's been no stranger to having to deal with it and being very open with his community about it as well. So certainly a great ambassador for what we're trying to do here. But yeah, Lorenzo, the race is at the stage now where everyone's just cruising. So unless anything like sort of absolutely crazy happens at the moment, everyone's just kind of settled into their rhythms and into their strategies a little bit here. Of course, the safety cars can upset such things a little bit, but everyone keeping it on track and together relatively well. Scared out of line. That's one of the Cadillacs that had to sort of bail out of that sort of situation. We're kind of focused on the team Butter Toasters at the moment as they continue to do a pretty good job in that third place, but of course they are about 12 seconds adrift of P2 at the moment as Team Toasters. So the pair of Toasters continuing to do pretty well in this race, but it is the Heyman Motorsports car that leads by a lap at the moment. So those guys are going along very well. Bruno Canaro has done a very good job behind the wheel of that number 21 car to be able to put it in that position. Of course, they're one of the teams that has benefited from the handful of safety cars that we've had already in this race. I'm pretty sure that there are more to come. Got to take all the benefits of certain circumstances when they arise. We're going to see, I thought we were going to see a potential 3 wide there in that little section, very narrow section in the middle of the lap, where there's certainly not a room to maneuver, and there's still not a lot of room to maneuver through here as all the HPDs try to fire their way through. None of these are battle for positions, I don't think. It's just they're all kind of, as a coincidence, stacked up together.
Yeah, nearly saw 3 wide between Tom Burns and Joe Ciampa into turn number 9. And now finally Tom Burns gets through. Well, there's a little bit of a elbowing of sorts between the Doug Henson driver and the Team Butter Toasters driver into the last chicane, as we're watching now the Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot and Daniel Kell.
Yeah, so again, we haven't had the further guest drivers as part of that one. We've of course had Lewis McGlade and of course Daniel Kell so far pilot that number 78 HPD, but still more team members yet to come as part of that car to be going forward with at this stage of the race. 18 hours, 39 minutes left to run.
Well, apparently Oscar Hardwick is trying to get a donation to get another yellow flag, another safety car. As we're getting closer to 20K, we are just 500.
That's jumped up quite a bit since when we last saw it. It's at £19,609 at the moment. So 98%
I can tell you why.
of the way to our goal. And tell us why, Lorenzo.
We just had a £1,000 donation from ACRC. Thank you so much. By the way, it's saying so many suffer in silence. The quiet people, the socially awkward, the ones you don't see in public are the ones fighting the biggest battles. I think my mental health needs to end. Fine. I agree.
Yeah, that is a great message, and thank you very much. £1,000 in one go. It does mean that we're less than £400 away from getting ourselves to our £20,000 goal, and we're still 18 and a half hours before the end of this race. So that's how generous the sim racing community has been today. Of course, we saw very similar results last year as well, with the sim racing community coming out with droves to support mental health, and it's just it warms the heart to see. That's all I'll say on that one. But yeah, just 2% away, Lorenzo. 2%.
2% away, and Oscar Hardwick already told the drivers and teams to get into the pit lane, do their pit stops and driver swaps, because we're going to get another yellow flag.
Yeah, so we've seen a few takers already. We've seen premature acceleration come down in recently. We had crash racing come down in as well. Team Shammers coming in about 5 laps ago. Fuji Americas also coming in 5 laps ago. Triple S Racing also, and Blumbo, Color Shock, 3 legs, 4 wheels have also come down in very recently as well. So you're starting to see the effects of the warning from the race control about a safety car is going to be imminent. So let's see who tries to capitalize on this one. Of course, you know, it kind of, you know, with the Heyman Motorsports car, you know, continuing to stretch its legs at the very front of the field, it's made a very uncompetitive, at least, HPD class at the moment, as Heyman Motorsports have put a lap on the rest of the field, and that's even before you factor in things like pit stops. So they're going along very well at the moment, and well, if someone gets the lucky dog and gets back in the leading lap, then they might have a little bit more of an issue.
Yeah, but I don't think it will be likely that everybody will get the lucky dog and get their lap back in the lead lap. And even though if there are people getting their laps back,
it would only be 3 cars coming back into the lead lap because the Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot is 3 laps behind the leader, so it wouldn't matter all that much.
Well, there are some relatively close battles out on circuit. There's the battle for 20th in HPDs between Hyprix and Taylor Middles Racing. A little bit off cycle with regards to their strategy compared to each other, but close regardless of that fact. At least in the other classes, there's not really all that much to report. You know, the other 2 classes, the Cadillacs and the Mustangs, have really been pretty spread out compared to each other. Just over kind of the entirety of this race, they haven't really had all that much close battling for positions. So that's why we haven't really seen a lot of action go on back there. We've seen a lot of spins and contests for that traffic, but not a lot of action internally to the Cadillac and Ford class so far. So hopefully that might, you know, change by the end of this one. You know, there's certainly within the realms of possibility that podium positions might be challenged. Certainly in the Mustang class, and of course you got Old Turtles Motorsports about 10 seconds behind BS competition in the Cadillacs at the moment. So they certainly bring themselves back into things, but we're sort of just, you know, waiting out for that threatened safety car now.
Yeah. And by the way, apparently there's
been a Cadillac that's gone around. Didn't quite spot who. It was 3 legs, 4 wheels.
What happened to my dearie number 37 right there? Let's look on the replay.
Bit of contact with the HPD, I think, coming through the... Oh, no contact at all. Just dropped the back end, did Chris Palmer. And, well, going back onto circuit through the gravel. There's a lot of gravel that's been drawn onto the track there. I think a lot of cars have had some off-track excursions coming through that section of racetrack, and it's actually brought some of the dust onto the circuit, which is an example of iRacing's dynamic track, of course. But it doesn't usually factor too much into how the racing goes, but it does mean if the car goes offline in a fight through there, then maybe they'll have a little bit of reduced grip compared to what they would usually have.
Unfortunate to see that happening, and we're due to come soon. And we're due to come soon into the yellow flag. I think right about maybe 5 minutes until we get it back into the third safety car caution. And from what I heard, there might be a little bit of a break between race control, so anarchy can ensue in a little bit.
Yeah, and well, I think this entire race has been pretty anarchistic so far, but if the stewards are not going to pay attention at this point, at a future point, then maybe we'll see a level of complete incompetence, which so far has been unrivaled in this one. So looking forward to that one, as we have 18.5 hours to go. Only about an hour and a half left of this commentary stint, though, Lorenzo, which is what my voice is very much thankful for at the moment, because you can probably tell I've dropped off quite significantly from the start.
Yeah, it happens, but it is those things about endurance races, right? That endurance race is a fine art of being. I like to joke in Kenjutsu that you have to keep your energy constant at a certain level, like a high constant level, right? With the endurance racing, the biggest challenge is gotta be within that level every single time. It doesn't have to be like always on the on the high end.
We are about, well, very close to our goal now. 99%. 19,885 pounds has been donated so far. So we're looking at 115 pounds left remaining to be able to get ourselves up to 20k within the first basically first third of the race. That's crazy.
And that if there's anybody watching Jimmy's stream, don't forget that I did promise that I probably would sing a song if we get to 20K before end of the portion, which is probably going to happen in the next 20 seconds. And if you are watching Jimmy's stream and you're watching this, pass it up to Jimmy's which sing the commentators would like to sing.
Wait, I thought it was just you. I thought it was just you. You're not going to drag me into this.
I'm just kidding. Yeah. I would sing for This Is All Over.
There we go. You got me worried there, Lonson. You got me pretty worried.
I try to bamboozle you
with my throat being the way it is, but yeah, 99% is the current total, so it shouldn't be too long before we get ourselves that 20K. And of course, we can all rejoice, and then everything after that is just a bonus. We would like to get up towards the 70K that we got last year. Maybe that can happen before this is done. Hand the racing down on towards the pit lane to get one of their pit stop services done. Yeah, so again, the HPDs are kind of mostly come down in over the past lap or so, 1 to 5 laps, I would say. At this point, there's still some that have stuck with the synth so far. That's the Aurora Active Clarity FTF powered by RaceSpot machine of Daniel Kell. Has continued to stay out there on lap. One of the longest stints in HPD so well, at least in this current phase of the race, in terms of the amount of time since their last pit stop. M Plower, though, certainly beat them to that point. They'll be down in soon. They've got 34 laps on their stint, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be their final lap, making their way across the line before they decide that they want to come in for a pit stop service. Of course, there are two choices you can make here in HPDs. You can either go just the fuel, or you can get yourself fuel and tires. And in some cases, we've seen even not entirely all 4 tires choices be pretty successful.
Yeah, we saw sometimes 2 tires come into the car, and there's a strategy that does happen in the HPDs, and it doesn't affect the tire.
We got it.
Strategy. Yeah.
We got to £20,000. The goal has been reached. 20,069, of course. Of course, we had to have the 69 at the end. But yeah, 20 grand for Mind, the mental health charity. Thank you very much, everyone. Of course, yeah, of course, the kind of secondary stream compared to Jimmy's and some of the other big name streamers, but it's certainly amazing to see that figure in the top right hand side of the screen. So 20K, the goal being reached, means that, of course, you know, that Lorenzo has to do something now. And I'll wait for your cue. I'll have to wait for your cue for you to say you're ready.
Then, if there's the case, I want the if chat to decide which scene.
Well, chat's been dead for the past hour, so
yeah.
And there's the yellow flag.
I'm gonna be hopeful as we get the yellow flag, right?
Yeah.
As we get the yellow flag. I'll refer to chat, otherwise I wish I could pass this up to Jimmy's chat, if that could reach Jimmy, or even in the server, who knows.
You want an audience, is what you're saying.
I don't want it's not that I want an audience. I just want them to influence on the song choice. As long as it is not, it doesn't contain letters that would give us any problems.
Right.
Let's say.
What did you sing last year? Did you sing anything last year?
Radio Gaga.
Radio Gaga. Okay, I have an idea.
Okay.
Barbie Girl by Aqua.
Like, I'm a Barbie girl from a Barbie world. Is that what you want me to say?
Yeah. Well, that's my vote.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's been one of the punishments as well. One of the penalties. I remember that being one of them last year. Yeah.
It was. Jeez, man, I don't even remember. And
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I haven't listened to Aqua. I haven't listened to Aqua in about 20 years. I'll have to start to listen. I'll have to listen to Aqua right now, get an idea of the flow of the song, and then go for it and sing until like the end of basically like kiss me here, touch me, you know, blah 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 blah.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The show must go on by Queen. Okay, not a bad choice.
That's not a bad choice. That's a less embarrassing choice.
Bruno is in the chat. I need to know which song you want me to sing. Come on, choices.
We're trying to crowdsource suggestions.
Now we're crowdsourcing suggestions for songs so the commentator can sing. Not Connery, obviously me, right? Because let's be honest, Connery. My vote is also Barbie Girl.
Legendary. Awesome.
My
vote is also Barbie. Yeah, well, you've got another +1 vote for Barbie Girl.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna leave this for about 5 until 18:20. 18 hours, 20 minutes remaining. Yeah, Chad, this we're never gonna give you up.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you up. Yeah, that's a good one as well.
I've been rickrolled today. I could sing.
You can rickroll everyone else on broadcast.
Yeah,
There's a good 90 people watching compared to probably a couple of thousand on Jimmy's stream.
Yeah, 3,000 or 2,000. I don't even care. I know, right? Insane. But there you go. Until 18:20 left on this broadcast, I want crowd-funded suggestions or votes for possible songs. The poll is open, and I say with air quotes.
Well, I think we've lost like 20 viewers since you suggested that that you can sing.
No,
so
we
I think
gained
everyone's kind of bailing out.
We gain viewers.
Did we gain them or did we lose them? This is the.
This is content.
Maybe not the content we need, but the content everyone kind of wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could well be. I don't know. There's some other things. There's you could do maybe something from a musical. You could do what's it called? The can't remember. I had a song in my head and it's just gone.
From which musical?
I can't even remember. Oh god.
Chicago.
My brain has just gone blank at this point, which is probably a combination of getting up super early and also doing currently about 5 hours of commentary. Will be 6 by the time that we're done here. So I don't know. You can do Defying Gravity from Wicked. You can do I Believe from Evan Hansen. You can do the Book of Mormon. Sorry. You could do the there's a lot of things. Bohemian Rhapsody. They're just throwing out the Queen songs at you.
Yeah, like let's try to think about outside of Queen because I did Queen last year.
Yeah, you did. You did do Radio Gaga last year. So
I'm trying to get away from the Queen. Smooth Criminal.
Michael Jackson. There we go.
I was listening to Smooth Criminal, I think yesterday. I just wish I could move like Michael Jackson, though.
I mean, you have the VMix all up.
True.
Oh no. I regret putting out that suggestion. We're not doing that.
Which one? The Barbie Girl one?
No, I was gonna say I suggest that we have the VMix call up, so you can pull off your dance moves, but that's probably a mistake.
Oh,
No. Then our audience would definitely dip.
Dipped already, but yeah, I mean, ideas. We're about 1 minute before.
Yeah,
you
1
have
minute.
to-
1
you have to
minute.
make the decision,
All right. So Barbie Girl, Bohemian Rhapsody, or Smooth Criminal?
Well, you know what my vote is, so.
Yeah, you're voting for Barbie Girl. We got 2 votes on Barbie Girl. Bruno doesn't decide what he wants. Show must go on. It's 1 vote. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start to listen to Barbie Girl. I'll be right back.
Sorry, that just.
It's just, I just know.
Be right back.
I just know that
listening to-
part. Like, I'm a Barbie girl from a Barbie world. Like, you know, I just know the chorus. I just know the chorus
have
part.
the music video or whatever going on in your ears while you're singing along to it. That's gonna be the easy route that you can do. So it's not really a cappella, but I mean it'll be a cappella on the broadcast, but.
Yeah, be a cappella on the broadcast, but I didn't do that for Radio Gaga because then Radio Gaga kind of know the flow of the song all by myself. Give me a second. Now we're past the 20. It will be Barbie Girl.
Meanwhile, we'll have we got ourselves the Team Toasters back in the fight for the race lead because of them being able to catch up under the safety car here, or the safety truck, as the HPD's all stacking up behind. There is a lone GT car sort of stuck in the middle of this entire pack as well, as we're about to go green, so the sync will have to wait just for a couple of moments. So yeah, we'll just have to wait for now until this race goes green before Lorenzo decides to basically annoy every dog in everyone's neighborhoods. But heading down into the final chicane, pace car on towards the pit lane. We're going to get the 23 hours is older back underway with Heyman Motorsports at the very front of the order. They get themselves out of the final corner. Green flag here at Zolder for the 2021 race for mental health. And well, Team Toasters is going to try and challenge here already down in towards turn number 1. Got to be careful about the tyres here in this situation, but Team Toasters have been able to slide their way all the way through on the Heyman Motorsports. So Toasters back up into the race lead, but Heyman are not going to give this one up without a fight whatsoever. There might still be a move available down into the chicane this time around, but it will require a bit of a hopeful dive. But no, they're just going to stay in line for now. We know it is still a very long way to go in this race. Everyone underway, Lorenzo.
Yeah, everyone underway, and so far no major drama. I think bar for the maybe Taylor Mills Racing that probably had an issue somewhere around the track. Well, I was more trying to pay attention to the song while I'm trying to pay attention to this and the lyrics. All 3 things is not easy to do, but I think I'm getting the gist of it.
Getting the gist of it. Just let me know when you're ready to do what you have to do. Let's just say that.
Yeah. and you're suffering.
It'll be a lot of suffering. I think we might have to go to RaceSpotTV fan immersion straight after it just to try and recover and try and clear my ears out. But yeah, that's just
well.
The situation.
The good bit is that I really don't want to do Aqua. I'm not gonna try to do Aqua's voice because I'm not gonna go into those depths. I refuse. I refuse with all my mighty heart to not go on those levels.
Lovely. We're a little bit of an update with regards to the current state of the donation goal. It is, well, we certainly surpassed 20k. We're at £20,493 at this point, 102% of our goal. So certainly there's no reason to stop at this point. Continue to try and build that total ever higher. James Armstrong in check. Let's go PCS. P1 in the Mustangs. Yeah, things are going pretty well down there in the Mustangs. It has to be said. ProCharge, they're well, a good 2 laps ahead of their closest competitor at the moment, so it's not like they're going to lose that position anytime soon unless a major incident. Go on, Lorenzo.
Here we go. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Ken. You want to go for a ride? Sure, Ken. Jump in. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair. Undress me everywhere. Imagination. Life is your creation. Come on, Barbie. Let's go party. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. It's life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and just maybe everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. And I refuse to do the rest of the song. Because that is actually 18 plus lyrics.
Well, they're suggested. They're not really
suggested.
There's innuendo there. It is a yeah. But yeah, well done. Well done on that
Thank
one.
you.
Well done on that one.
I thought it would have been worse.
I thought it would have been worse too, but I didn't have too much confidence in you. I'll be completely honest, Lorenzo. But
Neither did I.
It ended up working out in the end. There we go. We've gotten that one over and done with, everyone. We don't necessarily have to do that again. Although, I mean, we've still got an hour and 15 minutes left to go this portion of the broadcast. So with that out of the way, let's go on board with something that's not a HPD, because all of our fan versions so far have been on board with HPDs. So let's go and have a look and see exactly who we're going to go on board with. Why not? Let's go on board with maybe something down in the Mustangs, because they're getting pretty close right now. The number 23 of the Faint Motion Motorsports car, currently embroidered in a little bit of a battle. There's 2 cars for position ahead of them, so we'll want to check in with these drivers for the moment, take a picture behind the wheel. We'll be back in a couple of moments, folks, for the final hour of coverage of the first 6 hours. We'll see you in a bit. everyone, and welcome back to the 23 Hours of Zolder HPD spinning ahead, which has been a theme over the course of this one, let's just say that. But the 23 Hours of Zolder continuing on here on RaceSpotTV. My name is Connery Medic, and well, I'm going to buy Lorenzo Bonda for the entirety of this first 6-hour stint. We're coming up to about an hour to go here for the first part of the broadcast. Of course, we'll have a little bit of a break right in the middle to be able to mostly catch up on some sleep, to be honest, because I'm absolutely exhausted. But we'll be back with you for the final 6 hours of the race as well on Sunday. So you certainly, well, you'll be missing the middle portion of the race, but you certainly won't be missing the end of proceedings here at Zolder. And well, it's certainly been an intriguing race so far. It's been, of course, a bit jovial, of course, on all of the individual driver streams. You know, Jimmy's stream in particular. We've let's try and get ourselves a little bit of an updated total in the top right-hand side of your screen, and well, we are up to 102% of our goal. £20,565 has been raised for the mental health charity Mind, which is great. We've blown through our goal inside of the first 5 hours, which is absolutely incredible, and just goes to show how generous and how amazing the sim racing community is here, and very, very well done for Jimmy Broadman as well for putting his well, getting his community involved in things like this, and making sure that we can make some lives just that little bit better, at least as far as mental health is concerned. But yeah, Lorenzo, we are coming up towards the final hour of our broadcast. How would you rate it so far, not including your attempt at Aqua's Barbie Girl?
Not including my attempt of Barbie Girl, I would rate this race 8.5. You know, it's been a really good race. Everybody, still the majority, if not all of them, still racing. Gotta, you know, raise awareness for charity and try to have some fun despite being several laps back, not in contention for the race anymore. But it's good to see that everybody is gathering up as we're gonna look on the replay to see what happened to the old turtles. Oh, pushed off by someone. I think it was at the water number 3.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of an issue with Macy here, but yeah, there's BS competition. There's old turtles in the wall, so we'll wind it back just that little bit further to see exactly what happened to them. I think it was 2 cars leaning on each other. It's that little bit too much. HPD diving down the inside. There's no space there, and well, that is on the HPD all day long. Connor Cecil with a heavy impact with the wall for the Alta Turtles Motorsports car, which was one of the leading cars earlier on, but fell a little bit by the wayside here, and now got themselves involved in a bit of an incident. And well, thankfully, still, I think, fast repairs available for them to use over the course of this race. But like I said, you don't want to be using those so early on, because again, we are still in the early stages of the race here. Believe it or not, it's it doesn't feel that way. That's for certain. You know, we're coming up to 5 hours gone. But still in the first portion of the race here, and you don't want to be using 2, 3, 4 fast repairs at this point of your allotted 5. Of course, once you go over that limit, well, you can't get yourself a brand new car anymore when you come down on towards the pit lane. So you either have to try and commit to the required and optional repairs, or just retire from the event. That might end up happening for a couple of teams. Of course, we never usually like to see it, but there is always the possibility that might happen.
Yeah, it does happen. But well, I think another thing that we have to mention right here is the fact that we are on nighttime racing, right? And
Yep.
the frequency of incidents will become more frequent, because Zolder is one of those tracks that, because it is right in the middle of, well, I'm not going to say right in the middle of a forest, but I think it is on a highly
area that has a lot of woods, you know, it isn't a forest per se, that makes visibility way much more tricky, even though there are some portions of the track which have artificial lighting, but it is just maybe on this back stretch, because on the front stretch there is no lighting whatsoever. They have to rely on their headlights, and it's a tricky track to rely on the headlights alone.
Someone was parked at the side of the racetrack that I didn't quite catch who that might have been, but I've seen that a couple of times over the course of this race, where we just have a random car stopped at the side of the circuit, and of course, you know, especially with the conditions as dark as they are at the moment on circuit, it's very hard to tell just by livery alone which driver is which and which team is which, so you will have to bear with us for a good couple of moments there, but coming up to 18 hours to go. Remember, it's a 23-hour race, not a 24-hour race, so we're not a quarter of the way through just yet. We're over a quarter of the way through, but yeah. Anyway, usually the 18-hour mark is the quarter of the way through, but not so here in this one. We've got an hour to go until we've had 6 hours elapsed. Of course, I'm not sure what the reasoning was with regards to making it 23 instead of 24 hours. I don't know whether...
No, you don't know the history.
I don't know the history, unfortunately. I've been broadcasting this race for like all 3 years it's run. I still don't know exactly what rose to make it the 23 rather than 24.
All right, so the reason is the following. When Jimmy said Jimmy wanted to do a 24-hour race, but in iRacing we can only allocate 25 hours, right? So when he set the server, I think the one thing he forgot to set was they did a 1 hour qualifying, and what happened was when he said he forgot to put the driver swaps, enable the driver swaps, they were already 1 hour in. So what happened, I think they had to restart the whole race, and to prevent everybody running for 24 hours again, he set for 23 hours with those little driver swaps, and the meme became evident. It is 23 hours is over. It is all Jimmy.
It's been a long time since this is the first one, so I kind of completely faded from my memory. So that's an interesting one there. Callum McIntyre says, "Do you like our Pringle car? We're P2 Mustangs, and the car is so broke, aren't we all?" But yeah, there they are. Really slow motion racing, getting swamped by a handful of HPDs there on the way down the straight. I mean, we can't really see the livery, to be honest, Callum, because there's not much light out there. They're not in front of another car at the moment, so it's quite hard to see. But hopefully they'll be able to get past here, and then we might even end up being able to see it. But there's the HPD getting themselves through, swinging it down the inside, and trying to get themselves coming back through. Yeah, it's the right car. 3 wide in the background as the HPDs continue to dive on these GT machines.
And just in the background, just casually 3 wide, going between turn 7 and 8. Oh, by the way, this is one thing I wanted to talk to you, Connery. You have, I'm gonna make this work on the fans. I won a $10 donation so Connery can do a commentated lap, thing every single corner on the track.
Wait, I need to get a track map. Zolder. Because I've been doing this entire thing without a track map so far, so well, because all the corners are quite hard to say, right?
Yeah, for example, the Boulder Bagger Spellbocht.
Yeah, but we'll do that. If there's donation that's come through for that, then we'll do that. Anything to kill this final hour, I think.
Yeah.
Let's do this. So yeah, I mean, I might do it anyway, but even if we don't get the donation, but yeah, it's sometimes corner names are the bane of our existence in terms of commentary, especially if they're very, very long and very complicated, as some tracks tend to be. I mean, I'm looking at Zandvoort in particular. Has some very tricky corner names. You've also got, of course, Older, who, yeah, very, very long corner names, which is why you can give this challenge. Although it could be worse, Lorenzo. We could be in America where they just name the corners the same things in every single track, like Keyhole and something about Andretti.
Say, then at least celebrate the fact that we're not a Virginia Grand West.
Oh yeah, because there's the B word.
The B word.
Yeah, since we're not at VIR, we can't actually say it. However, if this race was at VIR, we could say it because it is a corner name at that track. So
True.
So it's yeah. Don't know whether our YouTube community standards would agree with it, but
No, they wouldn't at all. By the way, Lulu back in the car.
Lulu back in the Artifact
78
Racing.
machine.
Yeah, the Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF, powered by a race spot machine. There they are. You can barely see the headlights as they head their way through the pit lane. Lulu is back in the car, so Lewis McLean back in that number 78 car, getting themselves back out there. And I think with BMW Sim Live and stuff coming to an end relatively shortly, you might even see a couple more race spot members getting themselves inside of that car as well. But for now, it's again Lulu and his teammate that have been piloting that car so far. Daniel Kell, of course, was the other driver. I do have Arjuna Kampkapati in the server right now, so maybe Arjuna will be making an appearance at some point, sometime soon. But obviously not right now because Lewis is back in the car.
Yeah, the question is, when does Arjuna get into the car so I can give him a penalty?
The thing is, he's probably timing it so that we wrap up here on this broadcast, and then he's going to get in the car, so you can't get yourself given a penalty.
But then I can start a live stream. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you can stream on your own Twitch and just go, hey,
I
there
can
we
stream on my
go,
own
bye. Penalty then.
Because like the 17-hour effort to give Arjuna a penalty.
That's what you should title your stream.
No, that would be the title of my stream: the 17-hour effort to give Arjuna a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly looking forward to that. Well, I don't think Arjuna's looking forward to it. Probably the person that's least looking forward to
Neither
it.
Cameron Roger as well.
Ah, okay. Go Finland. It's a bit relaxed at the moment. Maybe a little bit too relaxed given the circumstances. We have currently, just have a little bit of a rundown of the order in each class so far here in this one. There is the HPD standing. So you got Team Toasters at the very point of the field. So you got K-Man Motorsports in P2. Team Butter Toasters in P3 with Weeb Sovereign Sport in P4, Samsung Kanan Esports in P5, Alpine Stars Unities Racing P6, Aurora Artifacts Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot in P6 with Premature Acceleration in P8. The powered by RaceSpot are P7. Premature Acceleration in P8. I will get my words out in the right order at some point. Caligas Competition and Poseidon in P9 with YouTube Americas in 10th, BRT in 11th with Vice Vice Baby in P12, Zardia Community Team in P13 with Doug Henson Racing Red in P14, Crash Racing in P15 with Panda Racing in 16th, Ford Mustang FR 500S in P17, and then of course you have Drive Dead Racing P18, Team Rick P19, Team Chalmers in 20th, Taylor Mills, Garage 69, Blue Chew Americas, Simufer Racing in P24, we got Hybrix in P25, Stowe Motorsports in P26, we just got Racing Team in P27, Empower, then Real, Grid Talk, Mountain Trout, Triple S Racing rounding out the 32R current running order of HPDs. And then we have a look at the caddies. That's how they stand, as VRE Motorsports top of the pile there, with Old Turtles Motorsports in second place. VS Competition in third, Die Langsamen in P4, with Zornhound Racing in P5. Melon Mates Motorsports Watermelon in P6, with Spud Motorsports in P7. 3Legs 4 Wheels in P8, with HP Constant Mood in P9, and Toyota Racing in P10 here today. I think they are, in fact, maybe our only retirement in this race so far, apart from maybe Spud Motorsports. I think they're retired as well. But we'll have a look at how the Mustang field is going for the moment here as well. We'll show those on the left-hand side. There they are, Protocharge Sim Sports in P1 in the slowest class here today, with Really Slow Motion Racing in P2, Rip Mobile in P3, with Singing Pitlane in P4, Fake Motion Motorsports in P5, 2SC Sports Team Orange in P6, with Blown Motor Racing P7, Color Shock Racing Team in P8, with Team Cockroaches in P number 9. That's the top to the bottom of the field here today. 51 cars took the start. We have less than 50 running right now, but still a good amount. I think we might even have something like 48 cars still going, if I'm counting correctly, Lorenzo?
Yep, 48 cars.
Yeah, so a pretty good rate of attrition. Of course, the fast repairs certainly help with that situation to keep people in the race, but I get the feeling that some people have already gone over at this point, which is a little bit embarrassing when you consider, you know, we are yet to get to the 6 hours elapsed time frame.
Just trying to take a quick look here towards our donations. But everybody, last donation saying, in the meanwhile, I'm listening to the national anthem of Norway in the server. Callum Morgan saying triple S racing penalty for Shadow Realm. David Purchase, well done, all involved. Worthy cause to see how great to see how the community has responded to this year's event. Matt Malone, $15 for America.
America.
Yeah, he says America, but I'm just gonna go for America. Henry Jakimski, thank you for doing this, and thank you for being you, Jimmy. Then we got $10, £10, £5. Yeah, and then the things go on.
Yeah, indeed they do. Let's do this on both lap though. That's what I want to do at this point. So let's go with, well, someone coming towards the end of a lap.
Go with Lulu so we can try to commentate, but see him try to fail around the track. Of course, it wouldn't be this lap. He's kind of ending his lap, but I'll let you take it away.
The end of the lap. Okay, here comes a lap here at Zolder on board with Lulu from RaceSpotTV, Aurora, Artifacts, Clemency, FDM, powered by RaceSpot as he heads his way out of the final corner to the start-finish line. It's a pretty short pit straight here at Zolder, so not really all that many opportunities to get things done into turn 1, although we have seen dives into here before. Into Iesta there through turn number 1, and then swinging in through turn number 2 of the Sterrenwachtbocht. There. Then we get into another right-hander, turn number 3 of the Kanalbocht, as he has to deal with a Mustang in the middle of the racing line, continuing to deal with the Mustangs as well, heading their way through Lucien Bianchi-Bocht there and onto this little straight on the way down in towards the chicane. It's not just called the chicane though, it's called the kleine chicane, the small chicane, as he winds himself through there. Careful of those curbs on the inside. They do have the tendency to launch cars through the Scarammentschelling, this long left-hander, through Butza and through the Villeneuve chicane this time around, and then we get into a Telmenbocht which is this right-hander here towards the middle, end of the middle of the lap, end of the second sector. Then in towards the final sector, you got your Boulder Bergbach to get onto the brakes into here. It's basically a hairpin, having to swing it all the way around. Got a little bit of traffic ahead through the Jokin Ringed Bocht, which is that little S's moment coming on towards the back straight now. And then you head into the final chicane, which is going to be the Jackie X-Bocht, before you head your way out of that complex and across the line.
That's solid.
That's all right.
That was
I've done
alright.
better. I've done better, but
Well, given the fact that the lap is kind of fast for the HPDs of sorts, as it is a minute and 23-ish, and the corners are lengthy depending on the name sometimes, I'll give that a 9.
9 out of 10 track guide. And also, the master of track guides is indeed in our chat. So that's Mr. Paul Smith. He's usually better at those track guides than I am. I have a lot to learn, obviously. But we managed to get around Zolder there with all of the very clunky and very long corner names. But let's have an update with regards to our fundraising total. We got £20,759. That is 103% of our goal, and you know, it's amazing that we've been able to break the fundraising goal within the first 6 hours of the race. It's fantastic to see the support from the sim racing community here in the 23 hours of Zolder. We're certainly very happy that we're able to bring you this broadcast, even though, of course, the main interest is elsewhere, quite rightfully, on Jimmy Broadbent's stream and some of the other streamers. But we do our best over here on RaceSpotTV as well to bring you sort of the overarching coverage of everything that's going on over the course of the event. So that's what we are here for, and we'll continue to do so. Of course, you will unfortunately have to end our coverage in about 45 minutes. Due to the fact that, well, it would be too much of an ask to get us to do the middle portion of the race as well, due to how many events that are going on for us over the course of this weekend. So at some point we need to sleep. So that's the arrangement that we're going to have to go with. But never fret, because we are going to come back for the final 6 hours of the broadcast. So we'll have the very end of the race for you. It will be still me commentating on that one, so commentating for about 12 hours instead of 24 hours is going to be my job, and yeah, my voice is going to hate me for it. But I won't have Lorenzo next to me in the final 6 hours. I'll have Stefan Schlacker instead. So that's the situation there. But Lorenzo, you're still doing commentary duties tomorrow, though, because you have some other things that you need to be on.
Yeah, I do have the 24-hour series to do with David Haynes. It will be an international broadcast no matter what it happens, because apparently Tyler is going to be producing this one. So it's basically the conglomerate of North America, South America, and Oceania. And meanwhile, this is going to be full Europe for tomorrow. And I feel sad that my good friend David Haynes, which is a Monster Energy drink lover, especially
other energy drinks are available
right now, because he's a Monster Energy, he has Red Bulls.
Again, I was saying, other energy
packs
drinks
of Red
are available.
Bulls. So the fact that he was given Red Bulls shocks me.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I have a preference. I won't say on purpose, but yeah, can't promote anything.
Is it Rich Energy?
Yes.
Wow.
No, I'm joking. It's absolutely, it is pretty awful as far as energy drinks are concerned. Let's just say it's very low grade stuff that they put in there. It's obviously totally not. Yeah, it's hard to say if energy drinks are their main focus of their company. Let's just say that. But Mate Justice says, "Good evening, chat." Good evening to you, Justice. We're about to wrap up here in about. Lost a lot. It is unfortunate.
40 minutes.
Let's get our overlays back up there. There we go. We got them back. But yeah, another around 40 minutes before we're going to have to head out here on RaceSpotTV. So you've stuck with us for another little bit before we get ourselves very snugly tucked into bed. I would have thought. But thank you very much to everyone for sticking out with us for at least this far. It's been relatively entertaining so far in this one. So hopefully the middle of the race goes well for everyone, and then we'll be back in action for the final 6 hours. But yeah, still 40 minutes of us to go, and yeah, we're slowly but steadily getting through this one. We haven't had a safety car for a while. Last time we had it, I think, was when we crossed over the 20 grand mark, and we had the wonderful rendition of Aqua's Barbie Girl from Lorenzo, albeit only the first verse and chorus.
Thank God, because I refused to do the rest of the song.
Yeah, you didn't do the entire thing, which I'm disappointed by a little bit.
I know you would say that, but I think in the name of the channel and the prestige this channel has, and the risk of this getting a TOS while I'm singing this, I refuse to sing the second part of the second verse and the rest of the song.
Well, there we go. That is indeed just TOS. Justice, what did I miss Lorenzo singing? You missed Lorenzo singing Barbie Girl by Aqua. Yes.
Yeah, Pascal, go back a few minutes and you're going to hear me saying the first part of Barbie Girl.
Go back to when we've had our last safety car, and then go a little bit after the safety car. You'll probably catch it.
Yeah, I think 18, 15 or something like that, 18, 16. Something like that. Left in this broadcast.
Yeah, I think that was around about the around about the mark. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the preview. But yeah, some action happening out on track. Although it's mostly lapping procedures going on at the moment. Everyone just kind of tripping over each other on the way into the final portion of the lap here. And well, we do have someone off. We do indeed have someone off. It is a Blown Motor Racing. Yeah, P7 in Mustangs. Off-track excursion. Let's have a look.
One thing I can say, they're blowing their residents out of the water.
That's one of the most laziest spins I've ever seen. Just out onto the grass a little bit, pointing in the complete wrong direction. Getting themselves spun back around. Let's just check the rejoin for good measure. Yeah, absolutely fine. But yeah, that's not the first time that Blown Motor Racing have been pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, because what happened is, like, that looked like a sloth going 180, and we have something, I think, a penalty regarding VS competition. Looks like it. I think they have to either pay for avoid a trial or stop and go or something like that. I just need to check who is in the car. News coach.
News coach, yeah.
Remembering that news coach. Now, remembering that we probably have still see maybe Mario Zug into the car. Rainer Talva. Oh, we did see Rainer in the car. Also, Alan Terzic in the car. And the boss himself, Florian Hasper, in the car.
Yeah.
I think that might be like I was saying, it will be the first time we're seeing Florian race.
It would be. And he might not be in the car while we're on broadcast. Maybe we'll catch him in the final 6 hours, but we'll see whether he makes an appearance before our time is up here. At least for the first 6 hours of broadcast on RaceSpotTV. But yes, competition continuing on. Of course, they had to do a backwards lap quite a bit earlier on in this race. Otherwise, they were leading by quite a considerable margin, but because of that, it kind of ruined everything, and now they're a lap down compared to the compared to P2. They're 2 laps down compared to P1 on the in the Cadillac order for the moment. So it looks like not much is going to change at the top of the second fastest passing today, but yeah, it's been a bit of trials and tribulations for the BS competition, considering, you know, like I said, the backwards lap, and also I kind of heavily suggested that they get a drive-through penalty for not changing their name to something more silly over the course of this one. So yeah, they have had the wrath of the stewards descend down upon them a little bit too much over the course of this. So maybe, hopefully, for the next 17 and a half hours, they'll still clear of that, and they'll get themselves in some good position. Justice saying that last year's Radio Gaga was amazing as well. So at least one person liked your performance.
Well, I had help there.
I know.
Well, I did have help.
Ooh,
So it wasn't a total failure. FBS competition cracking under the pressure, right
no
there.
pressure. There's no pressure being applied to them right now. Let's just say.
Let me just try to. I'm trying to make the story more
There's no
dramatic.
pressure. They are the only ones on their lap. There's no pressure here. Sorry, I just took a little bit too much. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like the attempt of making a story just falling
Oh
short
my god, they're under so much pressure because the lap ahead and behind them.
They're full lap behind other. But well, to be fair, you said that their penalty was well deserved. They should have done something like going to the 69 in the number of the car. Well, they could have gone into what the racing team, the number 48, did, because I can report that the number 48 is basically the lineup or partial lineup of the Nitro Velox team, which is not very present in our factor in iRacing, is more present in other sims. Despite one of the drivers being the manager of an iRacing team, is Joachim Stannis.
Oh, someone's around.
And we're seeing Matt Malone's car around.
Yeah, Mark Mobile. So that's the car that has Matt Malone drive it at some point as well. Scott Banks this time having a little bit of a spin during the first couple of moments. Let's take a look. I think it was mostly on his own. Or was it? The HPD down the
something like
inside.
that.
Oh, maybe tagged a little bit by the HPD that was coming off the pit lane.
I think it was helped around by the HPD to further spin around or go into the torsion of the car in the spin. But let's take a second look. Car, no, it doesn't look like his light on the rear end. Just getting taken around.
Close. It is very close.
Yeah.
As our replays decide to break again. Yeah, you can see it's just a couple of moments time swinging through. Maybe a little bit. It's impossible to tell from that angle. But yeah, either way, it means that Mike Mobile points in the wrong direction. Everyone having to try to scatter behind out into the gravel is probably the safest way to try and build the speed up to rejoin the racetrack. But yeah, that's definitely not the first HPD on Mustang action that we've seen so far in this. It's been quite a contentious issue with the Leopard machiners being attempted, not always successful.
That is really unfortunate. Not always it is successful, but still in the car, as we're looking to the tracker itself, we are at 104%, nearly 105%. Let's try to get to that 105%. In the meanwhile, confirmation of PS competition getting penalized.
Well, we'll get to see them serving that in just a little bit. The stewards have made up a completely bogus reason, and you know, as a result, by the bribe from the community to punish certain cars. And BS competition have had the bad end of the stick more often than not. at least as far as the stewards' decisions or the stewards' actions are concerned. So they're going to have to come turn in again. So there we go. Down towards the pit lane they come. Yeah. I'm not sure what you can really do with your BS competition here, because every time you feel you're starting to go somewhere, you just get yourself someone pays for a penalty for your car.
Well, let me ask you a question then, Connery. If you had put, instead of the normal livery, you had put the Turner, the Sebring livery, you probably know what I'm talking about. Would have that worked otherwise? Would have they gotten less penalties than
They'll get half the amount of penalties because of half livery.
Yeah, see, so embrace the memes for you, and embrace the memes, boys. You guys don't have to go. I'm probably gonna get in trouble right here. You don't have to go full seriousness, the German seriousness into this race. Fun.
Speaking of serious,
Now I'm gonna get into trouble. Whoa!
as long as it's just
Remember
you
that
and not
story
me,
I
race spot.
Yeah, this is me. My words do not reflect RaceSpot's way of thinking. All right.
Okay. Anyway, Justice says, I really appreciate it. I love the broadcast of this event. Silly Race Sport is as good as serious Race Sport. Yeah. In different ways. I'll probably
In
say
many
that.
different ways.
Yeah, it's very, very hard. Attempting. And I will say that as the more important word of what I'm about to say, we're attempting to be entertained. Whether or not we're successful is in the eyes of the entertained or not entertained. So yeah, that's the reality of things. We've got about 30 minutes of our commentary stint left to go.
Yeah.
Here in the 23 hours of Zolder. Yeah, more cars coming off the pit lane.
Good
So, we're just rolling along very nicely, and I'm just trying to see if there are any relatively close battles. I mean, there's an off-cycle battle in Mustangs, you know, within a second between really slow motion racing and Fake Motion Motorsports, but Fake Motion Motorsports at 30 laps invested, really slow motion racing had just come over the last couple of laps down into the pit lane, which is why they've sort of fallen back into this position. But in terms of post battles on the track that are actually within the sort of same pit stop cycle, I'm really struggling to try and find them. And of course, we are sort of in the middle of a bit of a cycle phase with these, although that's kind of all spread out over the past few hours or so as all of the strategies sort of diverge and all the exact times the drivers want to come down onto the pit line kind of diverge. So you just kind of, at a point, just see a steady stream of cars coming down towards the pit lane for their pit stop services. Just saying, don't get me wrong, for such events, it's amazing to have some Cillian strategies. Yeah, I mean, Lorenzo, you're a big help when it comes to the Cillians.
Well, I am a little bit of a dork, therefore it makes it easier.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's like I'm just being nice on myself. It's like I'm trying to be 75% nice on myself. I'm not a little dork. I'm a huge dork.
Yeah.
But I'm that kind of a good dork.
Probably will agree with that one. But yeah, half an hour to go in this segment of the broadcast. Why not? Let's go RaceSpotTV kind of version on board with someone for a bit, and then we'll have a little bit of a short run to the. Have we gone on board with the Mustang yet? Or have we? Or the Cadillac the one we haven't done? No,
why don't we go?
We were on the
boys in the BS competition.
Yeah, last time we were on Fake Motion Motorsports, weren't we? In the Mustangs. So yeah, let's go on board with. Well, yeah, why not BS competition? As we will go on board with them. Probably roof cam for this one. We'll be back in just a couple of moments, everyone, for our final little run to the end. And well, we'll be back in a bit. tricky lap for Niels Koch, I get the feeling. That's certainly one way to enter pit lane. Of course, he had himself a bit of a moment in this sector as well to stop at the edge of pit lane there and then spot himself back out there. But let's take another look about how that happens, because it was impeccable timing going to RaceSpotTV Fundraising and then them having their issues. But maybe Fundraising is cursed once again here. This one is usually what we like to talk about. Can't quite see it from that angle, unfortunately. We'll have to wind things back to this time. Let's make sure that we can get this up. There they are, another one back. There they are, coming down towards the pit lane. Tag the barriers for good measure. Niels Koch not. Yeah, I mean, that's one way. It's one way to get onto it.
That's one way, and you don't get an unsafe pit entry, which is the more unbelievable thing to think about it. But I'll give Niels some credit though. For a 180, I'll give that a 8. He didn't stick the landing. For a 360 no scope attempt, I'll give that a 6.5. Because it was a good attempt. The problem is he didn't see there was a barrier.
Yeah, the barriers down, those cheeky barriers, right, ruining all the fun. But
the barrier.
Wait, you try to do like a pirate voice, the barrier, like that.
No, I'm bringing the Super GT barrier.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Been a while since. But yeah. Anyway, let's get the donations up here. So let's go. 21,128 is the donation amount now. So that's great. That is fantastic. Again, continuing to grow that donation amount for Mind, of course, the mental health charity helping people out with issues that are going on in their lives. It's a very worthy cause. Of course, it's an issue that is close to very many hearts as well. Certainly mine, certainly many others, certainly Jimmy's as well. So it's great for the sim racing community to come together and be able to do its bit to try and help those people that need it the most. 21 grand will go a long way.
Well, we can get more. We can go more than that. I believe in you guys.
Got a bit of a gaggle on the way here as we go on board with VRE Motorsports in the leading Cadillac at the moment. Bunch of HPDs ahead of, hold on to the car. Oh, that was a bit of a concerning situation there for Christian Wagner, but
Lewis killed someone in front.
Oh no, instant in front, and it is involving the Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF, powered by RaceSpot Machine. Lulu has binned it. Whether or not that's actually his fault, but we'll actually see in a bit. But
you're gonna see it is.
Here we go then. On the way down in towards turn 1. Oh no. That's just gone all wrong. It's just gone all wrong.
Yeah, way too confident, Mr. McGlade, to try to make an overtake like that. And even lost the position right now to Sergio Desic. We're gonna look at the replay later. But yeah, you're never going to make that corner properly. I'm sorry, Lewis. I have to pick up on you on this. Yeah. And don't you try to defend him, Arjuna. I know you're watching this broadcast.
Hi, Arjuna. If you are watching, I'm sure he is. Maybe there's other things going on. But yeah, that's Lewis McGlade having a couple of issues. The Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot Machine. Of course, we like I said at the very start, totally unbiased.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of fact that team is the best team on this one. I don't know how anyone can really say otherwise. But it's just the drivers that are the problem, to be honest, Lorenzo. The car's fine. The car's fast. You know, the livery's fantastic, and you know the sponsors are amazing too. It's just the drivers.
Yeah, it's like, let's just say you make a really beautiful boat, right? Those yachts, like 10 million yachts, 10 million pound yachts, and you have anchors navigating the ship. This doesn't work. It will never get off properly.
Not sure where you go.
I'm sorry, but
Not entirely sure where it's going. But yeah, I mean, still in 6th place though. Still in 6th place. They are 3 seconds behind Alpine Stars Jesus in racing, and that's the you know that's the bad thing about it. P5 in this one for Artifacts class to get lowered by RaceSpot, but it's not. And you know, you just got to pin the blame on the driver in that situation. Lewis maybe has to either stop driving and just continue commentating, simply way better at saying words rather than actually trying to fight on circuit.
yeah, that is true. He's coming to the tail end of his stint, so he's due to come to the pit lane anytime soon. 27 laps, and he maybe can hand over the car to Junior Kakipati and come over here to the booth and apologize for the dreadful driving that was.
Yeah, I do think an apology is in order for Lewis. So we're gonna have to make that happen.
Yeah,
Back to
absolutely.
the order though. Actually, you have a battle brewing for 23rd in class here at HPDs. This is Simfer Racing Alpha trying to hold back hybrids. There is, I think, just came out of the field, or might have been a single, well, rather two-time that time around. But either way, 3 seconds ahead of hybrids are that Simfer car is at the moment, continuing to get some laps into their belts at this stage. Of course, still a very long race because someone is off in the background. Is it all turtles? No, it's BS competition. Niels Coach has had a very, very troubled stint, hasn't he? What happened this time around? Let's take a look at it. But BS competition have not had the best hour of racing, and it was just a simple spin coming out of the chicane there from Niels Coach. He sort of got spun into a bit more position because he has to try and negotiate his way around that little sticking out barrier, and also having to wait a really long time for the track to become clear so they can rejoin safely as well. So it's Niels Coach has been making a lot of mistakes for BS competition. I did say, like I said, a bit earlier, Lorenzo, that BS competition has been on the bad end of all the bribes that the race administrators have been receiving. However, it doesn't help when you're making solo car mistakes like that as well.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that despite the nefarious tactics that BS competition put up in the start to be ahead of everybody, just backfire by bribing officials and ensuring that the win is actually all good for them. But the community is smart. The community is smart. They fought back and they're winning. And I think they're winning with a very comfortable margin for now.
Currently going on. At least as far as the donations, maybe not PS competitions, but at least something is going well here in this one. So we'll get the updated total is 21,480. That is 107% of our goal has been collected so far in this one. So the good job is continuing to be done by the sim racing community as we'll get ourselves sorted out here in just a couple of moments. But there we go. seems like mathematics is being a bit of a problem from our wonderful producer, Luis. He thought we were going a little bit longer than 6 hours because we're almost at 17 hours left to go. But no, 23-hour race. Remember, it's not a 24-hour race. So yeah, I do forgive him. However, I forgive Hugo because he's had a lot on his plate recently, and he's had to do with the whole BMW Sim Live situation going on today as well. Of course, everything else that's been going on. So I do forgive him. But it's don't worry, I made the same mistake at one point on this one. So it's so yeah, we are continuing on another 15 minutes until 17 hours to go, and then we will back out, I think, until the final 6 hours. So,
But to be fair,
ooh, Mustang on.
he did the same mistake as I did. There's a Mustang up, but he did the same mistake as I did.
Mustang's been there for quite a while too. I've lost him. Ooh. I've lost him.
I think I know what you're talking about. That looks like to be the really slow motion.
Yeah, let's have a look at them. There they are. Nah, it's good. Well, Hugo's complaining about being exposed publicly as being done. Nah, it's fine. We performed a mistake. That's for sure. But Pizza Balassa for the really slow motion racing here. Wait for this replay to wind up shortly. We've got kind of involved in that little bit of things there. We'll watch the
main motion. Maybe we were bamboozled.
We were a bit backwards. We will, there's Fate Motion on the pit lane. Just trying to cycle our way through and see exactly what was in the Mustang class that had got themselves those issues. But yeah, either way, Mustang with issues. We'll turn back to the live pictures to see this. We'll try and find it might take a good 5 minutes to try and find. I don't have a second of it.
I can give you a replay, which will take you 30 seconds to find. Ripple S Racing 376.
What about?
They managed to lock the rear brakes into the first chicane. Nearly destroyed some cars in the chicane entry.
There they are, parked in the gravel, coming through that corner. So we'll get the other replay here, and well, they are going into the gravel. So it seemed like they were in there for quite a while. Let's have a look at exactly what happens here from up above. Oh, that's a big moment up across the curb, and well, heavy impact with the barrier. We'll get another look at it. Why not? Let's go on board. This time around for this one. There they are. So on board with Jack Gatland for Triple S Racing Curb. But what sort of mistake was this? Because it might be just a lapse in concentration, and it was. Just completely missed the braking point. Hit it way too late. And, well, took the safe option and just aborted it up over the curb. But, yeah, that's one of the weirder instances that we've seen so far in this one.
Yeah, that was really a weird one. I don't know if it was a brake failure at the moment or something like that, but fortunately, nobody got away. Well, everybody got away unscathed, and I thought it would have been a full-on disaster, to be very honest with you, Connery. But he managed to keep it out of the other car's way and hit it immediately the wall.
We have about... Coming up towards about 10 minutes to go in our commentary stint, and we'll finally get someone who might want to talk to us at this point. We have...
I did tell him to come.
Yeah, there we go. But we get... why not? Let's bring him into the microphone now. William Chadwick from the 666 car. That's the Team Butter Toasters out there with currently Patrick Wolf behind the wheel. Third placing class, 18 seconds behind their sister car, shall we say. William, how's it been going?
It's been going fantastic. How are you guys doing? You enjoyed the race so far?
We're getting through it. Yeah, we're doing all right. We're just about to come towards the end of our portion of the broadcast in about 10 minutes, so we might want to make this one a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been going all right. I mean, really chaotic, but it's so much fun, and being for a good cause, you know, just makes it you know, we're all here to support Mind. It's been a fun and you know, a nice race to do, but you know, we're all here for charity at the end of the day, and that's the most important thing. We're doing really good on the goal so far. What are we? 6 hours, so yeah, no, we're doing a really good job on that aspect.
Yeah, to be able to, well, we flew through the 20k goal within the first 5 hours, so it was pretty good going. We're up to, let me refresh it. We're up to 21,683 pounds, 108% of the goal. That's above and beyond what we really could have expected at this stage. We're still 17 hours to go. It's brilliant stuff. But how have things gone from your seat though? Because of course you're in sort of partnership with the other car, the number 19 car, P2, P3 at the moment. It was going a little bit better, at least for one of your cars, at least early on in the race. But it seems like the safety cars kind of messed you up a little bit.
Well, for the leading car, I'd definitely say so. I mean, if it wasn't for the safety car, I'd imagine that they'd at least have a lap lead. And now, obviously, they've been caught in an incident as of about 15 minutes ago when Gordy had got in the car. So, yeah. So for them, not very good. But for us, I mean, with my, I don't know if you ever got a chance to hear why I got a wave around, but I had to sing a rendition of WAP. Which I won't describe on here, but I had to sing a rendition of that while I was in the car that got me a wave around. So that brought us back from 2 laps to 1 lap, and then we've just gained it back now. Is I think Gordy had the incident, and we've got Paddy the enforcer in the car, so he's doing a great job for us.
Yeah, he's doing very well at the moment. Lorenzo,
No, hold up. Now I'm curious. Did you get the wave around or Bruno got the wave around? Because Bruno also sang WAP and he got the wave around as well.
I got the wave. Well, so they passed it on to me, and then I don't know why Bruno got it, but Bruno like half sang the WAP, and then I fully sang it, and I got the wave around. But they passed it on to me, so I got a wave around. I think Bruno might have also got one. Yeah.
No beef. Okay, I like that.
But yeah, you know, what's the situation now for the rest of this race? Because of course you have you have a sort of random element hanging over you in the form of the safety cars. So what's the strategy from this point out? Is it just hope for another one while you're on this leading lap and you're able to close up the gap, and then get up and have a little bit of a fight for those for those positions further up the podium?
I think the main aim is to have fun and not take it too seriously first. But in terms of actually trying to win the race, keep on the lead lap. That's the only thing you need to do, because who knows? I mean, I think Lorenzo was supposed to be sponsoring the Team Toaster team to do a lap backwards. I don't know. I heard that early on, but that's never happened. Well, I don't know.
I'm gonna get you on that because I did donate for that. Oscar's still Oscar or doesn't matter who. Still has to process that penalty because I did put $20, which is more than £10.
Right. Okay. So I guess you'll have to get on to him about that because doing a lap backwards would be definitely a sight to see. Have you guys checked out the liveries by any chance? Have you had a look around the Butter Toaster liveries? We've got the faces of the drivers on the car and on a beautiful toast background. Ours with butter, of course, because second one.
It is kind of hard to see in the night.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Pretty much pitch black unless there's someone sitting behind you shining their headlights on you. It's pretty hard to see. But I think we did get a glimpse of them as we see I think there's one of the Mustangs spinning in the background there, coming through the first couple of turns. But yeah, we did see some pretty creative liveries out there. We saw I think it was on one of the Mustangs. We saw a QR code in the back of them.
Yeah. I believe that's Rickroll. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. I do like the creativity of everyone out there here today. Running paint schemes that you probably wouldn't get approved by iRacing paint policy, let's be honest, on some of them. But
oh yeah, no. I mean, we're all a mix of teams at the end of the day. We've got Redline, Oh my, wow. I'm just looking at the traffic. We just lost like 5 seconds. Oh well. Yeah, so, you know, we're a mix of teams at the end of the day, you know. Fordzilla, I think also Luke from Fordzilla will be in the top car, in the toaster car. So this is getting a bit dramatic here with the traffic. But yeah, we're a mix of teams, so it's, you know, it's no team livery or anything. We're just here to have fun and raise some money for charity, I guess.
Well, we're doing very well on that front. Of course, you know, Jimmy being the primary driving force of this one, but we're having fun on this particular our own little world here on the sort of the overall view of things, rather than just one driver's point of view. But yeah, we've got 5 minutes to go left of this segment. William, is there anything you want to say before we leave and get back to your team, and for us to wrap up at least this portion of the broadcast?
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to Raf van der Linde, who's driving in the top car. He's sponsored us all to do this event, so he's been very kind by paying for the entries, and also a couple penalties for the top car, I believe. And thank you to Jimmy for running it, and also to the Butter Car's main sponsor. I can't believe it's not butter. Yeah, indeed. So
wait, is that an official thing? I thought
no, it's not official. It's a meme. I was just joking.
If you were able to make that an official thing, that would have been one of the most legendary sponsors in sim racing. But yeah.
No, I don't think so. we can call a few people, see what we can make happen before the end of the race. But of course, I'm doing Neo tomorrow, so I don't know if you guys are streaming that, but I'll be doing Neo tomorrow. So I've got 3 hours left, and then I'll be going to sleep, ready for the GT4 stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a very busy weekend here at RaceSpot.
Oh yeah, for sure.
15 different events going on. But yeah, anyway, William, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, you know, we hope that the Butter Cars continue to do well in this race, but like you said, in the end, it is all just for charity, not the finishing position. I'll leave you get back to your team, but thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. Always appreciate it. Thank you. Bye bye.
No problem. William Chadwick there from the 666 team of Butter Toasters. The current 3rd place at the moment, Lorenzo, and well, it was a joy to talk to Will there. It's certainly highlighting, of course, that this is meant to be for the charity rather than any serious sort of competition between the teams and the drivers. But yeah, certainly a good representative from that team. And who knows what can happen in the next 17 hours, which, 11 of which we won't get to see because we'll probably be sleeping because we have a pretty big day tomorrow. But yeah, Lorenzo, it's been a relatively entertaining first 6 hours, and it's great that we've gotten ourselves past and well past the fundraising goal inside of these first 6 hours. So it's just great to see.
Yeah, we're past, by the way, actually we are way past the 108%. We are past 110%, 109, no, 110%. We're past 22,000 pounds. And I do believe that we're not going to see the penalty. I did put up attempt number 2 to get the Team Toasters to get the lap in reverse. But it's been a pleasure, you know, commentating this once again. My 2nd year commentating this, being part of the fun. Unfortunately, we cannot do the full 23 hours like we did last year, but it's going to be. I'm going to try to watch the final 6 hours. It has been a thrill. Can't wait to see what the rest brings as well.
We've got around about 2 minutes left to go of our stint here, and a lot of traffic for Toasters cars. I mean, the traffic was getting sketchy for them while we were talking to William, but now the traffic continues to get a little bit worse for the 666 car as they try to get through all of this. Although saying that, you know, the racing standards have actually been, I think, probably better for this 3rd event than the first 2. I think that's probably fair to say, right? Because, you know, we had a lot more instances, at least in that 2nd event, where our cars going off left, right, and centre, and us not knowing, you know, where to point the cameras. But everyone's been kind of course, we've had our instance, we've had our big instance, but it's certainly not as prevalent as a problem compared to the second event.
Yeah, well, we have to give the fact that we have more mobile cars, and then what we had in the first event we covered last year, because last year it was a little bit of a meme. I think we had GT4 Jettas, TCRs, and maybe some GT3s made the track, so it was total chaos. I think 4 or 3 classes around older. Now this one is a little bit lighter, but it's been a pleasure nevertheless.
It really has. But with that, everyone, that's going to be all that we have time for here, at least for the first 6 hours of the Race for Mental Health 2021, the 23 hours of Zolder. It's not done by any means. There's still 17 hours left to go here in this one. However, we will have to bring things to a close here. We will be back, however, for the final 6 hours of this event tomorrow morning. But for now, we will have to say goodbye. We'll see you in a bit.